That's awesome.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Guys, today we are on day number 4 of the LEILANI Simon trial. Let's see what we hear about tonight. If there's anything new, who knows? Either way, thank you all for joining me for this. I appreciate you all so very much. I hope you're all having a great afternoon, great evening. That being said, you know what comes next. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this thing.
Trigger.
There, y'all. It got stuck. My apologies. Welcome back, guys, to the cafe. Thank you for joining me tonight as we jump into day number 4 of the LEILANI Simon murder trial. Day 4. Interesting. I do believe we're going to catch the cross-examination of the ex-boyfriend, Danny. Sorry again, guys. And whatever else comes forth. So thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it very much. And I hope you're all having a great night. Thank you for those of you that joined us for the morning show this morning. Me, Doodle, and Mr. Arctic Fox, True Crime, and Mama Bear was a great show this morning. Thank you guys so much for being there and supporting the show. You guys are amazing. We all appreciate you so very much. Thank you tonight to my Blue Crew for joining me. I appreciate you so much. We all know that I couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't ever try to do this without any of you because you guys make it happen. God bless. Let's see who else we got in here joining us tonight. Miss Delta's in the house, of course. Yo, baby, Blondie, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you so much. Miss Kimber's in the house, everybody. Hey. Welcome back, Miss Kimber. Great to see you. Great to hear from you today. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Wonderful to have you here. Mr. James Tate, is always a pleasure to have you, sir. I appreciate you so very much as well. Chopper's back. Great to see you, Chopper. Great to have you here tonight. Let's see. There's my Doodlebug. Great to see you, Doodle. Great to have you here. Tomboy Charms back in the house tonight. Always a happy to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. Please share this out if you will. And please hit that like button when you come through the door. And who do I see? It looks like Miss SR. BBB. Welcome back, SRB. Great to have you. And Miss Cassie. My gird. Hello. Good to see you, dear. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope you're all having a great night, guys. I'm excited. I'm getting homemade chicken noodle soup. Yes. It happened. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Miss Noni, great to see you as well. All right, Miss SRB, thank you for being here, and we'll be here waiting for you. Come on in, guys. Share this out to whoever you think would want to join in and listen to our commentary as we review day number 4 of LEILANI's trial, guys. Let me see. Where's it at? Just in case. Gotta see. Just in case. Just in case. I'm going to give Mom her link. I always love having Mom in here. Oh. When she can be. You know who I'd love to have watched this trial and see review that is the behavior panel. I'd love to see what they think of this. No, she has, Tomboy. She has made the noodles. Not tonight because she's got so much other stuff going on. They're preparing all these Halloween things they're doing and all this stuff. So, oh damn, yo baby, that sounds great. Gumbo, especially homemade, is amazing. Oh, is it still playing? I thought I turned that off. Thank you. Yep, it is. Thank you, Cass. Sorry. That would be amazing, though. We have done that before, Tomboy. It is amazing, especially the Huluski noodles. I like making it. I have made it with those little dumplings I've told you guys about, and I make them real small, and I'll drop them into the soup, and it's amazing. It really is. So, thanks again, Cass, for that. Steven's Adventures in the house. Welcome back to you, sir. Great to see you. Chicken and noodles. Yeah, that thing you showed the other day, Cassie, that recipe. Man, my wife and I talked about it. We're going to be making that too. That sounds really, I love noodles just in general. I love noodles and dumplings and stuff like that. I know they're not good for you, but I do love them so very much. Definitely. Does sound good. Yes. That's all good, Doodle. What are you having tonight, Miss Doodle? Let's see. Come on, guys. Come on in here. Get yourselves at home, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in here. Sit down. Have a conversation with me. I appreciate you all so very much. Let's see here. 19 peeps, 13 likes. Awesome. Twins barbecue. Oh. Did you get pulled pork or chicken, or did you get something a little bit more solid? Throw them in there, Cass. Throw them into the Discord. I love recipes. My wife never has a problem looking at new recipes either. If you just never know. So yeah, throw them in there. Especially comfort food, wintertime, guys. It's the best. It is the best. Yeah, I'm telling you, right, Cass. Good old fashioned barbecue. You got brisket. Oh my God, I'm jealous, Doodle. Damn. Thank you, Miss Cassie. Welcome back, Captain Jenks. Sorry, I always do that. Anyway, thank you for being here, sir. We do appreciate you very much. Going to make a butterscotch meringue. Oh my God, Zelda, what? Butterscotch is my favorite flavor on the planet. That sounds really good. Damn. You guys are killing me with the sweets too. I know, don't it sound good? It sounds real good. Ugh. I want that. Zelda, throw that recipe in the back if you wouldn't mind, please do. I'm gonna have to check that out. I love butterscotch anything. Butterscotch pudding, the butterscotch candies, butterscotch. Even sometimes we go to like Dairy Queen in the summertime. I'll get a cone and they dip it in butterscotch, and that gets hard. That butterscotch flavoring, I love that. That's my favorite. You guys good? A good fetish. We're good, Cap. We're good. Stormy's in the house. Welcome back, Stormy. Good to see you tonight. Absolutely. We'll have to check it out, Stormy, for sure. For sure. Did they? Thank God. That is awesome news, Tomboy. We were talking this morning and yesterday about Mr. Robert Roberson that was on death row, and he was slated to be executed this evening, guys. And he would have been he's innocent. Clearly completely innocent. The crime never even happened. He was charged and convicted of killing his daughter due to shaken baby syndrome. She didn't have that. She died from double pneumonia and medication overdose. And they have him on death row for that, guys. It never happened. So thank Jesus that stopped. Oh my God, that was driving me nuts. Thank you so much for that, Tomboy. That really makes a hell of a difference for me. I have been thinking about that all damn day long. How much that was bothering me. Let's see here. Boom. There it is. Thank you. Thank you. Let me show you guys real fast here where we get rolling with the trial. Thanks so much, Tomboy. That's been bugging me. No lie, guys. Since yesterday. We showed it again. Yeah, it's a very close call. Judge halts killing a death row prisoner hours before scheduled That's so awesome. Prayers work, folks. I think they do. Let's move this. We don't need that there. Roberson, 57, who has long claimed innocence over the death of his daughter in 2002, granted temporary reprieve. Wow, this is great. Oh, hold on a minute. What's going on with SRB? Really? Hang on, guys. 1 second. Let me see if I can find Mama Bear. Give me 1 second, folks, and I'll finish this up here. I don't understand. That's weird. Hold on, everybody. Let's see. All right, guys, I'm trying to work through an issue and this. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Good to see you. Walt in the house. Welcome, Walt. All right, let me finish reading this here real quick, folks. So it says Robert Roberson, 57, long claimed innocence, was granted a temporary reprieve. That's so awesome. A judge has temporarily halted the execution of a man on death row in Texas less than 2 hours before he was due to be killed by lethal injection. Robert Roberson was convicted of killing his 2-year-old daughter more than 20 years ago, but his supporters across the U.S. and the lead detective on the case have insisted is innocent, and the case rested on adjunct science. A committee of more than 80 Texas lawmakers, including at least 30 Republicans, had asked the parole board and governor to stop the execution and had subpoenaed Roberson to testify next week in a last-ditch effort. A judge in Travis County, Texas, blocked the execution late Thursday afternoon, so Roberson could testify. The state attorney general's office has indicated it would appeal the decision. The case has drawn national outrage as Roberson's lawyers have insisted that no crime occurred and that medical records show his daughter died of pneumonia that progressed to sepsis, meaning this man should not only not be on death row, he shouldn't even be in prison. Yeah, I'm trying to work on that too, SRB. I promise, hon. Curtis was not breathing and had a blue color to her skin. Court documents cited by Time said that she was rushed to another hospital in Dallas, Texas, and pronounced dead. Doctors suspected abuse, finding that her injuries were in keeping with symptoms of shaken baby syndrome. The syndrome is a condition in which a baby or small child is shaken repeatedly, resulting in their brain hitting the inside of their skull. Medics noted that Roberson was unemotional, further stoking abuse suspicions, and on February 1st of 2002, authorities charged Roberson with capital murder. This is a joke. The American Association of Pediatrics said in 2020 that shaken baby syndrome has been misinterpreted by legal and health authorities. A neurosurgeon who helped create the hypothesis has said that his work was distorted and that cases have been misdiagnosed. U.S. civilian and military courts have exonerated at least 30 people in shaken baby syndrome cases since 1992. Roberson's attorneys contend that his case is among the wrongful convictions. They cite medical experts who say Curtis's death stemmed from severe viral and bacterial pneumonia. Wow. See, this is crazy. That's very weird. Yeah, I don't think it is either, SRB. I looked at everything in here and it doesn't make sense. Did you try to jump to a laptop or a PC or something different rather than the phone to see if that would help? If not, try that. Other than that, I'm going to try to, if I can reach Mama Bear, see if she might have had an idea, because I think she had a problem like that before. Welcome, Taylor. Good to see you tonight, dear. So, yes, Robert Robertson his execution has been stopped. Thank Jesus. And we'll see what happens from there. But this man, in my opinion, should be let completely out of prison because he didn't do anything. Okay. Unreal, folks. Unreal. Anything other live, it's fine. I did. That's weird. That is very weird, SRB. It doesn't make sense. I think it sounds like something on your end. Guys, give me 1 second here. I'm going to check something. Hey, Wildfire, welcome. Thank you, Cass. Let's see here. 24 peeps in here. 16 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match if we can. So, wow, what a relief. Truly and honestly, that is a huge relief. This man's life's been spared, who almost was, in my opinion, murdered by the government, by the state for something he didn't do. Thank you, Cass. Thank you. Wow, what a mess. What a mess. But happy ending. We've been seeing a few of them here and there, you guys. I'm telling you. Most definitely have. All right, let me see here. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Yes, they may be getting out too. Cap talked about the that the Menendez brothers may be getting out of prison. Hence, earlier we were talking about in the other show today, we were talking about how Gypsy Rose Blanchard was offering advice to the Menendez brothers on how to live life if they get released from prison. How about that, guys? Awesome. It's wonderful having you here, Miss Taylor. We appreciate you very much. You ain't lying, Walt. You are not lying. Miss Noni is in the house tonight. It's wonderful to have you here. It's beyond ridiculous when there are people who are, without a question, innocent, shown, proven innocent, and it just about takes an act of Congress, literally, to get the innocent person free. Amen to that one, Noni. Thank you for that. And then we have people that deserve to be punished in certain ways, and they're walking scot-free. That kills me. It literally does. So today's going to start, from what I can tell, is with the test cross-examination by the defense, by the defense of Daniel Youngkin, who was, if anybody didn't know, this gentleman sitting here on screen was LEILANI's boyfriend at the time. Also, her daughter Sky's father. Stormy says, Danny boy made me mad today, not going to lie. A lot of people are saying that he said something. That he, showed himself to possibly be guilty of certain things. He's definitely not very smart. I've gathered that. It could be, there's a lot of weed smoking here. I'm not saying anybody smokes weed's dumb. But if you're using a lot of drugs and stuff like that, folks, eventually it's going to affect you up here. You know what I'm saying? So we shall see. Are you work? Yes, it's just on your phone, laptop, on your okay. Yeah, it's I've been told that people are having problems with with iPhones and stuff like that, SRB. So it might be that the phone might need to be reset, but you said you did that, so I don't know. That's wild. He does kind of remind you of Jonathan Davis from Korn. Yes, Kimber, 100%. I think that's what's going to happen because of the allegations of sexual abuse in the past. They may have something worked out at that point. I'm not sure, but we'll find out when that happens, because we'll go back, guys. Yeah, we may have to go back and cover the Menendez case again just because and see what is there. You never know. That sounds good, SRB. I hope it works out, hon. Just let us know. All right, guys. Let's see what we got here. He said a 2-year-old can't get out of a pack and play, climb on anything, open a dresser that's handle is lower than a doorknob on a regular door, and can't reach anything on a shelf. That's not true. 2-year-olds can climb up. I've had 7 2-year-olds. They do that. Yeah, that's probably not a good statement. Not a good statement. And then again, the guy's not very smart, in my opinion. So there's that too. So I don't know. We'll see. Let's see what we got here. We'll start here. I wonder what the Quaker Oats hoe looks like today.
All right. Good morning, Simon.
Still the homely mess that she is. Oh, hell yeah, Kimber. That's the case that I was stuck on for a little while too before I even did this. So yeah, we can go back and look at that for sure. There's a few cases to be honest with you guys, I've been actually thinking about going back and covering oh my God, shame on me. The JonBenet Ramsey case from the beginning and looking at the whole thing all the way to where we're at now and seeing if there's anything that we see as a whole group that, we didn't know or may have been missed by other, not police, but other people that do this. So I'm curious, very curious. That could definitely be something too, Kimber, for sure. Oh, okay, Stormy. My father had dealings with the father through Hertz. I remember my father telling me in '89 he was a bad person and expected that to happen. Gotcha, Cap. Very cool. Very cool. Welcome, everybody. It's grateful to have you here tonight. Oh, all right, Stormy. Let me see something real quick here. Thank you very much, Stephen. I got your email about Robert Roberson. Ah, okay. I see it now, Stormy. Thank you. He could have reached that stuff. He definitely could have reached that. That's wild. Just saying. Oop, hold on. What did I do? Where the hell is it now? What the heck am I doing here, guys? I caused myself some technical issues. Hold on. Where is my stream? All right, cool. Thank you, SRB. I'm have to pull that up here in a little bit too. I did run most of the Tyree Nichols thing, Kimber, but there should be more coming out of it. I'm going to do it again. I ran out the rest of it. I don't think you were in here one night and covered the end of it, but we'll be hitting that again just as an update for sure. I don't know about the Menudo guy, but he was a nasty bully type of person. Then he worked for Hertz. Gotcha. All right, so let's see here. All right, so now we're back to Daniel. Okay. Oh, come on. Load in right, please. Oh, surprise. Look who we got tonight. The
Hi.
bear. The bear.
I crash out on you.
I'll
sit for a little bit till I crash out on you.
No, I appreciate it. I don't know why this is doing this, though. It's great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Why is this? This is weird. Hold on a minute, folks.
Hi, Kimber. Where the heck have you been, girlfriend?
Cleaning her house. Fall cleaning.
Ah.
I am super excited. I got
Hi,
Mama Bear.
Stormy.
We don't ever get Mama Bear at nighttime. This is awesome. What do you got going on tomorrow, Mama Bear? You're not going back to work yet,
I don't
right?
think. No, Sunday. I don't go back till Sunday. I still have
Okay.
tomorrow and Saturday.
Sorry, I keep putting that jinx on you. I didn't mean to.
Dang it.
That's awesome. Awesome. Good to hear. Okay, so as we left last night, the prosecution had spoken to Mr. Youngkin here, and the defense was going to cross-examine, and everybody decided they needed to go. So we're back today to hear, and during prosecution's questioning, we noticed that when Daniel would give certain answers, LEILANI was leaning over, saying things to the attorney, writing things down. I'm curious to see if any of those things come out in what the defense is saying and the questioning. So I've had a lot of people say that Daniel pissed them off today. Interesting enough. I'm curious to see why. I'm sure it'll hit me too. So.
Oh, it will.
Did you see this already?
Parts of it.
Oh boy. Okay. Forewarning, there may be swearing this evening, folks, just so you know.
Hello, Zelda.
All right. Now, let's see what we got.
Under oath at this time for cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Good morning. How are you? Since yesterday, have you spoken with anyone about?
Can you hear that okay, Bear?
Yep.
Okay.
Case or your testimony?
No.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to approach, if I could, the witness of State's Exhibit 9 and have you look at it real quick. You could just briefly state what that is.
The layout of the house
Okay.
on Buckhalter Road.
And if you would, just explain to the jury where the front door is. Is that the room that y'all lived in and slept in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, kind of explain where the front door is. We've seen pictures. Give me 1 second. I might can give you a better picture.
Gotcha,
I'm
Taylor.
going to show you, it's already been tendered and admitted as State's Exhibit number 10. And picture 26 of State's Exhibit number 10. Is that the front door of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you enter the doorway, a picture of the sofa to the left?
Yes, sir.
And the picture to the right is kind of over in the corner. It's the race car. That's where Zane slept.
Yes, sir.
And this is the TV.
Yes, sir.
And I assume there's a little chair in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the crib that Quentin slept in, correct?
Yes, sir. The playpen.
And that's the pictures of inside the crib, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to go all the way back here. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand the back part of the room. If I can get to it. The back part of the room, as you walk in the door and look all the way to the back, is where the bed was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's, you have to walk past the bed in order to walk in and out the back door, the dining room. Let me rephrase that. Is this about where the bed's at in the back part of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is where you have to walk through to get out through the dining room and living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the night of October 5th, were you sleeping in that bed?
Yes, sir.
And was Miss Simon sleeping in that bed with you?
At some point.
At some point. Okay. So, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The bed, in order to walk in and out the back dining room or living room door, you have to walk right by that bed, correct?
Yes, sir. You have to walk by it.
And it's in the back part of the room away from the children, correct?
Yes, sir. Towards the window in the corner.
Okay. And you say that's where you were sleeping, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it wasn't upstairs. It wasn't a different bedroom. It wasn't anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay. So, what time did you wake up on the morning of October 5th?
I would believe around right before I sent the text message to Miss Michelle.
And that would, and I'm not trying to put
5:18.
So 5:15, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you texted Miss Michelle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you woke up and texted Miss Michelle, I assume you then left to go to work, correct?
I got ready and left. Yes, sir.
All right. And what did you drive on the way to work?
The Dodge Journey.
And I'm going to show you some pictures. Mark the State's Exhibit 11. If you would look through State's Exhibit 11. Is that the Dodge Journey that you drove?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you left and you went to work, clocked in around 6:10, 6:15, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever time the clock kind has me at. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any stops along the way?
No, sir.
All right. You see in there a curveball, a fireball, and a natural light container, correct? As well as an orange vest or some sort of color.
Fireball, Sprite, another shot, orange vest, natural light. Yep.
And were those yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you deposit them there?
To be honest, I don't know.
But they're yours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to assume on October 5th, the police seized the van, correct?
Yeah, I was in the parking, in the driveway.
Just trying to set up. Okay. But were those fair and accurate pictures of the van that morning?
Yes, sir.
So you know what time you left the house?
Not precisely.
Okay. And where exactly is the warehouse you work at?
Port Wentworth.
So that time of morning, what's the drive like?
Pretty heavy traffic for the most part.
How long does it normally take you to get there?
20,
Exactly,
25
Cap.
20, 25 minutes? Okay. And I was curious, Mr. Dean played the video of you running in and then running out a short time later. What were you running in for?
I was probably a few minutes late.
You're already 10 or 15 minutes late though, weren't you?
I don't know to be precise. Whatever time this clock in was.
Whatever the clock says is what it was, but you were already late, right?
Sure.
Now, you said that you and Miss Simon.
What does that have to do with anything?
2020, correct?
Somewhere along those lines.
Okay. And that was in Dunn, North Carolina?
In person. Yeah.
Right. And that was where you were at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she traveled up there. Y'all lived together for a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
How old are you, Mr. Youngkin? And today?
Today, I'm 30.
Okay. And how old you have been back then? 28, 27?
27, 26.
In 2020, you'd have been 26, correct?
Yeah.
In October of 2022, probably 28, 27, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. So when did you move back to Savannah?
I moved to Savannah. I moved back to Savannah.
Well, when did you move to Savannah then?
4 or
Yeah,
5.
dum.
You can tell. You can tell this attorney. They're trying to make him guilty or add guilt to him or something. Pin it on him, maybe some sort. I see. That's what Cassie said. You can tell Danny don't like him either. I don't blame him. I don't like the defense attorney either, but he's doing his job. I'll say that much. But he's just been asked about it.
It was about this length, and I sent SRB a thing in Discord. I was like, "Are they seriously trying to make Danny look guilty?" And Cassie's like, "Oh, just wait." I was like, "Oh, okay." You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm sure I'm dropping some words tonight. Then interesting. Yep. I'm sure it'll be great. Alicia said he needs to create reasonable doubt, right?
Yeah.
I got it.
For pregnancy?
All right. So when was Sky born? In what year? What month?
June 5th.
2022. Am I correct? All right. So it would have been,
yes,
again, February, March of 2022. You moved down here, maybe?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And you lived at 535 Buckhalter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Billy and Thomas's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay any rent while you lived there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you paid it to Billy and Thomas?
Cash app it to Billy.
Okay. And you lived there, and again, I'm just trying to recount it. When you first moved in, it was Joe that lived there, right?
Yes, sir. We lived upstairs.
All right. And it was you and Zane and Quentin and LEILANI and Billy and Thomas and Joe, right?
Before Sky was born, yeah.
Right. And then Sky was born. And then if I just remember correctly, then Joe moved out and Paul moved in, correct?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
So around the summer of 2022, that's an accurate picture of who was residing in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that y'all both took care of these kids and took the kids back and forth to the babysitter?
For the most part, it was me.
So the most part, it was you?
Yeah.
Okay. So on a daily basis, who was the one that would normally take them over to the babysitter?
Me.
All right. And how often would LEILANI do it?
Rarely.
All right. So, and who would pick them up in the afternoon?
Me.
All right.
If she worked, then both of us. If she worked.
If she worked? Okay. And so it was not unusual that you were the one who took care of these children, correct?
Correct.
Oh, here we go.
And It's not uncommon that you were the one that interacted with the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And now let's talk about
Wow.
how often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday,
I knew it.
5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
Okay. And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, so I go to work and I get off work and I stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
Did you ever stop by on the way to work?
No, they weren't open.
Did you ever drink before work?
They weren't open.
That's not the same question.
No,
Mr.
sir.
Youngkin. Okay? You can buy it ahead of time.
No, I drank to where there was nothing left.
So it's safe to say that your drinking habits were mostly after work and in the evenings.
Yeah,
And you, by your own admission, drank 4 or 5 Fireballs, and at least in this case, we knew a Curveball and Natural Light. And then you said the 25 ounce, right?
yeah.
Okay. And so now let's talk about the week leading up to October 5th. Were you and LEILANI bickering or fighting that week?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask a more refined question then. You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why is that?
For her to what?
Not unusual for, you said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why was that?
To where?
Arkwright Road. 204.
Oh, no, not unusual.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. After she had her wisdom teeth out on October 4th, did y'all go by 204 on the way home?
Possibly.
Possibly? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
All right. Well, do you recall saying that you did?
I said it was a possibility, or probably did. I mean, I know I told you I went by the liquor store while she was at the dentist's office. So I had already drank at that point.
Well, what type of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass-out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. So you just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
All right. What kind of drugs did you used to do, Mr. Youngkin?
Cocaine and marijuana.
Okay. And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
And when were you doing cocaine and alcohol?
After work.
Welcome, Mikey.
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
Okay. So, a matter of fact, if you didn't drink and drug, it would have been unusual. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you did drink and drug, where did you normally do it at?
Drink and drug.
In the house.
Where at in the house?
On a dresser that was next to the bed.
All right. So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
Here we go.
Unfortunately.
I'll be damned.
And not trying to pry or anything, just asking. So
Hang on. So this is the dresser that they're referencing at this point, where he did his drugs, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And
Yep.
they're gonna. I already know where this is going, and based on what Stormy had stated in chat. Think about it, folks. They're gonna try to make it look like, "Welcome, CBI, good to see you." That something happened in this sense, just so you guys know. I already can see this coming. This is so ridiculous. But if the child got into some drugs that were left here, that didn't cause the blunt force trauma that happened to his body. Remember that. So
Nope.
just saying.
And if anything,
Anyway.
I would think it would be Zane before it would have been Quentin.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyway, this is so ridiculous. But whatever. Do your thing, Mr. Defense Attorney. Loser.
Mm-hmm.
Good God Almighty. I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure which angle they would go. But yeah, that's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. Again, it's great to see you tonight, CBI Crimes. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you very much for jumping in here with us.
whenever you, and there's different ways to do it. You can smoke cocaine,
No.
sniff cocaine,
Yes.
you can shoot cocaine.
No.
How did you do cocaine?
Sniff.
So when you're doing that, wouldn't you have to explain how you would normally do that? How would you sniff the cocaine? What was your routine?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, buy it,
Yeah,
or would you send Melanie to buy it?
I would buy it, or she would go buy it. I don't get
Okay.
it.
And did you have a dresser? You said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Yeah,
Okay. Would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
on the dresser, it would be in a bag, or sniff it out of the bag, or put a line on the dresser and sniff it off the dresser.
All right. So and that's kind of the point I'm getting to. It's either in the bag on the dresser and you sniff it from the bag.
The dresser is like this tall.
That's fine. I'm just asking. The point is it was out on the dresser in the bedroom where the children were. That's my point.
Sure.
Okay. Now, is cocaine more of a stimulant or more of a depressant? Does cocaine give you energy or does cocaine make you sleepy?
For me,
Yes.
sleepy, honestly.
And that's a fair assessment. So cocaine makes you sleepy.
Huh? When in the hell has cocaine ever made anybody tired that I've ever seen? But okay. Anyway, that's a little weird.
Does alcohol make you sleepy or energize you?
I kind of just evened out.
So in your case, cocaine made you sleepy and alcohol would give you a little bit of energy and it kind of evened you out.
Sure.
Now, when you did cocaine, would you also drink?
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you drink at that point in time?
I don't have an exact measurement.
Okay. Did you smoke at the same time?
No, I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke marijuana. I was not.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Yes.
Not often.
But when you did cocaine and drank, would you smoke cigarettes?
Sure.
Okay. And when you smoke cigarettes, would you smoke the cigarettes in the house or outside the house?
Outside.
Okay. Why was that?
So the house didn't smell like cigarettes?
And it wasn't your house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I'm going to assume, and again, I don't think you had permission to smoke in the house, did you?
No, sir.
And I'm fairly certain you didn't have permission to do cocaine in the house either, did you?
No, sir.
Now, so you're not sure if you went to 204 after she had her wisdom teeth out. Y'all came home. You stopped by Cheddar's on the way home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got something to eat, came home, and she took her medicine and knocked herself out, right?
Sure. I'm not 100% sure. I honestly can't say for certain. But I mean, yeah, that's my recollection of it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all lived in this room, right?
For the most part.
Okay. It's an open room, correct?
Yeah.
The bed's in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entertainment for the children is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The place the children sleep is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you were interacting with the children, laying down, watching TV, or doing any of these things in your room, and she was sleeping, you would notice it, correct?
More than likely, yeah.
Exactly,
I mean,
Storm.
as I said yesterday, we were at a point to where I didn't really pay much attention to what she was doing.
Okay. Well, do you recall telling the police that she went to sleep that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. Any reason why you make that up?
no.
Okay. So what time did she wake up that afternoon?
I don't remember.
All right. How did the kids get back from Michelle's that afternoon?
I believe we both went and picked them up
So, and what time was that?
around 4:30 or 5.
All right. Which is a normal time, right?
I guess. I mean, it's a couple hours later because we normally get off at like 2 or 3.
All right. So 5 o'clock, Quentin's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock on the evening of October 4th, Quentin's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you and LEILANI doing at that point in time?
I don't remember.
7 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yes, to my knowledge.
What are you and LEILANI doing at 7 o'clock?
I can't say for certain.
8 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yeah, to my knowledge. Absolutely.
What are you and LEILANI doing at 8 o'clock?
I can't be 100% certain. I was probably making dinner.
Okay. And 10 o'clock, the kids are laying down for bed, going to sleep at this point in time, correct?
Yeah, as
Zane's,
was I.
Zane's in his bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually lay eyes on him?
I mean, he's visible.
Okay. Quentin's in his bed. Did you actually lay eyes on him?
He's not as visible, but yes.
Okay. And Sky's in her I guess it's like crib or whatever it is, next to the couch, right?
I see what you're
And
saying,
Leilani was there
CBI.
as well,
I
correct?
respect it.
Yeah, she was at the end of the bed.
All right. So at 10 o'clock, kids are
Welcome,
fine.
Paula.
You're there. Are you drinking or drugging at this point in time?
10 o'clock?
Yes.
No.
And so at 10 o'clock, was there any conversation about going to 204 that night between you and Leilani?
Yeah, there's text messages.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She said she was going to go to 204 and come back. I said, okay, can you make it quick? I'd like to watch a movie and go to sleep so we can go to work.
All right. And that's basically what your text message said.
Yeah.
Come on back. See you soon.
Please,
Let's watch a movie, right?
please, yes.
There was no, at least I'm not putting your words in my mouth. From text messages, there didn't seem to be any animosity between y'all at that point in time, correct?
For the most part,
Yeah. You're just looking forward to laying down, watching a movie together, right?
for the most part.
And again, were you drinking or doing any drugs that night?
That night,
Yes.
you said 10 o'clock.
And that night, after this, anytime that night.
Prior to 10 o'clock, yeah, prior to when I laid down, yes.
Okay, what were you doing prior to 10 o'clock?
Drinking and the rest of the little bit of cocaine I had.
So you were drinking and doing cocaine up to 10 o'clock. And is that why you sent her to 204 to get some more?
I didn't send her to 10 to 204. She was the one who said she wanted to go to 204. That's in the text messages.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Who would normally get the drugs, you or her?
That were her people.
All right. And would y'all share drugs or
Yes.
would you keep it separate?
Share it for the most part.
All right. So if you got some cocaine or some weed or some
I didn't get weed.
Percocets,
I didn't get Percocet.
all right. But if you got cocaine, you share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
No. She was selfish.
Okay. So you would share drugs, but she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did that cause any anger or animosity between you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not for me.
Really? Okay. So whenever do you remember speaking with the police on October 5th? I believe it was an FBI agent and a detective from Chatham County Police Department.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when they took you down to the station and interviewed you?
For a very long period of time.
Right. And do you remember that conversation with him?
There were quite a few.
Let's just start at the beginning then. Do you remember telling them there's nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not anything weird about it.
And when Leilani got back from 204, were you awake or asleep?
I was asleep.
Do you remember telling them that you were awake when she got back?
No, I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I really don't.
All right. And do you remember telling them you got up at 3 to take care of Sky?
It's possible that I did.
Okay. And do you remember saying that everything was fine at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whenever you would come and go from the house, did you come through the front door or did you always drive around back and come in through the dining room or living room doors?
Never through the front door.
And that's because the parking's in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it would not be unusual or uncommon that those doors are the ones that get all the movement, are they?
No, not uncommon.
Okay. And whose responsibility was it to lock those doors or secure those doors at night?
Everybody's? Whoever came in last.
Okay. But would it surprise you if those doors opened and closed a lot and weren't locked and stayed open?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going out, and again, you said you didn't smoke often, but would you go out on the patio to smoke when you did smoke?
The front or the back? It would depend.
Okay. But you would?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you remember just a few minutes into the interview with the FBI agent and Chatham County police officer, you got a little angry?
Possibly.
Remember saying it feels weird, I'm having a bad day, and
No.
okay. Well, it's been a long day, so. Do you remember telling them that you were a little antsy and you need a drink?
Probably.
Okay. Now, do you remember telling them that when you woke up at 3 a.m. that Leilani was asleep?
No. Well, if I did, then that's probably something she told me to say.
Okay. And you remember telling them Quentin was okay at 3 o'clock?
Probably based on what she told me to say.
Mr. Youngkin, are you sitting here saying what you've been told to say?
Right now, no.
Okay. So you have free will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, let's talk about that first day as well. Was that the day that you authorized the FBI to tap your phone for 90 days? 30 days at a time, I guess I should say.
What day? The date started on, I think it was the 8th. I think it was 10/8/2022.
Well, ask that question.
Welcome back, Cal.
Okay, October 5th. Did y'all go back to Buckhalter Road that day?
I believe it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay, so it was October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was it y'all went to the hotel?
The 7th, maybe? I don't know 100%.
But you would agree to
Absolutely.
have the video done, the audio done, and then give them your phone done, correct?
The phone happened later, but yes, I did.
Okay. And you say the phone happened later. They didn't dump it that day, October 5th?
Permission?
Distracted.
I thought you were talking about the 30 days at a time.
No. I'm talking about just actually giving them your phone.
Yeah, on the 5th, absolutely.
Right. Because I remember you asked on the 5th to get your phone back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did.
Right. So,
And I got it back.
all right. So now, did you notice anything about Quentin's crib the evening of October 4th?
No.
Early morning hours of October 5th?
No.
Anything unusual about it?
No. I wasn't really looking at that point, but no.
Okay. And I wonder if I could approach the witness for 1 second.
Thank you, Mikey. Don't forget to check out Mama Bear's
We'll
channel.
look through that real quick. Don't say what it is, just look through it.
Welcome, Miss Bambi. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. Great to have you here.
Depends.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize any of these messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are these messages?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
Okay. And
Welcome, Cheryl.
if you would turn to, I guess, the very back one. Let's start in the back and kind of work forward. You see the one from September 30th at 8:04?
Yes.
Okay. This is about 5 days prior to Quentin's disappearance, is it not?
Yeah.
And it's from who to who?
From me to her.
All right. And if you would, what did you say to her that particular day?
Like, I'm always supposed to deal with your asshole moves and the mean ass kids when you get mad and dip and take shit from me.
What particular shit are you talking about here, Mr. Youngkin?
Money, drugs.
And which mean-ass kids are you referring to here, Mr. Youngkin?
All three.
Well, Sky's an infant. So I'm
Yeah,
fairly
she was
certain.
being mean that day.
How can an infant be mean, Mr. Youngkin?
She wasn't being mean. She was just crying a lot.
Okay. So how would Quentin or Zane be mean? They're children. Mr. Youngkin.
Zane.
This is really pathetic. This guy's throwing this out here to make him look like some kind of a monster because the mother is. But okay, I'll play that game with you.
Right.
It's a joke. Thank you, Zelda, and thank you to anybody that does choose to support our channel via either Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Guys, we don't ever expect it from you guys, but we do very much appreciate it. It does help to keep us rolling. So thank you very much to anybody that does. And again, thank you, Zelda. Unbelievable, guys. This is so pathetic, but okay. Okay, we'll play the game. We'll play the game. Although we all do know the truth, regardless, but that's okay.
It was a handful.
How's that?
Because he was always high energy and high strung and didn't want to go to sleep when we would say that. And I would be the one that would always deal with him.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one. It looks like this one's just a few minutes later. September 30th at 8:47.
Yeah, I said, I'm such an idiot. I see it.
No, you said a little bit more than that.
I am such a ducking idiot. I see it.
And you meant to say something else, but
Yeah, well, autocorrect.
all right, let's go on to the next one on September 30th at 8:46.
Yes.
That's from you to who?
These aren't in order.
No, they're not, admittedly.
I said, still at 2:04, WTF taking so long?
What's that referring to?
Why was she still gone?
Well, what would you go to 204 for?
For herself, probably.
Well, we know why she was probably still gone if she went to 204 because she was sleeping with the drug dealer. That's probably what was taking her so long. So there again, remember that, folks, because that's already been proven. We heard that earlier. Moving on. Thank you, Miss Zelda, for that, by the way. Thank you to anybody that does choose to support via the Amazon wish list. God knows I really appreciate that because there's coffee and all that fun stuff there. So thank you for that as well, if you choose to.
So
For us both.
all right, drugs maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the only, to my knowledge.
And so you were a little irritated because she wasn't back with the drugs, weren't you? Just be honest.
I was just, no, it wasn't because she wasn't back to drugs, because she wasn't back.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go on to the next one. If you would. September 30th at 9.
Yeah, and you fucking wonder why I'm just trying to drink, do drugs, and sleep.
This was September 30th at 9 p.m.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, Coco. And
Absolutely.
welcome to
That
the
is not what you were
sauce
looking
Bambi.
Thank you so much, Cal, and congrats, Bambi. Welcome to the sauce, like Mama Bear just said. That is so very awesome. And so very generous of you, Cal. We do appreciate you so very much. Welcome, another meatball. That sauce pot is just growing and growing and growing, and I am so appreciative so very much. Thank you again, Cal.
Woo!
God bless. Absolutely. And congrats again, Bambi. Welcome to the family. We appreciate you.
to do at that point in time in your life?
Yeah, honestly.
I'm going to ask it's not a flippant question, but at this point in time, you're a grown man, 28 years old.
Sure.
Just leave.
Just leave my daughter?
Mhm.
No. No, sir.
All right. So you understand it's an option.
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I'd rather be there for my daughter.
Well, I understand. Let me ask you this: when you're drinking, doing drugs, and sleeping, how are you there for your daughter?
Not as well as I should have been.
Well, not at all, really. Are you?
That's an opinion.
Is that your opinion?
That I could have done better, yes.
Now, that's all the ones for September 30th. Let's look on October 1st. This is 4 days prior. At 12:26 a.m. From,
Are you asking me to read all these?
well, I'm asking you, who's this from and who's it to?
What time?
The 12:26.
It's from her to me.
And what does it say?
You almost had your whole bag, and some of both of the bags that I had went and bought.
What bags is she referring to?
Cocaine, which was inaccurate.
So you went through both bags.
That's inaccurate.
It may be inaccurate, but that's what the text message says, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says you went through both bags of cocaine.
According to her.
Right. Well, let's go on to the next one that you sent back to her.
No bag, no love, no niceness.
Right. So basically, your mood was contingent upon the drugs that you had, correct?
That was inclusive with the no love, no niceness.
Okay. Let's go to 10/1/2022, 12:27 a.m. That was from who to who?
Her to me.
And what was this referencing?
Then expected, that's not in order. Says, and then expected me to come inside while you talk shit and share when you had a G yesterday.
What's a G?
A gram,
All right. So she's saying that she wasn't going to share because you had an entire gram to yourself.
which is not true.
Okay. Look at the next text message from October 1st, 1:34, from you to LEILANI.
Yeah. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. Me referring to her leaving in the middle of the night and not saying anything.
Okay. You were upset, needless to say.
Well, yeah, at the time. Then I gave up.
So did it upset you whenever you noticed that she wasn't there in the middle of the night?
Occasionally, most of the time, I just accredited it to do her doing whatever she wanted to do.
Let's look at the next one on 10-1 at 1:34. It looks like from LEILANI to you.
You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. And you
Exactly,
see what she
Paul.
did, well, now you know.
And that's basically saying you can go do what you want tomorrow night, right?
From her, yeah.
Right.
Like I would do that.
But
Welcome,
whether or
Gene.
not,
I guess that's her giving me permission to leave the next night.
did you leave the next night?
Nope.
And what was your reply back?
You know damn well I can't do shit
And why is that?
because I'm the one that takes care of the children.
And look at the next one from October 1st at 1:40.
Like I said, it's not in order, but yeah.
Is that to LEILANI from you?
Yep.
And what does it say?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer.
Yeah.
Was that unusual or uncommon?
Depending on the day. If I didn't have to work the next day, probably not.
And this was later.
Do you want me to read this one?
October 1st at 2:19. Yes, sir.
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond.
And that has to do with withholding sexual attention, correct? I assume that's what it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you tell me. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this. What does that mean?
Anything intimate.
Right. So,
Anything intimate. Not just sexual. Anything.
so that was withholding affection, correct? That's what you're threatening there.
That's what I'm threatening. I
what
wasn't
it's happening.
threatening.
Okay.
That was me saying she wants that, but how am I supposed to do that when she does this?
Let's look at the next one from October 2nd. You may remember this. You may not remember this.
Oh,
But
I
this,
don't know what this is.
all right. And you see the picture there?
Vaguely.
All right. We'll go to the next one then. See if that helps.
I guess it's a haircut.
Were y'all talking about getting Quentin's haircut?
It wasn't my choice. I think,
Well, that's what at least LEILANI was. That's from her to you, correct?
yeah, I guess she was thinking about getting Clinton's haircut.
And that was on October 2nd, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's look at October 2nd that evening at 8:43.
Yes, sir. It's not my fault. I'm so sorry.
October 2nd at 8:43. That was from you to LEILANI, correct?
Yep. Should have gotten Zane to chill or left me something before you tell me to fucking chill.
Left you what?
Some drugs.
Okay. And what was Zane doing that night?
Being high energy.
Wouldn't listen. Basically being a kid.
If that's how you want to put it, yes, sir.
All right. And October 2nd at 8:56, you sent another text message to LEILANI.
I want to know why I don't understand the context. I want to know why I wish I did, because I didn't get any when I even begged. I don't know.
Maybe you don't understand. You don't know what that's about.
No, I don't know the context.
All right. Let's look at the next one then and see if that helps put it in context.
It doesn't, but I want to tell me why it looks like you touched my bag from her to me.
Okay. And
Also incorrect.
so that, but put it in context, that may have been about drugs, correct?
Could have been, possibly.
All right. And let's go to October 3rd. This is the evening of October 3rd. I think this is the day before the wisdom tooth, if I'm not mistaken. This is 11:34 p.m. and it's from LEILANI to you. And what does she say to you?
This is backwards, so it's kind of hard to get everything in context. And some of it's not even in order.
Well, that's fine. You can put it in order. But what
I
does it say?
don't have time. It says, so I've kind of been waiting for you at the same time, which is why I asked what you were doing. I do not know what that's referring to.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the next one then. It's just an okay, right?
Yep. Just me saying okay.
And what's the next one?
Her saying, oh, I guess she was outside, sitting on the front porch.
All right.
I thought you said you was going to hit that line and come smoke the city.
All right. If I hit that line, what does she mean by that?
What she had left on the dresser for me.
For you to do?
Yep.
And by do, I mean cocaine, correct?
Drugs, absolutely.
And this was about 11:30 at night, give or take.
11:33:47.
And let's look at the next one from her to you.
11:33:32.
Yep.
Just put out my blunt and lit a cig.
All right. And the next one, 11. This one's kind of out of order. But
I said, "Are you coming?" As in, "Are you coming to bed?"
Yeah.
At 11:32:19.
And let's go on to October 4th, which we kind of have a little bit about this already. There's one from October 4th at 10:41.
10:41:37. She said, "I'm about to turn on 204."
And the next one,
I said at 10:44:24. "Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie."
and what little bit left were you referring to?
Whatever she left me on the dresser.
Drugs.
Yep.
All right. So at least at that point in time, on the night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you ever tell them this?
Yes.
When?
The interview?
Okay.
Initial interview?
All right. Well, let's go
It was a
ahead.
very long period of time, so I'm pretty sure I told him everything I knew
All right. That being said,
or could remember.
you were doing cocaine at least at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th.
Welcome, Miss Taylor. Thank you for joining us. It's grateful to have you here tonight. We were talking about that before. They're either with Sky is either with him. I don't know where the hell Zane would be. With
I think as you listen on, I don't think Sky is with him.
no, okay. I don't think they're with Billy Joe, any of them. So
No, I
Maybe
think
they're-
they're in the system.
it's possible, or with maybe Sky is with his family, possibly. I don't know, but that's sad. But yeah, it's very possible. But still, probably better for them than definitely better than what they were living. So, in my opinion,
Mhm.
just saying. Thanks, Mikey. All right, guys.
And drinking.
10:45.
10:45.
And I
10:45,
probably did that and then fell asleep,
because cocaine makes you sleepy.
as we stated.
Okay. And you were drinking as well.
Probably the last year I left.
But when you went to sleep, Quentin was fine, Zane was fine, and Scott was fine, correct?
Yes, sir. At around 10:45, 11 o'clock.
So do you know what time LEILANI got back that night?
Nope.
Do you remember telling the police that you were awake when you got in?
Probably initially.
Okay. But you changed your story, didn't you?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. Well, if
I
I said,
stated based on memory and what I was.
I agree, Taylor. I really do pray that they are, after what they've been through already in this bullshit here. I do wholeheartedly hope they're living a decent life at this point, truly.
recalling at the time.
well, if you say A is true and it turns out that B is true, they both can't be true, can they?
Depending.
Well, either you saw her and you were awake, or you were asleep when she got in.
Yeah, very true.
Now, you got up at 3 a.m. to feed Sky, like you always did, you said,
Probably initially, that's probably what I said.
and you told them Quentin was fine, Zane was fine, and Sky was fine, correct?
Initially, I believe so.
And you also said you, of your own accord, called the babysitter and said the kids were staying home.
I texted her at 5:20 and
Sorry.
said the kids will be with her.
Excuse me, texted and said the kids were going to stay home with LEILANI, right?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with LEILANI?
She wouldn't wake up. But that was something that I've done in the past, because if she wasn't going to get up and go to work and I was going to go to work, then why am I paying for the babysitter?
So for you, you were a little bit angry she wouldn't wake up and go to work, right?
No, not really. I was just going to get my job done.
Mr. Young, can I have a few?
I may sound irritated at the moment, but no.
Right. Now let's talk about Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
Buckhalter Road, you have 3 different trash cans out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that collects those trash cans and takes them to the Azalea Mobile Home Park to dump. That was your testimony to Mr. Dean?
Yeah, for the most part, I was, until
Okay.
Paul got there, and Paul was the one that had the keys to the truck, so Paul likes to take the trash out.
Well, I'm curious. Do they have trash collection out there?
We didn't at that residence. I don't know. That wasn't my house.
Well, it just seems a very odd thing that.
That's what I was told to do.
Okay. Well, who told you to do that?
I don't remember exactly, but that's just one of the things that happened. I don't understand.
So Paul, either you or Paul were the ones that took the trash off.
Yes.
Okay.
In the Silverado,
Right.
never in the Dodge Journey.
You're absolutely correct. In the Silverado. But you don't know whether or not there was garbage collection on Buckhalter Road or when they collected garbage?
I don't believe they paid for that service. I think it's something you have to pay for. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you know if the service is offered?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, have you ever seen garbage trucks up and down the road?
It
So
wasn't
it's
my
okay if
house.
you don't. Yeah, it's okay if you don't. But I mean,
No, it wasn't my house.
okay. You didn't pay attention to it, is what you're saying.
No, I just did what I was instructed.
Welcome, Flower. Great to see you again tonight. Thank you for joining us.
But you did agree to have the hotel room wired for 3 days, correct?
Yeah, and my cell phone.
When did you leave Savannah after this?
I believe it was the day that I signed the paper for my cell phone to be tapped.
You left Savannah that day?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's when you moved away from Savannah?
I went and stayed in Atlanta for a weekend, and then I moved back with my parents.
So whatever day is on that particular item, that was the day you left Savannah?
I believe so. If not, it was the next day.
Do you have custody of Sky?
No, I wasn't even legitimized. And I was threatened multiple times that my daughter would be taken away from me by LEILANI.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does? What's
What is
wrong?
irrelevance?
What's wrong? All the questions I got.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
I do have some redirect, Your Honor, but I do agree.
Okay.
So I suspect I was.
I'm sorry.
It's a good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Wow. A little bit touch and go there with you can tell that there is some animosity on Danny's part towards the defense attorney, obviously. Mikey just said, I'm really wondering Danny's fate in the end of this mess. I did find it interesting that he said cocaine makes him sleepy. I mean, I get that. Maybe it's because he was always drinking and the combination of the two, maybe he's thinking that that's what it was. I don't know, because that did kind of catch me off guard too, Mike.
Or if, like, Cassie was
ADHD.
trying to say earlier, if he's ADHD, the stimulant will make him calm.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm ADHD, guys, and I tried it. I tried it once. It didn't make me sleepy. I could have probably built 2 houses that night, and it was just a tiny little bit, and I did not like it. I never did it after that again.
But what if your system is used to it
That's
constantly, every
okay.
day, multiple times a day?
Right, that's different, and everybody's not the same. That's true. So
It's
yeah,
going to build up a tolerance to it.
very much so. Yes, and she's right though. A doctor told us at one point in time that if we wanted to put Caden to sleep, to give him a cup of coffee or Mountain Dew.
Yep.
Anybody else would look at you like you're insane. So yeah, it does make absolute sense. I get it. 100% Cass. Taylor says multiple shots of Fireball, multiple 25 months or something. Beer's right, and then he's taking that. So it could. I don't know about that. I don't know. Maybe Mike. That would have knocked him down on his ass, though. I would think. So, and they have been cutting cocaine with that kind of stuff nowadays too. So, just saying. You fixed SRB's thing? Awesome. Thank you, Mama Bear. I knew
You're
you.
welcome.
I had no idea.
Well, I just had to think about it. I researched. I couldn't find anything, and I was like, okay, the only thing I can think of at this point is to delete the app because she'd already reset her phone and everything. I said, delete the app, reinstall it, and fixed it.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but I thought she said she did that already. But I must have misread it. Just thinking. Either way.
Coffee, not
Thank you.
alcohol.
Right.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Mama Bear. I appreciate it because I had no idea what to tell her. So
Yeah.
did at the end of this, I heard him say something about what's the relevance, but did he say where Sky was?
It almost sounded like he said Miss Michelle, but I would have to have you back it up and listen very closely again.
So Paul, either you or Paul were the ones that took the trash off there.
Yes.
Let's find out again.
In the Silverado.
Whoa, not that far, dude.
Sorry. I was trying to hit something else and I hit the wrong thing. Let me see where we're at. Hold on.
Okay. So whenever.
Look, she's smirking throughout this. Have you seen a couple different times she's done that? Like she thinks she's just being so.
Oh yeah, just wait till there's a part somewhere where she's all laughing and giggling with the two old dudes. I'm
She's
like,
so-
are you kidding me?
So trashy. Let me get to this point here. Find the right spot again. I'm sorry, guys.
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you, and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer.
Possibly.
Hello, Mark and Betty.
Oh, if
I
I say,
did it based on memory and what I was recalling at the time.
well, if you say A is true,
I just now saw you, Mark and Betty. How long you been here? Thank you
too.
for being here, but I just now saw you. Welcome back. It's great to see you tonight.
it turns out that B is true. They both can't be true, can they?
Daughter would be taken away from me by LEILANI.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's
What is the
wrong?
relevance?
What's wrong?
He said, "What's the relevance?"
Oh, okay.
I don't think he answered. Hold on.
He didn't. That's all he said.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
Sorry.
I do have some regrets, Your Honor, but I do agree.
Okay.
So I suspect that was the
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Great point, Stormy. Great point. Okay,
Yep.
so real quick here. Anything anybody wants to throw out? I don't know. Have you seen Mom tonight? I threw her a link just in case, but she might be busy tonight
I
or
have
tired.
not.
Maybe she's just tired of me. That's possible too.
Yep.
Cocaine, alcohol. I think yeah, exactly, Mike. Either way, who knows? But so far, it's obvious that they're definitely trying to throw some shade or blame, whatever you guys want to call it, at Danny and make him out to be somehow possibly responsible for this. It doesn't matter, you guys, what person he was at that point. He'll seems like he's admittingly stating that he wasn't making good choices back then, which is why he moved the hell on and got away from the Quaker Oat-Ho, the trash panda that she is, okay, and moved on and tried to rebuild his life, obviously. So, and maybe he's still not doing well. Either way, at least he's not doing at least he's not around that mess, okay? Thank you, Mike. So, again, it's great. People make mistakes. People make bad choices. You put two toxic people together, they're going to make toxic choices together. I'm sorry. Sorry, Cassie. I'm sorry. I forgot about that being the name for raccoons. I got you. Miss Taylor says, make him unlikable to the jury to tarnish his testimony. Amen. Thank you, Taylor. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And that's pathetic. They're trying to draw attention away from the human liar over here, okay, that has lied about everything she's stated so far. It's pathetic. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you tonight, dear. And again, anybody that's newer coming in here, please excuse. I'm not typically like this. I just cannot stand this woman. And it drives me nuts watching her, seeing her, hearing her, anything at all drives me nuts. Knowing what we know about this case. So my apologies up front for the way I'm acting this evening or anytime I'm talking about this case.
Thank you, Cap.
I was going to say that next. Thank you, Cap, very much. Wink back to you, my friend. Appreciate your time here and appreciate Super Chat so very much. You're amazing, sir. Yes, thank you so much for your support, Cap. And I want to thank anybody else, by the way, again, that may have donated to the links down here that are scrolling on the screen, PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, guys. We don't ever expect you guys to do that. But anybody that does, I do definitely appreciate you guys so very much. That means a lot to us. So thank you again. Dude, I can't. I almost threw my phone. I can believe it, Flower. I can definitely believe it. I know a lot of us here are a little angry with some of this. So yeah, I get it. Like Miss Barbara said, we understand. I don't think anybody in here can stand this woman. I don't either. Anybody, if there is anybody out there that is on her side that believes that she's innocent, what are you thinking? That's all I can say. Welcome, Miss Daniela. Good to see you tonight.
Hello.
Looks like everybody's using your awesome new emojis too.
I
Very
know.
cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yes, you did great with those. Thank you, Mama Bear.
You're welcome.
And thank you, SRB, for that as well. So let's get past this little break they're having now that we've talked a little bit. And get back to this where Mama Bear has to leave us. So we can get through this and see the other testimony.
Yeah, I'm curious about this next one. Hello, Elizabeth.
And Miss Simon has
Welcome, Miss
joined our
Elizabeth.
council.
Sorry, Elizabeth. Sorry, I couldn't say it right. Welcome, Miss Elizabeth. Thank you to everybody that's jumping in. Anybody that's out here just watching, not in chat, we appreciate you guys very much too. Please, please, if you will, though, hit that like button and share this out if you could. We do definitely appreciate you guys so very much.
Yes, I know that one's your favorite, SRB. I made it especially for you.
The rabbit one.
Yeah.
She loves that one. It's kind of funny though. You gotta love
She's
it.
like, I need this one. I said, I can do that.
Yep. There you go. There you go.
We're back from break. Is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury? Okay, and Mr. Hilliard, you ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
Okay, please bring in the jury. Just a moment.
Witness back on the stand before we bring the jury in.
Yes. Daniel Youngkin.
Eddie, there's nothing about this that's even remotely funny, and she's just taking this like it's nothing.
Okay.
Just tells you she's just that much of a piece of shit. Sorry, folks, but she is.
I wish I knew how to read lips. I'd go back.
I do. I've been trying to, and I just can't. She talks too fast. Welcome, Lori P. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I know, right, Cheryl? There could
Mr.
be
Youngkin, please.
There's nothing in this hearing, this trial, that could be even remotely funny. You murdered your child. There's
Well,
no two
Cassie,
ways.
you need to get up here and translate what she's saying then.
Let's do it, Cass. Another Anthony case? Don't you dare say that.
Who said that?
Cassie said it. What is wrong with you?
Cassie.
Murdered. No. Hell no. No way. No. I'll quit YouTube. I promise you right now, I will quit YouTube. No way.
Cassie, I would, but I gotta go to bed soon, so we gotta get through this.
Caca.
So we're just gonna move on. We'll figure it out later.
Oh yeah, we'll go back. We can go back and scan it. I promise. Now don't talk. I'm not lying. I'm telling you, if they let her off, there's a very big chance I may walk away from this, just because I'll flip out.
Again in the witness stand.
I know, right?
All right, Mr. Youngkin, you understand that you remain under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring out the jurors.
I understand, Barb. I do. We got your back, Cass. Especially for that. I know, Stormy. It's crazy, isn't it?
I'd like to show you a picture and ask.
Yay, good job, Cap. Hello, Matahari.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat.
Welcome, Matahari.
And jurors, were you able to continue to comply with the court's instructions?
Yes.
All right, very well, thank you. Mr. Dean.
Danny, I think you were asked some questions on cross-examination about where y'all kept cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me again where you kept it?
There was a dresser across from the bed that was like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall.
Was there also a dresser next to the bed?
Yes, sir.
Which one was taller?
The one across from the bed.
And you're saying that's the one that y'all kept the cocaine in?
Yes, sir.
Why that dresser and not the other one?
Because it was taller and less feet. It was, they couldn't reach it. The kids couldn't reach it.
I'd like to show you a picture and ask if you can just explain to us which piece of furniture you're talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
You're good, Matahari. Thank you for being here.
This is image 44 from State's Exhibit 10. Are we seeing in this picture the piece of furniture that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Where in this piece of furniture or on this piece of furniture would you guys keep cocaine?
There's a shelf in there that's at the top, near the top, and then on top of it
And how do you open that piece of furniture?
with that door handle right there. With
Thank
that
you.
knob.
Thank you so much, Danielle. That's awesome of you to say. And I agree. This is an
Yes.
amazing community. And the team is just amazing. I couldn't ask for a better team. I promise you I couldn't. I argumentatively will state that I believe I have the best team of people on YouTube as far as the channel goes. That's my opinion wholeheartedly. And nobody's going to tell me any different. So just so you know, I agree.
So you have to pull that knob to open it,
Yes, sir. And there's a shelf near that hinge, sort of at the bottom of it.
like right here,
Like towards the bottom of it, yeah.
towards the bottom of the top hinge.
Yeah, there should be a shelf in there.
Okay. Did you ever see Quentin open that piece of furniture?
No, never.
If he had, was he able to open it to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was taller than he could reach.
And had he been able to open the door, would he have been able to reach to the top shelf?
No.
Now I see what Stormy was talking about. I think I would have to argue that he probably could open that. 20 months old. He's almost 2. He should be. I
He
mean,
could climb on that laundry basket full of clothes and be right up there, no problem.
or even just the door handle doesn't look that high up there to me.
No.
I agree with you, Stormy. I think he could get in there. Truly, and kids climb, guys. They do.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
My daughter's
I'm-
nickname is Monkey for a reason.
Thank you. My grandson. My grandson. They climb. They have a playhouse out back that they climb on top of. You guys. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'd struggle with him not being able to get in that. So whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. But still, I have to argue that point. I agree with Stormy on this one wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Welcome, James, and thank you for supporting
Hello.
the way you do, James. We love it and appreciate you very much.
And are you saying
And
that
hello,
that's
Miss Marion.
why we kept it up there to keep it away from?
You're muted.
I didn't see Miss Marion. Is she in here too?
No, he said, and
Oh, I see it there. Yes, and tell her we said hello and we love her too, James, please.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Was Quentin able to get out of his pack and play?
No, sir.
Exactly, Alicia.
How much were y'all paying for cocaine at this time?
Quite a little bit, actually.
What do you mean by that?
20 to 40 a bag.
And how much is a bag? Like how much are we talking about in a bag?
0.3, 0.5, something like that.
0.3 or 0.5?
Put up a gram.
Okay, so less than a gram.
Yes.
And how much money was that, you said?
$40 would get you probably like a 0.5, maybe.
So did you consider cocaine to be expensive?
Yeah.
Were y'all in the habit of just leaving it laying around?
No.
Once you bought cocaine, would you be careful to take care of it and safeguard it?
Yeah. As much as possible.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit 1 that was shown to you that I don't think was introduced into evidence. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Was Defense Exhibit 1 introduced into evidence formally?
Yes,
It was?
that's one. Or
That's
defense
defense
one.
exhibit.
Oh, no, it was not.
I've marked it, the copy that I was given, it states Exhibit 87. Danny, you've identified these as text messages that you sent to the defendant over a period of time.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this, it states 87.
No objection. I was going to wait till the detective just cross mark it as defense one if that's okay. It states 87. I'm good with that, Jim.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam Clerk,
Welcome, Miss Karen. It's wonderful to see you tonight again. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. We got the whole crew in here tonight.
Yay. Hi, Karen.
Very awesome to have you all here. We appreciate your support so very much. God bless each and every one of you guys for supporting us, and thank you so very much.
now, given that copy to the witness, and I'm going to grab a copy on the clerk's table so that I can follow along myself with that. Danny, what's the date and time of the message that you're looking at on the page that I turned to?
October 1st, 2022, 1:34:29 a.m.
And what did you say in this message?
I said, can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't tell me or don't ask me or tell me shit.
What did you mean by don't ask me or tell me shit?
Just, I was unaware of her whereabouts or that she left or what she was doing.
What did you mean by fuck around? Just can't come in.
Do whatever she wanted to do.
Did you know what she was doing?
No, I didn't ever ask.
And that was at 1:34 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Can you flip to the page in front of that? What's the time of this message?
Is this the one from her?
Hell no, Cap. There's no way in hell. I don't think she had a bail hearing. It's probably a good thing she's not, because I don't know if she'd survive that. But no, she's not.
No, because when she comes in and out, you can hear the puffs jingling. Jingle,
Yup.
jingle.
Exactly where she needs to.
Is that what you were saying? Or is it, wait, at 1:34 or?
I agree,
12:27?
Barbara.
We'll just go out there. How about that?
Yeah, sorry.
No problem, Cap.
This is the one we were at. So, are you talking about this one? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Now, I've flipped forward a couple pages. What is the date and time of this message?
Hey y'all, or hey all, the black court official in there with the blonde hair. Is she just not a court official or
It's supposed to be official.
or is she the crown attorney? Which one in there does anybody know? I don't know. I can't answer that, Danielle. I'm sorry. Okay, we can try to find out throughout, but I don't know yet. But I'll see what I can do to figure it out. No worries.
10/1/2022, 1:40:37 a.m.
That's like 5 minutes after the last one that we read.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to it, please. All right. And what did you say here?
That it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
Do you remember where, if anywhere, she had told you that she was going at this time?
No.
Did you know what she was doing?
No.
Did you have any suspicion as to what she was doing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
204 for however long she felt.
I don't know, Danielle. Honestly, I don't. I'm sorry to say. I'll look into it though. See if I can figure it out, but I don't know.
Like staying there for.
All right. Can you turn to the next page? Yeah, the one in front of it. Okay, and this is what date and time?
10/1/2022.
I can imagine why.
19:08 a.m.
All right, so same morning, but like
40 minutes.
40 minutes later or something like that.
40 or 50, yeah.
40 or
Well, it's
50 minutes.
1:35, so 2:20, so 25, 20, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was she still gone at the time of this message?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say to her?
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond?
And you thought she was at 204,
Yeah.
right? And that's where y'all would get drugs from.
Yes, sir.
I can take that back. How far was let me ask you this. When we say 204 and Arkwright Lane, are we talking about the same place?
Yes, sir.
The drug dealer's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, if all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter across.
Agreed, Taylor.
You, the defendant, whoever.
Uh-huh.
If all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckhalter to 204, aka Arkwright Lane, and buy drugs and then come home, how long would that take?
A maximum of like 40 minutes.
Okay. Were there times, perhaps including the time period encompassed in these messages that we've just gone through, where the defendant would go to 204 / aka Arkwright Lane for longer than it would take to just buy drugs?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of what you were complaining about in those messages?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hilliard asked you about those messages or some messages like them. Were you upset that she wasn't home with the drugs yet? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And you responded, no, I was just annoyed that she wasn't home yet, that she was still out.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. All right, I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 86.
Hi, Yanoni.
Has 86 been entered into, has it been admitted into?
All right, Mama Bear. I'm sure you're ready to hit the hay and been up all day. So thank you for joining me, and hopefully we'll see you in the morning. Get some sleep, and I appreciate you very much, dear.
Alrighty, I'll see you guys. Should be tomorrow
Okay.
morning.
Well, sounds great for the morning show.
All right.
Then
Good
have a
night.
good night, dear. All right.
No, Your Honor, that has not been offered yet.
All right, thank you.
I've handed the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Sir, if you could look through that, take as long as you need, and then let me know when you're ready to talk about that document, okay?
It's a good point, Taylor. I agree.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages between me and LEILANI.
What is the start date of those messages?
10 o'clock, 10:04 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay, what's the end date and time?
11. My last text message was 11:01 p.m. Her last text message was 11:10 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Is it fair to say that these are your text messages from that night?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict your text message communications that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as states 87.
Okay.
And may I call it? 86. Pardon.
86.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ro. It's a good question, Ruby. I don't know. I honestly don't. I haven't seen or heard anything of her family. So I don't see any in the courtroom either. I couldn't tell you, honestly. It's an interesting question, though, to be honest with you.
All right. I'd like to start towards the bottom of page 4. And let me ask you this. Can you see the screen from where you're at? You turn to the side, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
And can you read off of that screen all right? I don't know if it's one of those screens where if you're at an angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay. So from here on out, can we just work off the screen together, please?
Yeah.
I think that'd be easier.
Absolutely.
This green message here, can you tell us the time of this?
6:06 p.m. 10/4/2022.
Okay. So this is the evening of October 4th.
Yes, sir.
But this would be some hours before she left on this 204 trip.
No, I understand
Yeah.
completely, Danielle. It does make sense.
And the next message here, what does this one say?
I'm gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32:20 on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay.
Absolutely, hon.
So is it fair to say then that this message right here is basically like your first nighttime text message
Yes, sir.
between you and her? I know it's not your text message.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, what time did you respond to that?
10:32:41, so 20 seconds later.
Okay. And what did you say?
Oh, ... okay.
Now-
Space ...
Can I take from those two messages, well, the fact that she texts you, gonna run to 204, I guess. Can I take away from that she was already gone from the house at the time she sent that message to you?
Yeah, it was either that or she was sitting on the front porch.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
And your response, oh, okay. Why did you respond that way?
Because I was already laying down and ready to go to bed for the next morning to go to work at 6.
Were you surprised that she was
Yes.
all of a sudden going to 204 at this time of night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Considering that we had work and that she had just gotten her tooth pulled earlier that day,
And
I just said, be safe, I guess.
that was how long after, oh, okay.
2 minutes and 8 seconds on the 4th of October, 2022.
Now, what time was the next message? And you can drop the seconds.
The next minute after, and she said, I will be, so she was responding, I'll be safe and I'll be quick, I promise.
And what did you say to that?
I hope so.
And that was like the same minute.
21 seconds left. Yes, sir.
And what did you say next?
3 minutes later, Paul showed up and is going to bed.
And can I presume that the defendant was still going at this point?
Yes, sir.
What did she say to that?
Wow. Okay.
And then what did you say?
He said something about telling you he was on the way and then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over.
Can you just kind of explain to us what, it sounds like that's a reference to some,
Yeah, I think he had like an incident on the road on the way back to the house or something.
and then what's her next message to you?
At 10:41, she said, I'm about to turn onto 204. And I said, okay, at the same minute.
And what's the next message?
She said, no, he said in a little bit.
What is that a reference to?
I believe it's in reference to Paul. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
And then your next message, maybe that'll clarify.
That's what I said. Oh yeah, I remember it. Sorry.
Can you first read the message and tell us what this particular part of the exchange means?
That's what I said. You said. He said. But he said something about it was something about no. It was I'm on the way or something.
Was there, let me just ask you this, does this exchange refer to some sort of like miscommunication between the defendant and Paul about when exactly Paul was going to get out?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:44 at the top of page 7 of this document, what did you say?
Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what was
Welcome,
the rest
Thomas.
here?
She left a little bit of coke on the top of the dresser for me.
Was it in a bag or not in a bag or what?
I think it was a little line left out.
How much was it?
0.05 gram.
Was it the last, I'm going off of the text of the message here. Was it the last of what y'all had in the house at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you use it?
Yes.
I think, well, let me ask you this. Earlier, I think Mr. Hilliard may have asked you, were you drugging and drinking at that time? And I think you said no. Was that an intentional misrepresentation?
No, it was not.
Do you remember coming up to Savannah maybe a month or so ago and sitting down to talk to me in preparation for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember our going through all these messages together?
Yeah, I do now.
And do you remember my specifically asking you what that text message meant?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember freely admitting to me at that time?
Yes, I do.
Reference to a little bit of cocaine.
Yes, I do.
What's your next message here?
I just noticed it. Paul asked if
Welcome, Miss JC. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, dear. Hope you're having a great night. I appreciate you being here with us. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Welcome, Molly. Good to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all so very much, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. If you will, it would be so very much appreciated. Thank you again.
soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. Sounds like I'm sleepily texting.
Why do you say that?
Because I barely understand.
It's gonna depend on your tolerance, SRB. If like somebody like them, it could be, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes maybe. Somebody like you that's never touched it, it could last you hours. Just depends. This is Danny on the stand, by the way, for anybody that just jumped in, being spoken to by prosecution again.
Understand what I'm saying?
Now, was this the point tonight where Paul was getting something to eat or drink in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
And how did she respond to that?
Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what did you say?
Gotcha.
Now, this next message, what time are we at here?
10:45.
And read to us what you say to her.
I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
Number of hours, let me end it together there.
4.
What are you wanting to do at this point?
Go to sleep.
Do you know where you were in the house when you sent this message?
Laying in the bed.
What if anything was holding you back from going to sleep at this point?
Her being back.
You know, scrolling down to the top of page 8,
6 minutes later.
what did you say to her?
Or not.
Has she responded to your last message about come back so we can crash together?
No.
So you say or not, and what does she say?
I love you.
And what did she say next?
And I'm about to be walking to the car.
And what time was that message sent?
10:51.
And your response?
1 minute later, I said, oh, okay.
And your next message?
I guess I'm gonna eat this food and stay up for a few. So I guess I was sleepy.
Do you know what food you were referring to?
I believe it was spaghetti.
What were you doing at this point in time?
Laying down in the bed and trying to wait on her.
As far as you were concerned, was the day pretty much over at this point?
Yes, sir.
And what was your next message and when?
10:56. I said I don't want to be tired or you be tired either. Hey,
And that was how long after the last message where you said, I guess I'm going to try to stay out for a few minutes?
4 minutes.
You're still wanting to go to bed at this point?
Absolutely.
Just wanting her to come home so you can do that.
Yes, sir.
How did she respond to that?
I know, maybe.
And what did you say?
I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. And I wanted to watch a movie. Sad moment.
And what time did you send that message?
1 minute later, exactly.
How are you feeling at this point?
Sad and tired.
Did she respond to that message?
No.
What's the next message?
4 minutes later, I said, moi.
What does that mean? I don't mean to embarrass you. I just don't know.
A
Who
kiss.
knows? All right. It's a text message representation of a kissing noise.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you send that message?
4 minutes later.
What time of night?
11:01.
All right. 11:01 p.m. on 4.
Yes, sir.
Did she respond to that message immediately?
No, it was 9 minutes later.
And what did she say?
The same thing.
Is that the last text message you sent to anybody that night?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. And at the time that you sent this message at 11:01 and didn't get a response, what were you doing?
I believe I went to sleep.
Okay. So if there has been maybe some lack of clarity at times as to whether you were
Awake or asleep.
or going to sleep when she gets
Hey, Virginia, welcome, brother. Good to have you here tonight. I hope you didn't work too hard, and I appreciate you joining us.
from 204, could that be because you're sort of in the process of going to bed at that point?
Yes, sir. Based on my text messages and spelling, I can see that as well. And my lack of remembering correctly.
You mentioned that this was not a one-time thing where she would kind of go out and be gone and you don't know exactly what she's doing.
Yes, sir.
Is this sort of normal type of text messages for you to send to her during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Does anything in these text messages suggest that anything abnormal had happened in the house at this point?
No.
Now, going back to the morning of October 4th, before these messages, so let's go back to the dentist, okay?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, actually, let's go to work before the dentist, all right?
Yes, sir.
The two of you, did you drive to work together in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've talked about how you clocked out early to go to the dentist.
Yeah, to take her.
Did the two of you drive together in the journey to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was driving?
Me.
And then while she was at the dentist, you testified that you went to the liquor store.
Yes, sir.
And did you then come back to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to the liquor store from the dentist, did you walk or did you drive in the journey?
I drove in the journey.
And when you came back to the dentist, did you therefore drive back in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said from the dentist's office, you guys went to Cheddar's.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I believe it was in the same area.
Did you drive to Cheddar's in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that from Cheddar's, you went home, right?
From my memory, yeah.
Okay. In any case, there was more driving in the journey that day.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, you're home.
Yes.
Okay. At any point that day, driving that car around, did you smell anything in the car?
No.
Smell any old food?
No.
Smell anything that caused you to go look around the car and see what that smell is?
No, sir.
So I'm showing you an image 33 of State's Exhibit 10. This has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quentin's pillowcase.
Thanks, Mike.
As photographed by the police on October 5th. Have you now gotten a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever seeing that?
No, sir.
If the police call to the police was morning of Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
If that had been there Monday night, an all day Tuesday, do you think you would have seen it at some point or been aware of it?
Yes, sir.
So do you think we can conclude from that then that it
Yes, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Can't conclude anything. Testify what he saw or heard.
Mr. Dean,
first, may I ask that we not have speaking objections? And second, I will withdraw the question.
yes.
Do you have any recollection of an incident involving an accidental explosion of a package of rice cereal in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
And that's a car you drove pretty much every day.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Clear?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Youngkin, it's your testimony that you slept in that room the entire evening of October 4th until the early morning hours of October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The same room that Quentin, Zane, and Sky were in, correct?
It's two rooms together, but
Are there any walls that divide it?
no.
It's wide open, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you saw the kids okay, and you told them you saw the kids okay when you left at 5:30 that morning, correct?
I was mistaken.
Well, you're mistaken now, but you weren't then. The first time you spoke was on October 5th, wasn't
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate you more, honestly, for being here and supporting and doing everything you do, along with the rest of the crew. So I do appreciate all of that. Leslie Petrolakis, welcome. Good to see you. His father, Quentin's father's now, I can't think of it right now, JC. I'd have to get to it, but I will. I will bring it out to you. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I do know it. So, welcome, Dane. Good to see you tonight.
it, Mr. Youngkin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was
Bubba. Yeah, I can't remember the last name. Thank you, SRB.
mistaken then.
Mr. Youngkin, just a moment. Your objection?
Two objections. One, asked and answered previously. Two, beyond the scope of recross examination.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard to ask those questions.
I won't, Judge. It's not that big of a deal. Mr. Youngkin, you testified on redirect a minute ago that you were a responsible cocaine addict and you only put the cocaine on top of the test.
I didn't say I was responsible.
Okay. Well, you put it in a place that only the kids couldn't get it. Well, let me ask you this. You also testified a few minutes later, didn't you, that you couldn't read your own text messages because you weren't making sense. You were either tired or intoxicated, correct? Yes or no?
I was tired.
Well, that's your explanation, but you're also intoxicated. You admitted to doing cocaine and alcohol that evening, correct?
That's a matter of opinion.
Now, you were asked whether or not you saw this pillow, right? Mr. Dean just asked you about that.
He asked me if I had seen it prior to the 5th. Yes.
Right. Let me ask you this. At any point in time on October 5th, did you ever speak to anyone about an overwhelming smell of vomit emanating from the crib?
No.
Did you smell vomit?
No.
Were you sleeping in that room all night?
Yes.
And you woke up, correct? Got ready for work and left that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that you smelled vomit?
No, I was asleep.
All the question I got.
All right, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Youngkin, you are excused, sir. Is there any reason to retain this witness? Let me ask that. Under subpoena.
Can I have 1 moment on that question, Your Honor? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Youngkin, you're excused, sir.
Thank
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
David Mullins.
Williams, would you? David Mullins. He's on his way. All right.
State Secretary, raise your right hand, please. The evidence you take into the court and the jury of the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
All right, good morning. When you are ready.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is David Mullen.
Normal spelling of David.
Yep, D-A-V-I-D, last name M-U-L-L-E-N.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
Currently Springfield, Georgia.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a warehouse manager.
And where do you work?
Currently work for a company called Unis.
How long have you been in warehouse or freight operations?
A little over 12 years.
In October of 2022, where were you working and what were you doing?
I was working for a company called Eclipse Advantage. We were a warehouse labor provider.
And where specifically did you work?
In the Port Wentworth location, I was the facility manager for the company.
And what was this location specifically?
Inside of NFI's warehouse. Turn the street address.
Just Littlehurst,
Yep.
sound right?
101 Littlehurst.
101 Littlehurst at Port Wentworth?
Yep.
And you said this is an NFI warehouse?
Correct.
What is NFI?
NFI is a third-party contracted logistics provider in that particular building. They were contracted by Target to process freight for them, and we were subcontracted by NFI to provide labor.
Okay. So NFI has a contract with Target, it's their building.
Yes.
And then Eclipse, the company that you work for, did what now?
We provided labor, the actual manpower of actually loading the boxes into the trailers for NFI.
What exactly would go on there?
Basically, it was a 24-hour day operation, scheduled for 7 days a week. Shifts were often canceled, however, by NFI due to lack of work. So we would have people that would unload containers, get the freight onto the floor, onto carts. The carts would be pushed over to the outbound side, where my team would take over and load the boxes into the trailers off the carts.
And where do the trailers go from there?
They go to Target's distribution centers.
Okay, so what's happening here is taking stuff out of shipping containers and putting it in trucks to be driven where it needs to go. Okay. In your capacity as what was your position again, you said at that time?
I was the warehouse facility manager.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you meet the defendant, LEILANI Simon?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Paul Simon?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet all these people?
They're all employed by Eclipse, so they all reported up through other people to me.
And what did they do for Eclipse during the time period we're talking about, October 2022?
They were responsible for loading trailers. So when the cart would get pulled over to the door, it was their responsibility to take the boxes off of that cart and stack it as high and tight as possible inside the trailer.
Is there security at that building, or was there security at that building at the time?
Yes.
That affected employees going in and out
Yes.
to and from work? Can you tell us about that, please?
So there were metal detectors. There was a staff security operation right at the front entrance to the building. So all employees had to go through the metal detectors. For any reason the metal detector went off, security would then warn them. Now we're checking for metal objects, making sure that nothing was being brought into the operation. They're also responsible for keeping an eye on associates leaving to make sure that no product was leaving.
All right, and what did that involve?
Basically a cursory glance 9 times out of 10. If someone was leaving with the bag, they would ask them to open the bag or peek inside the bag.
Okay, so employees even leaving work have to go through security.
Yes.
Okay. How did you keep track there of what hours people were working?
So we used a timekeeping system where every employee had their fingerprint that was biometrically registered. So when they would come in for the day, They would put their finger up against the fingerprint reader. It would record their time in, and same thing for their time out.
Did you have the ability to, if somebody had left and forgotten to clock out, did you have the ability to manually
Yes.
clock them out? And how would you do that?
That would be off my computer terminal, either myself or the human resources manager, and the supervisors on the floor also had access to that.
Did, at some point during the investigation of this case, did the FBI make contact with you?
Yes, they did.
And was there a Chatham County police detective there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they asking you?
They asked me for if I had any time card records of the defendant or Danny Youngkin or Paul Simon.
And were you able to pull responsive documentation?
Yes.
And did you give time cards for the three of them
Yes.
to the FBI? Do you see in front of you 3 documents marked as States Exhibits 36, 37, and 38?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what those documents are?
Yep, those are printouts of the time cards.
Are those copies of what you gave to the FBI?
Welcome, Mom. How are you tonight?
Surprise!
Surprise. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm all right. I didn't know if you was going live, so I've been cheating on you. I was watching the trial. Oh my Lord.
Shame.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay. It's okay. It's been interesting, hasn't it?
It has. It's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It gets a whole lot more interesting.
Oh, I know. Believe me. Maybe. So, all right. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So let's continue on.
FBI during the investigation?
Yes, they are.
And did those time cards reflect when you hit export or print and produce them?
Bye.
Yes, they did. They are timestamped at the top.
Wait, where are you going,
And
Judy?
what was the date that you produced those to the FBI?
That was October 6th.
Okay. Are these timesheets we're looking at, are these maintained in the ordinary course of business at Eclipse?
Yes.
And do they reflect things as they happened at the time that they happened? Like they say somebody clocked in at this time, that's
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And they're kept on file?
Yep.
Do you consider them business records of Eclipse Advantage?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer these in as 36, 37, and 38.
No objection, Your Honor.
36, 37, and 38 are admitted without objection.
All right, I would like to, now, let me pull these up, and I just want to ask you a couple questions about them.
Sure.
No big deal, Mom.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 36. Whose time card is this?
That is LEILANI Simons.
And can we see here the date and time that you produced this document?
Yep, October 6th, 2022 at 3:54 p.m.
Okay, so that date and time reflects when you printed it out or something.
Correct.
If it was produced on Thursday, October 6, 2022, can I take it then that on the last page at the bottom, that is the day represented by this Thursday here?
Yes.
Okay. And that would make this Wednesday above it
Yes.
October 5th?
Yep.
Okay, and then the Tuesday above that, October 4th?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this column over here, what does this reflect?
That was the scheduled time that was input by one of the regional managers.
Okay, so we're talking about the second, just so the record's clear, I should be a little better about this. We're talking about the second column from the left.
Yes.
Okay. And let me actually back out and just have you talk about these columns generally. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit.
Yep. Certainly.
Leftmost column says date.
Yep.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
Next column says schedule, and you just talked about that, right?
Correct.
What does the next column mean?
That is a system notated absence.
And the next column?
That is their pay code. So if an employee who typically would work on first shift works on second shift, you would see a pay code update there.
In the next column?
That is the amount of time.
And then I think the next few columns are the ones that we're most concerned with. As the in, out, transfer, in, out, transfer. Can you tell us what those things refer to?
Yep. So that is the actual punches. So for example, looking at what is on the screen, that very first in punch you see where it says 6:09, that was the clocked in time for that particular day.
Okay. And then the next column would be the clock out time or punch out time. Okay. Let's go back down now with that background to Tuesday, October 5th. And again, we're in the defendant's timesheet right now, correct?
Yes.
What does this reflect in terms of what she was scheduled to work that day?
She was scheduled to work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And what does it reflect in terms of when she actually clocked in?
She clocked in at 6:08, which then flagged for a supervisor to approve. That was approved. That's what that check mark is. The approval basically just means it was acknowledged that the employee was not on time or did not punch within the 5-minute parameters before or after the scheduled punch.
And then what does the next column over reflect?
That would be out punch for the day, which was 7:57 in the morning.
So that's pretty early, right?
Yes.
Do you remember why?
She had a toothache. So her and Danny had, one of the two of them had texted my work phone and said that she had a toothache. It was reported to the supervisor on the floor. The supervisor agreed to let them leave for her to go and get the tooth looked at.
Now, what does her time card reflect in terms of Wednesday, October 5th?
She did not come into work.
What is that? Yeah, I see the word excused there. What does that mean?
That is acknowledging that the employee was not in. We had to either mark it as no call, no show or excused. No call, no show could lead to termination very quickly. So usually absences were marked as excused.
Now, Daniel Youngkin's timesheet, is it substantially the same setup?
Yes.
All right. And that Tuesday and the third line from the bottom, would that be October 4th?
Yes.
And what does that show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And is that the same shift as the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And what does it show in terms of when he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:06 in the morning, again, over that 5-minute threshold, so it had to be acknowledged.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked in that day?
Yes.
And when does it show in terms of when he clocked out?
He clocked out at 7:56 in the morning.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked out that day?
Yes.
Is this early clock out also attributable to the dentist trip?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Wednesday, October 5th, what does this show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And did he complete that shift?
No, he did not.
When does it show that he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:11 in the morning.
And then what time was the clock out?
The clock out was at 9:15 in the morning.
What does this little check mark mean up here?
That means that was manually entered because he did not hit the time clock.
Okay. Did you do that?
It was either myself or it was Chris, the human resources manager. I believe it was myself though, because I encountered him.
Do you know why he didn't manually clock out when he left that day?
He was in an extreme rush when he was leaving. I actually encountered him as he was leaving the building.
Can you tell us about that encounter?
Sure. As I was walking into the building, security popped their head out the door and said, "Hey, someone just ran out the door." I looked over and saw Danny getting into his car. I walked over to Danny and said, "Why did you run out of the building? You have to let security check you out."
Were you able to observe his demeanor and appearance at this time?
Yes, he appeared frantic. Is probably the best word I can use to describe. He was crying, very upset. You could hear it in his voice. Something was not right.
Did you see tears coming out of
Yes,
his
I did.
face, out of his eyes? And were they coming down his face as well?
Yes,
Did it appear genuine to you?
very
Actually,
much.
not. Calls for speculation.
Did either Danny or the defendant ever come back to work in Clips after
No.
Danny's departure on October 5th?
No.
Did he leave anything at work that day when he ran out and you saw him frantic in the parking lot?
Yes, he did. He had left a jacket with a pack of cigarettes in it down on the dock.
And did you return that to him?
Yes, I did. One of the leads had turned it into the office. We had it in the office for probably a couple of weeks. Danny then reached out, asked via text message if we knew where his jacket was. I got his address in North Carolina and mailed it to him.
How long was it, as best you remember, between when you saw him run out of the warehouse or saw him in the parking lot after having run past security and having not remembered to clock out, that he asked you for his jacket back?
It had to be at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Did it seem to you that he had forgotten about it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Withdraw. Let me ask you about Paul Simon's timesheet, States Exhibit 38, okay?
Yep.
Now, I just want to go to Tuesday, October 4th. And first of all, is it the case that he did not work Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, or Thursday, October 6th, 2022?
Correct.
So the last day he worked there, at least at the time that this was produced, would have been Tuesday, October 4th.
Yes.
Now, there is a lot going on here in these columns.
Yep.
For Tuesday, October 4th. Can you, first of all, tell us, was he scheduled to work this day?
In the system, no, but he was on the schedule for that.
Okay.
Leilani, Paul, her brother, and Danny worked there. Matahari, from my understanding, yes.
And can you tell us what these entries indicate in terms of what happened with his clock ins and clock outs that day?
Yep. So he came in early that day. He came in at 11:58.
Would that be AM?
Correct.
Sorry. Okay. So just before noon.
Correct.
All right. And what's the next thing that happened?
The next thing you see is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That was the end of first shift, so we had to allocate his hours from shift to shift. So in that next column, you see transfer, you see WG1/unload. WG1 stood for work group 1, so first shift.
And what's the next entry?
That is a clock back in at 2:01. As he never did leave, that's the only way we could update his hours to reflect into that second shift.
And the next entry?
That would be his out punch for lunch break at 5:33.
PM?
Correct.
Okay.
And that next column is allocating from 2:01 to 5:33 into second shift, i.e. WG2.
And then what happened next in terms of his activity there on October 4th?
Yep, so then he punched back in at 6:05 p.m. from lunch. And then he punched out for the day at 9:56 p.m.
And was that it for Paul on October 4th?
On that day, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that he clocked in for work around noon, took a half-hour break around 5:30, came back to work, and then left work around 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Just a few. Good morning, Mr. Bowling. My name is Mark. How are you, sir?
Good.
So you were the direct supervisor of Paul Simon, Melanie Simon, and Danny Youngkin back in October of 2022, correct?
I was a dotted line supervisor.
Were you the one that they mostly interacted with regards to clocking in, checking in, checking out, getting excused, things like that?
Myself and the supervisors.
Well, I guess let me just jump to this. Did you know Miss Simon back then?
Yes.
Interact with her?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Paul Simon at that point?
Yes, I did.
By looking at them.
Yep.
Did you know Mr. Danny Youngkin by interacting with them?
Yes.
So if you passed them on the street, you'd know who they were, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see this on the sheets, but the regular shift was from 6 to 2
Yes.
for Mr. Youngkin and Miss Simon, correct?
Yes.
And the regular shift for Paul Simon, I think, was like 2 to 10.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the general shifts they worked. What was your shift usually?
My shift was typically more of a mid shift. So I would get in typically between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and I'd work over into that second shift so I could interact with both shifts.
So you could kind of bridge the gap. You would,
Yes.
you know, Leilani and Danny would get there a little bit before you, and they would leave a little bit before you left. And generally speaking, Paul would get there a little bit before you left every day.
Yes.
So and how often would you say you interacted with them?
Typically at least once every 2 days. Again, my responsibility is more running the business. They would have a lot of interaction with the daily floor leadership.
Okay. And you said if they were more than 5 minutes late, they had to get a supervisor to check their timesheet and to approve it, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was, anytime that you were late, and I guess it didn't matter if you were clocking in, going to lunch or whatever, the supervisor would have to approve that, and that's what those little check marks
Yes.
were. Did y'all have any policy about smoke breaks or anything like that?
No firm policy. If the team was standing around waiting for work, they could go have a cigarette. To do that, they had to leave the floor, go through a security checkpoint, but still stay within the premises of the building.
So was it like a designated area that they would
Yes.
have to go to? And is that where all the employees and supervisors had to go to smoke?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever see Miss Simon out there smoking?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Youngkin?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not prying, I'm an ex-smoker, but did you smoke with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you see them out there? I'm not, would you see them once a week, once a day? I mean,
That's usually where I interact with them the most, honestly. So once every 2 days.
so
On
that's,
average.
that's where you see them all out there smoking, correct? And you said you returned Mr. Youngkin's jacket to him,
Yes.
and in the jacket was a pack of cigarettes?
Yes.
And what type of cigarettes did Mr. Youngkin smoke?
I don't recall. I want to say, I'm not positive. I want to say it was like Marlboro menthol or something.
And you smoked with him on more than one occasion in the
Yes.
smoke break, I guess the smoke break area?
Yep.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness under subpoena?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mullins, you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, so that witness is handled. That's basically, it was just their boss. I don't know what really what relevance that had on this, but okay, moving forward.
Mr. Dean, your next witness. While we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen,
Your Honor, we're waiting on a couple witnesses to come downstairs before. Savannah area?
Yes.
Where do you live? Not the
thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Please have a seat. And were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to do research or discuss the case? All right, very good. Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Melissa Bray.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Hello, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Gray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes.
Where do you live? Not the street address, but the general area.
Off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm gonna ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can. So could you just, closer to the microphone, be good.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's much better. Thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
And you mentioned Ogeechee Road,
Yes, Ogeechee Road.
and then I think you said Azalea as well.
Azalea Trailer Park.
Now, how long have you lived there for?
I have lived there for about 4, maybe going on 5 years.
And in those 4, maybe going on 5 years, have you lived in the same residence at Azalea the whole time?
Yes.
Do you, or at some point, did you know the defendant, Miss Simon?
I met her at my job,
And what job was that?
at the job that I used to have, which was Bojangles.
Was she working there as well?
Yes.
And is that how you met her?
Yes.
Roughly, how long did y'all work together at the same Bojangles?
Probably around 3 or 4 months, if that.
And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Yep.
What nickname or nicknames do you have?
Missy.
Missy?
Missy.
Missy?
Exactly.
Anybody ever call you Misty with a T?
No.
Do Do you remember a time where an FBI agent came out to your house at Azalea to talk to you about when was the last time you had had contact with the defendant?
Yes,
Do you remember that FBI agent's name?
yes.
What was his or her name?
Brad Snyder,
Okay. And where did y'all meet and talk?
he came to my house,
All right. Where at your house did y'all interact?
in my parking lot, in the driveway.
Okay. I want you to go back, kind of take yourself back mentally to the day of that conversation, the first conversation you had with Brad, okay?
Mhm.
At that time, how long had it been, roughly, since you had seen the defendant, Ms. Simon?
How long had it been since I talked to him the first time in my driveway or at my job, Bojangles at the time?
Where was the first time that you talked?
The first time I met
Brad?
him, and I think Miss Lemons was at my job,
Okay.
Bojangles.
The first time that you talked to them, and thank you for clarifying.
Mhm.
The first time that you talked to them, did they ask you how long it had been or when the last time had been that you saw the defendant?
I think so.
And at that time, about how long had it been since you had last seen her?
I'm guessing roughly around maybe a month or so. Roughly,
It had maybe been roughly a month.
roughly, yeah.
Do you remember telling them it had been like July of 2022 that you last saw her?
Yes,
Okay. And were you telling them the truth at that time? Was that accurate?
yes.
Okay. And that was closer in time than we are now, right?
Right.
Okay. What were the circumstances of your last contact with the defendant? First of all, was the time that you were telling them about then, is that the last time you ever had contact with her? I mean, in other words, have you had any contact with her since the police began talking to you?
No.
Okay. So then that was the last time you had had any contact with her?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances of that last contact with the defendant? Why did you all have contact with each other?
Because she came to my house around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, asking if we had any money, me and my husband, for gas because her vehicle stalled on that back road behind me. I can't remember the name of the road right now. And we didn't have any money, but I was going to go to my stepfather's and not my stepfather's, my father-in-law, and ask for one of his gas cans to see if he had gas in it, and if he didn't, if we could take it up to the Inmark to put gas in it.
And right now you're describing something that occurred in like July of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So what happened to the gas can?
We got the gas can from our property manager's yard because we had called her to ask her instead. And she said, yes, there should be one right there in the yard, went and got it. And me, LEILANI, and my husband walked up to Inmark to go get the gas.
And what happened to the gas can from that point?
Of course, when we got there, she said that someone was coming to get her, to take her back to put gas in her vehicle that was on that road. So me and my husband, we left, okay? And I told her that I needed the gas can back.
Sometime after that, did you send her some text messages asking for the gas can back?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a response to those text messages?
I did not get a response at all until actually, no, I did not get a response at all.
Okay, so let me just ask you about that. Was that those text messages to the defendant asking to get the gas can back? Did you ever have any in-person contact with her after that?
No.
Okay, and again, this all happened in like July of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to approach with what I've marked as, well, let me ask you this. Did you show those text messages to Brad, the FBI agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he got a look at them.
Yes, he did.
And did they support what you were saying?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as States Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a Google Maps screenshot showing the route to get to your residence at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly represent the route that you have to take to get to your?
This was, I guess, this was a former coworker of hers when she worked at Bojangles, Matahari. Coworker friend, I guess, that she borrowed a gas can off of and never gave back to her. So,
Place?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as States Exhibit 35.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. It is admitted without objection.
All right. Do you see that main road at the top there that I'm highlighting with the little arrow?
Mhm.
Is that Ogeechee Road?
I need to say yes or no. The
Yes.
court reporter's taking everything down.
Yes,
And that red arrow coming off of Ogeechee Road, does that reflect the turn that you make to get into Azalea?
yes,
Okay, and is that right next to the Chevron?
yes, it is.
Okay. Now, the second arrow here, does this represent a right turn that you have to make to get to your house?
Yes, it does.
Do you live on a dead end?
Yes, I do.
Is that lower red arrow showing that right turn there, does that take you onto your dead end?
The lower red arrow? Yes.
This arrow here? All
Mhm.
right, so that's a right turn, takes you onto the dead end street that you live on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other way to get to your house by car?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Was there ever a time where she came and met up with you in the middle of the night to get Orajel from you?
No.
No? Saying that never happened?
I'm saying it never happened.
No further questions?
Good morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning.
I want to walk up and look at that map, if you would. As I understand it, this is Ogeechee Road.
Right.
This is I guess that's a left turn. And the second arrow goes down there. Where is your residence in this area?
I am, let's see.
Do you mind showing me up there so everybody can see?
Sure. I should be probably somewhere either this or up underneath these trees.
Okay, thank you. And is that a Chevron station that you mentioned?
Yes.
That, for the record, is that? Looks like a big square to me.
Yes.
And you live in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about knowing LEILANI Simon. Do you know Daniel Youngkin?
No, I do not.
Have you ever hung out with LEILANI Simon socially?
No, I have not.
Now, it's now October 2024. And the events that are important to hear are October 2022. How clearly do you remember what happened back in October 2022 in your life?
Clearly, as in, what do you mean?
Well, who you saw, where you went, dates and times and things like that.
I am not that good with dates and times,
I'm not either.
but events, certain events, just like anybody else, certain events stand out. Considering the fact that I had to send her text message after text message because the gas can was that of my property managers. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Mhm.
That is going to be something that I remember.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down and you are excused. Okay. Mr. Dean, is your other witness ready?
Hey, Your Honor, this is going to be a longer witness. I would ask that we take our break now. Of course, okay with that?
Okay, as we discussed. This is going to be at the time that we take the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to ask you to comply with the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow any.
Them. And what he was doing is impatiently waiting for her to
I do agree, Stormy.
Is there anything we need to take up before bringing in the jurors?
Yeah,
All right, Mr. Dean?
I would like to revisit the admissibility of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Craig, the drug dealer. And the reason that I'm asking to do that is because we believe that the defense has, I mean, I've always thought that it was an issue, but if it wasn't, it is now by virtue of some of the text messages that the defense showed to Danny Youngkin and questioned him about, and some of the suggestions that were made in that line of questioning. The text messages were shown to him, and he was asked about them to suggest that on some of these prior nights, and perhaps on October 4th as well, that what she was doing was picking up drugs for the both of them, and what he was doing is impatiently waiting for her to get home with drugs for the both of them to use. That was the clear suggestion. As to the October 1st text messages and some of the October 4th text messages. Now, I think they did this in part because they kind of misread what these text messages signify in Defense 1, which I put in as State's Exhibit something. What they show is the defendant out having, and Mr. Youngkin kind of testified to this, although he claimed not to know exactly what she was doing. Maybe he just didn't want to believe it or didn't want to speculate. These messages show that, and here I'm talking about State's Exhibit 83, the Craig messages show that she was not out getting drugs for the both of them, and he was not at home waiting for her to come home with drugs for the both of them to use. She was out visiting her paramour, Craig. Again, they put these messages into issue. We weren't admitting any of these night of October 1 messages where the defendant says, bet it'll be before 3 a.m. and I see you. You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. They're the ones that put these into evidence. We need to be able to prove what all this was about to get around the suggestion that they've made about what Danny was doing in sending those messages on October 1.
They really want to make sure that everybody knows that she's a hoe, basically.
Oh, wait for it. Wait for what he says. I literally cackled out loud.
Good.
I
Good.
love this prosecutor.
That's what Mystery just said.
and what he was up to on the night of October 4th. Remember, we say he's just home waiting for her to finish this trip so that they can go to bed. And they're suggesting, no, he's home impatiently waiting for drugs because he's going to stay up and use them with her. So this is really what exactly was going on is now at issue. I want to point the court back to State's Exhibit 83, page 9, line 123. Does the court have a copy?
I'm saying the Madam Clerk to hand it up. Okay. Once again, Mr. Dean, which page?
Page 9.
Okay.
123.
Mhm.
That and the following messages and the ones that come before. These are in UTC time. So to get to Eastern Standard Time for these messages, you subtract 4 hours at this time of year. So line 123, it says it's at 7:23 a.m. on October 1st. You would back off 4 hours. It's at 4:23 a.m. on October 1st, in which he's referring to this sexual encounter that just happened between them. So that is what was going on between them in the early morning hours of October 1st, 2022, when Danny was sending these messages to her, urging her to come home so that they could go to sleep, as he testified to. We think it's very likely that she wasn't just getting drugs from Craig on the night of the 4th at this point. Beyond that, and she's there for the GPS evidence will show that she's there for 10 minutes. Doesn't take 10 minutes to buy some drugs from Mr. Craig. And so in any case, I think they've thrown it into issue and we think it ought to come in at this point.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 83 has not been admitted into evidence.
No, I haven't offered it in evidence because the
Okay.
court has to this point excluded the messages and the
And that-
general subject matter.
And I want to be sure that, okay, so it's not in evidence. It has been excluded thus far. And specifically, you want the unredacted copy to come in.
There is no redacted copy.
Well, there is no redacted.
And I-
Would you
and I-
like it to come in without redaction?
Absolutely, because to redact it would be to redact out the relevant evidence that we're seeking to introduce.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little salacious, but it's the facts of the case that she created. I mean, I didn't write these messages. I didn't give it visit credit. This is the evidence. Sometimes it's a little unseemly. Murder cases are like that.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, absolutely everything Mr. Dean just said has already been litigated. Number one. Number two, we didn't open the door to anything having to do with Craig. He doesn't like the fact, he's right. He's absolutely right. He could have asked Mr. Youngkin about these text messages, but he didn't. Okay, I did, and he didn't like that. Two different animals. But finally, the Supreme Court of the state of Georgia agrees with me on this one. Harris versus State decided June 22nd, 2022. Supreme Court case number S22A0092. It's about a 155-page opinion, Judge. And it has to do with basically the salacious sexual text that Mr. Dean's talking about. And it directly on point says these do not come in. It's not relevant. It doesn't help prove anything. It's just given the salacious aspects of the case and to try and ask the jury to judge this case on character or character defects rather than the evidence in the case. So the court's ruling was right the first time. Nothing's changed. I'm sorry Mr. Dean believes that, but the facts haven't changed in the case. So the court was right the first time, and the Supreme Court of Georgia agrees with me on this one.
Okay, Mr. Dean,
May I address the Harris case, Your Honor?
you can.
It is a long opinion, and I've read all of it. I don't know about my counterpart. The holding in Harris was about a broad swath of 404B type evidence about the defendant, who was alleged to have intentionally left his child in a hot car, having a motive to do so, because, as evinced by all these text messages and things like that between him and women, and in some cases underage girls online, and his having visited prostitutes and things like that, I think, over a period of a couple of months. Now, the holding in which the Georgia Supreme Court said it was an abuse of discretion to allow some of that evidence in, it was as to some of it, as to the older evidence further in time away from the crime. And the opinion, I think the opinion actually supports us, because where they start from is, look, a lot of this stuff was admissible. Some of the more recent things closer in time to the crime, but the state went overboard here, and the trial court allowed them to do it. If you read that opinion and you kind of compare the timing, nature, and volume of the evidence that we're seeking to get in here to what the state did in Harris, the court will see very clearly that we are well on the right side of the line here. And there is, especially if there never was any chance that this would happen, especially now, there is no reviewing court, certainly not the Georgia Supreme Court, that would find an abuse of discretion for allowing this evidence in at this point, when the defendant has introduced text messages from Daniel Youngkin to her, in which he's urging her to come home. What he was urging her to come home from, whether he understands it or not, is from the relationship, the infidelity that's keeping her out and awake all night and affecting his ability to sleep. And they put these in, and they've suggested, and even point blank asked and insinuated, that he's impatiently waiting for her to bring drugs home because he wants to use the drugs. We need to be able to prove that no, she was out banging the drug dealer, and he just wanted her to come home so they could go to sleep together. That is where we were at right now.
Right.
And this evidence.
Why does he look so unhappy about that, you little hoe?
Banging the drug dealer.
Banging the drug dealer.
Banging the drug dealer.
Be real here. Wow.
I love this prosecutor. Like he's my favorite now. Like out of all prosecutors I've ever watched.
They're absolutely right, because that's exactly what defense was trying to do, is trying to make it look like that all Danny cared about was drugs, blah, 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 blah. That's not what this was. No, he didn't want his girlfriend banging the drug dealer. I'm just saying, like, come on now. Jesus, that was great. Nice.
Poor Danny today. I felt so bad for him. Screw that defense attorney, jackass.
Yeah, I mean, this dude stayed home knowing that his girlfriend was banging their drug dealer while getting probably free drugs, pocketing the money that Danny was giving her to get them because of what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, she's classy. All right, Mikey.
And
She's
being
got stuff.
stingy too.
Of
I like
course.
his dad when he said that. No, she was stingy. Like he
Of
didn't miss a beat.
Yep, very much so. This is great. This just leads to the type of person she was, and yeah, this is important in my opinion. I agree.
This Barbara public service announcement.
Uh-huh. Watch her face when he says what he says, how she reacts to it. It's really kind of funny.
And they've suggested, and even point blank asked and insinuated, that he's impatiently waiting for her to bring drugs home because he wants to use the drugs. We need to be able to prove that no, she was out banging the drug dealer, and he just wanted her to come home so they could go to sleep together. That is where we were at right now.
Right.
And this evidence should.
Did you see?
I did. I was literally like screaming at my old man. Almost the exact same thing I just said to y'all. And I was like, this bitch has got the nerve to look over the top of her glasses like somebody needs to respect her. Ain't nobody respect you.
There's nothing
Trash.
respectful. You are excuse my phrasing, folks, but this is a cheap, dirty, smelly, skanky, drug ass hoe is all she is. She had no care in the world for her own children or anybody else. She's
Well, a hoe
trash.
just, a hoe does it because they're friendly and they just like, free love. This woman is a whore
Yeah,
because
I
she
can
was
agree.
banging the drug dealer.
Right, I mean, yeah, I do have to say I agree. I can't stand her, and I will blatantly tell you how I feel about this at this point. Hearing this is fact. So excuse my phrasing, folks, but it is very true.
She was out banging the drug dealer, and he just wanted her to come home so they could go to sleep together. That is where we were at.
I need a clip of that. Banging the drug. I do. You're muted.
Thank you, Molly. Let me show you a quick something here from yesterday. Just in 1 minute.
His pause game is always on point, y'all.
My point. That's all I'm saying. God, I can't stand her.
Right now. Right. And this evidence should come in at this point. I feel very strongly about that.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to step away from the bench and take a look at what we have, but I'm
Molly, put that together for me, if you will, with the audio clip and that face, if you could, hon, please, and thank you.
going to allow you to go ahead.
I was going to say, Judge, I don't see the drug dealer on the witness list. I don't know what Mr. Dean's talking about. He's talking about his interpretation of something his witness has already testified to. He can make that argument in closing, unless he wants to bring in Mr. Weston or whoever they are and put them on the witness stand. So what he's actually talking about is his interpretation of something, which is for argument's sake.
I understand. And I'm going to step away because I feel we could go on for a while. And I'm going to take a look at the case and take it under advisement for.
She needed to take a break so she could go in her quarters and laugh her ass off is what she needed to do. That's exactly what she did. In my opinion, of course. What must it feel like to know that so many people have as much hatred as they have towards you? Can you imagine, Mom?
No, definitely not. I couldn't imagine. Like, I have no sympathy for her whatsoever. Don't get me wrong, but I couldn't imagine. And the way that her brain has to work, do you even think that she cares? The whole world hates her guts?
Not
Like,
at all.
and
Not,
I don't
not at
mean
all.
that in an ugly way. I mean, like, literally, I wouldn't piss down her throat if her guts were on fire. And she probably has, what, 2 to 3 people that stand behind her that are clearly
If that.
fooled.
Yeah, if that. Truly. There's nothing to fool, though. I mean, it's blatant that she did what she did. We know what she did, okay? She knows what she did. Whether she admits it or not, it's out. It's there, okay? Her mother told the world. The police know. I mean, she knows. She's just playing the game that they play. So, thank you, Mike. I'm just saying. Just so. Anyway,
Like,
on we go.
out of all the witnesses, I want to see Billy Joe. Like, that is who I'm waiting on to get on that witness stand. I want to see what she says on that witness stand as opposed to what we already know.
I agree. I want to see what her brother has to say too. I haven't heard that yet. And I'm sure
Do you
it's
have
going to be.
coffee and a cigarette?
Oh, of course, I'm ready. I promise you,
You're
I'm
gonna
ready.
need it.
Do they have enough evidence? I absolutely do believe they do, Virginia, 100%. There's no way that this walking trash can is going to walk out up here. It's just not going to happen. Okay. They know what they're doing. That's why they waited so long to arrest her, in my opinion, and are ensuring that they have a solid case. There's no other way. So, just saying, she's not going nowhere. Oh, man. By the way, for those of you that are new in here again tonight, Taylor, I saw, and a couple other people, I'm typically not like this, but this woman has drugged me to the end of my nerves. Just looking at her inflames. It just inflames me. So I'm so sorry that you're getting this side of me. I really am. I'm not usually like this. I'm not usually this judgmental, and I'm not usually this out there with the things I say. But exactly, Taylor. But I just wanted to apologize that you guys are getting this version of me through this. But this is, I have to speak how I feel, and I can't control how I feel about this piece of trash. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Lunch break. We planned to start back a little bit earlier. We had to take up some issues out of your presence. We are going to resume now. Were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to discuss the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone done any research? All right. Well, let's get ready to begin. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you guys very much.
Right this way.
He was out banging the drug dealer.
The evidence you shall give the court and be ready to trial this issue. Shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
That's perfect, Molly. Thank you, dear. Appreciate that very much.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Dr. Amanda Puentes.
And what is your city and state of residence?
I live in Dade City, Florida.
And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where is Dade City?
It is about 26 miles northeast of Tampa, Florida.
And where do you work?
Currently, I work at Premier Community Healthcare Center in Dade City, Florida.
Is that do you work in like an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient pediatric clinic.
Okay. Are you, what type of pediatrician are you?
I'm a general pediatrician.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
I graduated or finished residency in 2006.
And you are here today, just to kind of put it out up front, because you were Quentin Simon's last pediatrician.
Yes.
Before moving to Florida, did you work in the Savannah area?
Yes, I worked in Savannah, Georgia from 2017 to 2023.
And where did
Okay, well, I don't control the ads, Bobby. I'm sorry. And I didn't mean to annoy you, but take care.
you work in Savannah during that time period?
I worked at J.C. Lewis Primary Healthcare Center, and we have our own building that's dedicated to pediatrics.
Okay. And that's an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient.
And is that where you saw Quentin?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go back now to education, training, and experience. Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Yes, I completed a Bachelor of Science honors degree through the University of South Florida in Tampa, Florida.
And did you go immediately to medical school, or did you work after undergrad, or what?
I was able to start medical school right after I graduated with my undergrad in 1999
I'm sorry, where did you go to medical school?
at the University of South Florida Medical School as well in Tampa, Florida
And when did you finish up medical school?
in the year 2003.
Now, after graduating from medical school in 2003, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did a pediatric residency program in the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and Creighton University. Dual program in Omaha, Nebraska.
What is a residency?
Nobody said anything to me about the ads for me to even look into it. So sorry if it's bothering anybody. You guys need to tell me these things so that I can look in to see if there's a problem with it, where it needs to be reset or something. I don't control them though, but that's okay. But again, if anybody is annoyed, please let me know ahead of time rather than doing something like that. Thank you very much.
A residency allows a doctor to kind of more specialize, or the first step to specialize in a certain area. So you have pediatrics, you have internal medicine, which is primarily adult medicine, you have surgery, for example.
And dermatology, emergency medicine, all the different specialties?
Yes.
So you did your residency in pediatrics?
Yes.
And is that essentially the first step to becoming a pediatrician?
Yes, it's, well, the first and only step to becoming a pediatrician.
And how long was your residency program at, you said, a
3
dual
years.
program at Creighton and University of?
Yeah, just both of those school funded and provided the education.
Okay. 3 years of that pediatrics residency. What did the residency involve?
It involved different areas of pediatrics, so not only outpatient, but inpatient intensive care unit experience with the real small babies that are premature.
Thank you, Stormy.
As well as children, say that are very sick in the hospital. Emergency medicine for pediatrics. Psychiatric experience just under pediatric age group.
So during residency, you do a little bit of everything peds related.
Yes,
Okay. When did you finish residency?
I finished in 2006.
And at that point, did you get any kind of board certification or anything along those lines to be a pediatrician?
I was taking the board exam.
And do you hold any certifications or memberships?
I'm a board certified pediatrician
And how long have you been?
since 2022.
All right, since finishing residency, have you worked as a pediatrician uninterrupted through the
Yes.
day? Okay. And so how many years would that be total?
So that would be 18 years,
I'm sorry to ask you to do that.
going on 18 years.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Dr. Puentes as an expert in pediatrics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to turn now to your involvement with Quentin. Okay. Can you tell us where, when, and under what circumstances you saw him?
So I saw him as a new patient in February of 2022. He came in for a 12-month well visit, although technically he was 13 months.
And what is a well visit?
So well visit is a physical exam type visit that we go over safety in the household, developmental questioning to see where a child and make sure a child is developing normally, as well as administering vaccines if the parent would like their child to get the shots.
Is it fair to refer to a well child visit as essentially like a normal checkup?
Yes.
In other words, was he brought in because there was any specific health complaint, or was it just a routine visit?
It was a routine visit.
Okay. And tell us about your examination of Quentin that day.
That day, he was healthy, happy. I saw him with his grandmother, who he was in care of at the time. And developmentally, he was appropriate for his age, talking, walking, everything on time. And then on physical exam, I did detect a heart murmur.
Okay. And can you tell us what you did in response to that?
So because of the heart murmur and at his age, and oftentimes my patients through this clinic, I may never see again, I referred him to a cardiologist.
And what cardiologist was that?
It was through the Savannah Children's Heart Center here in Savannah.
Do you remember the specific doctor?
It's, according to his records, is Dr. Birch.
Was that heart murmur something that caused you any serious concern?
No.
Can you tell us why not?
So a heart murmur doesn't automatically mean there's something structurally wrong with the heart. It can just tend to be, at the time when you hear it, a difference in pressure through the heart, so a difference in blood flow. Oftentimes, sometimes the next person, even within minutes, another doctor could have listened and not heard a heart murmur.
Did Dr. Birch did Quentin then have a visit with Dr. Birch?
Yes, he then, within a couple weeks, had a visit with Dr. Birch.
And did Dr. Birch get back to you about his assessment of Quentin's heart murmur?
Yes, he sent me the office visit notes.
And was there anything about what Dr. Birch told you that altered your initial impression that this wasn't anything to be especially concerned about?
No, there wasn't. No concern.
Overall, would you describe Quentin as having been in good health, happy, normal child when you saw him?
Yes.
And did you ever see anything that changed that opinion one way or the other?
No.
Prior to your testimony in this case, did I ask you to review essentially all of his medical records for his entire life?
Yes, you did.
Did you review his birth and neonatal records from Flowers Hospital in Atlanta?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some prior pediatrics records from a clinic in Waynesboro, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some records for an emergency room visit at either St. Joseph's Hospital or Candler Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And what were those for? What was that visit about?
The visit at St. Joseph's Candler was an acute visit where he had had cough and runny nose.
Okay. Pretty normal for
and fever. Very normal for emergency room visit.
And did you also review the complete records from the Savannah Children's Heart Center?
Yes, I have.
But after that review, did you identify any documented conditions that might have been life-threatening or anywhere close to life-threatening?
No.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quentin just died in his sleep on the night of October 4th?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She's been tendered and admitted as an expert, Your Honor. She can testify before moving.
It's the ultimate issue in the case, Judge.
That's not the ultimate issue.
I'm going to allow the question.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quentin would have just died in his sleep for no reason on October 4th, 2022?
No.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Fuentes, let's pick up where Mr. Dean just left off. Okay. Does anyone just die for no reason?
No. Yes.
Okay. Who? What would be the no reason that could occur where someone would die for no reason?
There's reports of adults, elderly, that will get a sudden arrhythmia and lead to sudden death.
But wouldn't the arrhythmia then be the reason for the death?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a nonsensical question, isn't it? There's always some reason for a death, correct?
If it can be proven.
Correct. What if it can't be proven? What if you don't know the manner, method, time? Does it mean someone's less dead? No, it doesn't. Does it?
No, they're still dead.
Okay. So, but since you're a pediatrician, you're board certified, correct?
Yes.
And since Mr. Dean asked the question, I'll ask the question and take it a little bit further. Do you ever do postmortems on children?
No.
Okay. Have you ever done postmortems on children?
No.
It's not something you're trained in?
No.
Okay. The manner that you treat children, is it usually the health and wellness checks? Or have you ever done like emergency room visits or treatments?
A little bit of both, because some of the acute care can be involved enough to even call the ambulance to come to the office.
Okay. So, and whenever those children are in your treatment, okay, have any of those children died?
No.
Okay. So when you did treat them, it was usually something that required some sort of immediate intervention, correct?
Yes.
And you got it for them, correct?
Yes.
And then they recovered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about Quentin Simon in particular. You said you reviewed all of his wellness records and all of his medical records, correct?
Yes.
So the heart murmur was of concern and note, but you referred him to the heart center and treatment was followed up on, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Birch, I believe it was, didn't seem to be concerned and neither did you, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So with regards to the Wayne County records, anything of note there?
No.
Okay. And I think you said you also reviewed the birth and neonatal records from Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Anything of note there?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in the birth or neonatal records that would raise your hackles or be of any concern to you with this child's health or well-being?
No.
Okay. Now, who was it that brought the child in to see you, I guess, in February of 2022, or do you not know?
No, his grandmother did, along with what grandma referred to as a nanny.
And that was in February, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And you also had a June 6th visit as well, or was that a different doctor?
That was the emergency room visit.
Okay, but that wasn't you.
No, that wasn't me.
But again, you reviewed those records, and again, nothing of any note or concern beyond, I guess it was a cough and runny nose, you said?
Yes, no concern.
Okay. And you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So I'm obligated to report a suspicion of child abuse or neglect. Any concerns, I'm supposed to report it to law enforcement.
And is there any special training you go through to do this job, to be a mandated reporter, or is it just part of your normal medical training?
It is, I guess, tutorials, a few hours of explaining mandated reporter, cases that would come up or that might lead you to be suspicious in order to report, and then also how to report.
At any point in time, did you report any suspected abuse or neglect on Quentin's side?
No.
That's all the questions I got.
You mentioned that it was his grandmother who brought him in when you saw him.
Yes.
You didn't report any abuse or neglect, right?
Yes.
But at the time you saw him, it seems that he wasn't even in his mother's custody. Is that right?
Correct. He was.
The objection.
The objection is a cause for speculation of a legal matter, not a medical matter, which you call.
Mr. Dean, do you want to respond to that?
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hilliard?
So I just want to let everybody know something. This is bothering me. I don't know why it's bothering me so bad, but it is. Every creator on YouTube has control of their background controls, okay? I don't control the ads as they flow through here. A lot of people have YouTube Premium and stuff like that. That keeps them away. I also have it here, but it doesn't stop them from coming to you guys. If you are a monetized YouTube channel, there's going to be ads that play. I have it set on the lowest setting possible, meaning it shows the very least amount of ads possible, so that you guys don't have to go through that. That is the most I can control them. I don't make them show up. I don't pick which ads come. I don't turn them on or off at any time. YouTube controls all of that. So anybody that were to get upset about that with me, I have no control of that. I'm sorry. But you're going to find that in any other channel as well. But truly, if you don't have premium, of course, most other channels that I've seen that have ads play way more than mine does. Just so everybody knows. So good luck for anybody that's doing that. I'm sorry again if they're inconvenience anybody. You can click out of them. Most of them, I have it also set to be able to, they're all skippable. Okay, so that's something else I set for your convenience as well. So I'm just saying, I apologize again, but it's just, it bugs me. It's kind of irritating to me that somebody would come at me like that. Like I did it on purpose, that's all. So I treat people with the utmost respect. I always have, always will. And for people to like kind of jump at me like that over something just kind of irritates me. So you know what? Move along and stay wherever you go. I'm tired of people treating me like shit for no reason, especially when I'm as good to people as I have been. And I treat people with absolute respect every day, all day. That's all I'm saying. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't want people around me like that anyway. So thank you. And again, I'm sorry for interrupting, guys. I really do. I apologize. I know I apologize too much, but I like to make sure it bugs me when people are unhappy. That's just who I am. But at this point, it's turning me a little more raw, if that makes any sense to anybody. It's hardening me how people have come at me so often the way they do after I treat them all with like absolute respect. It's becoming a thing for me now, if you know what I mean. So I'm sorry. I see, there it is. Anyway, moving forward. And I'm sorry again. I'm sorry. I'm doing it again. Did I keep interrupting? But
Okay, doctor. Thank you. Your excuse. The state may call its next witness.
Dr. Kenneth Birch.
Dr. Burke, if you would just come forward.
You can mark this way, sir. Stand right here for me. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, swear you in.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. You can mark this way. Watch your steps. Step over. You can adjust this microphone and speak clearly.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Kenneth Birch, pediatric cardiologist
And where do you work, sir?
at Savannah Children's Heart Center in Savannah.
Are you a medical doctor, sir?
Yes,
You said you're a pediatric cardiologist.
that's correct.
And are you here today because you briefly treated Quentin Simon, the victim in this case?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about your education, training, and experience.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Undergraduate, I went to Augusta College in Augusta, Georgia.
And did
For
you
4
go-
years.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Did you
Just
go
went 4 years. Yeah.
4 years? Okay. Did you go immediately to medical school?
No, didn't. Had a year before I was accepted, and then I went to 4 years of medical school. Then I did 3 years of pediatric residency, and then 3 years of pediatric cardiology fellowship.
Where did you go to medical school?
Medical College of Georgia,
And when did you graduate?
1982.
You mentioned that you did was it a pediatric residency or a
Mhm.
cardiology residency?
Well, a residency was general pediatrics.
Okay.
So I did 3 years of that at the medical college there. And then I was fortunate that they thought enough of me to go ahead and offer me a fellowship in pediatric cardiology there before I even was halfway through my second year of residency. So I stayed and did 3 years there
Our last
in
witness,
fellowship. Mhm.
I'm sorry, our last witness, Dr. Quinta, has explained to us what a medical residency is,
Mhm.
but I don't think we've heard what a fellowship is after residency. Can you tell us what a fellowship is?
Well, in a residency, you sort of do a lot of different things. But when you do a fellowship, you're specifically focused on one particular subspecialty. In my case, it was pediatric cardiology.
Is it fair to say that in your residency, you gain your specialty, but in your fellowship, you get a subspecialty?
That's correct.
Okay.
thank you, Jason.
When did you finish your pediatric cardiology fellowship?
1988.
And have you been working as a pediatric cardiologist uninterrupted since then?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where you've worked as a pediatric cardiologist.
Well, initially was employed, if you will, by Memorial Medical Center starting July 1988, and worked in the pediatric department there doing pediatric cardiology until 1995, and I went out in private practice April 1st, 1995, and formed Savannah Children's Heart Center. I've been there ever since.
Now, as a pediatric cardiologist, how do you get patients? Where are these patients coming
They're
from?
referred.
Referred by whom?
Typically, other general pediatricians.
And what causes a general pediatrician to refer a child to a pediatric cardiologist? What kind of things?
Well, they're very different, various different reasons. One of the most common, particularly in a young child, is because they hear a noise or a murmur when they listen. We also see kids for passing out, chest pain, all kind of other complaints. But
Now, is this? See, I know a lot of witnesses. A lot of people were saying, I've gotten some emails about certain witnesses. Mom, is this? How do you feel about this? This as a witness, this doctor.
I honestly don't see the relevance.
That's
in
kind of
him
what I was.
being a witness. I mean, I think that the primary care physician or pediatric or whatever you want to call her, you know, that was important because it was important to know, you know, he didn't have any issues that, you know, I mean, that's pertinent to the case. I don't think having this guy up there was pertinent to the case. That's just my opinion, and I'm not
Anybody
sure
that-
why.
Right. He's a pediatric cardiologist to speak on what a heart murmur is. I don't think it has anything to do with what happened to him, to be honest with you. Nothing.
No.
So it's just something else that they were probably, I don't even know why. So anyway, I think this is just a waste of people's time. Truly, that's my opinion. But I was just curious what everybody thought, you know, about some of these witnesses they're putting up here. It just has no bearing on anything, in my opinion. So just saying.
Now, can you tell us about Quentin Simons being referred to you?
I believe that Dr. Williams heard a murmur, and I think it was a new finding from what I gathered. And so he was referred for us to evaluate.
And tell us about.
Now, I will say this, unless they're trying to read to the fact that she was probably on drugs while she was pregnant, which can cause the heart murmur. Yeah, okay. Can cause a heart murmur. Maybe that's what they're trying to relate to. But again, other than it explaining what that he was weak in that aspect, maybe, but I don't see the point in it. I don't see the that's the only thing I can think of, truly. But it still just doesn't. I mean, well, or to show that maybe a character lead to the possibility of her being on drugs while she was pregnant with him. Maybe I don't know.
Well, it seems like the pediatric, the primary care, the lady. Sorry, y'all, it's getting late. Would have mentioned that because I mean, he was pretty persistent about did she go over all of his medical records. So, you know, if he was born that way, like it seems like that would have been brought up as being something that could possibly cause.
Well, they said it was a new finding, so which
Yeah.
does happen, which can happen. You know what I mean? But I don't know if they're leading it to why or how. I don't know. I'm trying to figure the whole point in me stopping and saying this, guys, is to try to figure out why they're bringing a pediatric cardiologist into a murder trial. That's all I'm trying to put together. That's all. It is.
I don't see the relevance in him being a witness myself. I don't like, and I mean, I don't have a law degree, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been watching court TV since the 90s, back when it was crappy, fuzzy, you know, and
yes, the old days, right? I remember.
Not high profile cases. You know what I'm saying? Like some, but like I remember the first case I ever watched on court TV. So this is something I've done for a long time, and I don't see the relevance of him being up there.
No, I get it. Then Taylor did make a point, and that does make some sense. She said the defense is implying that Quentin just died in his sleep, although it seems so. So this doctor can testify that Quentin's heart murmur was not life-threatening enough for that to happen like that. So I do see that. Thank you, Taylor. See, that's why I like doing this, because there are other people that see and hear things that I may not catch. And again,
I didn't think about it like that. So again, I thank you too, Taylor. I love the think tanks with you guys, because
agreed. That's exactly why I do it like this, 100%. Thank you very much, Taylor. I didn't think of that. Because I'm sure that the defense is probably going to go for that. The problem still lies here. Let's say, for instance, if that's what they were doing, they're ruling this out, right? Why did she throw him in a dumpster then instead of calling 911? Because she knew that that's not what happened per se. Okay, but I
mean, just a mother. I'm a mother, so I'm gonna, if my toddler at this point died in his sleep, I wouldn't took him and dumped him in a trash can, and then got on the news and cried about how my baby was missing and
Right.
acted a damn fool in interrogations, I would have called 911 and said, my baby can't breathe. My baby's not breathing.
Or I think my baby's dead. Yes.
Or,
Agreed.
yeah, you know, throw him in the vehicle and not literally, y'all, not through him, but you know what I mean? Like, put him in the
No.
vehicle and did 200 miles an hour to the nearest hospital. You know what I mean?
I've physically taken those calls, literally taken those
Right.
calls en route to the scene, being said that the mother's doing CPR. I get there,
Mhm.
the baby's been dead for 3 hours. There's nothing we can do at that point. Yes, that's what you do. You don't go and get in a car, drive the child to a dumpster, and drop the child in the garbage can. That's not how that works. So that's why I get it, but you know what I mean? I don't. Thank you very much, Taylor, though, for kind of opening my mind up a little bit more to that. That does make some sense now. I guess I'm kind of blind to any other side of this than what we know with her. Do you know what I mean? Quick Google search says 66% to 80% of children may have a heart murmur during their childhood. I knew my son had one. My Tyler, he has one or had one when he was little. I don't know if he grew out of it, but he did. So yeah, it's pretty factual. Very common. Very, very common. Sometimes it is due to certain drugs that have been given to the mother during pregnancy. Sometimes it's due to other things. Sometimes it's just genetic. So yeah, I do absolutely understand it. So again, thank you, Taylor. That was a great point. I appreciate that. That's why we do this right here, for those reasons. Awesome. Exactly. It was what she did if after natural causes. Agreed. Thank you, Mystery.
About that evaluation.
Okay. Well, how much? What do you want to know? Everything, or just? I'm not. I mean, well, I mean.
Can you do like a 1 minute?
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, when he came into the office, he had a EKG performed, which was normal. Then I went into the room, and he was there with his grandmother, and he looked fine. Respiratory rate was normal, heart rate normal. His weight was above the.
There's something else that I want to point out to you guys. Now, that's twice. We've heard from two separate doctors. Both doctors have stated that that child was there with his grandmother. Granted, I knew she had custody, but being a mother, she had the option to go, I'm sure, to the doctor's appointments and chose not to be there. Once again, it shows, in my opinion, how much she did not care for this child. That's all I'm saying.
The 75th percentile for his age. He looked like he was thriving. And so I listened to him and examined him. He had a soft little murmur. So then we went and did the echocardiogram where we actually look at the heart. And that's where we, so two minor things. One was a patent foramen valley, and the other was a very small, what appeared to be a coronary artery fistula into the PA.
The first thing you said was you said it really fast.
Patent foramen valley.
PFO?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Well, patent foramen valley is a normal structure actually that all babies have before they're born. Okay, it's open in such a manner so that the blood that's coming up from the placenta, because mother's providing everything, is preferentially directed across that opening, if you will, to the left side of the heart. So most of it gets pumped out, to the body, as opposed to going back into the lungs, which are full of fluid and the vessels are constricted. And then after they're born and the pressures change in the heart, then it just sort of flaps shut, if you will. But very commonly, it doesn't necessarily meet like it's supposed to. It takes time to close up and go away. Typically, large patent foramen valleys, about 80% of them close. Small ones, 95%. But a small patent foramen valley that's restrictive, doesn't have a lot of shunting going from, because the shunt direction changes after they're born. Okay, the pressure in the lungs goes down. So now the left side of the heart has a higher pressure than the right side. Okay, if it's got your blood pressure, i.e. in your pump pressure in your lungs is like a third of that. But anyway, so the direction of the shunt changes, and then what the criteria for intervening or closing it or whatever you want to say has to do with how big it is.
You mean surgically?
No, you can close it with devices.
Okay.
But sometimes it's surgically, just depends. But if it's small and restrictive and the right side of the heart is normal, you leave them alone, because you're actually probably going to do more harm than good, closing it, if you will. And his was very tight.
And Mr. Before you go further, was that PFO, FPL?
PF, Freeman, FO, yeah.
Okay, and Madam Clerk,
I can help out.
yes, please.
Is that spelled P-A-T-E-N-T,
Peyton.
new word F-O-R-A-M-E-N,
Mhm.
new word O-V-A-L-E?
That's correct.
All right, we got it.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
You're welcome.
I can say PFO if you want to.
So was any intervention indicated for?
Not for that, no.
Okay. Would you consider this a minor issue?
Mhm. I would consider, you're talking normal activities, no limitations on activities. Typically shouldn't have any effect on life expectancy. And like I say, he was only 13 months old when I saw him, so there was still a good or a high probability that it was going to close up anyway.
By around what age?
Usually, most of them close around 12, 15 months of age, but I've had some that were a little older, 2, 3 years, that, some that you're looking at thinking, well, these may be large enough for us to do something about. And we typically, if we do need to do something, if they're large enough, we typically don't address that until they're 3, 4, 5 years of age. So
Is that because you're waiting for it to just resolve?
wait for it to resolve, as well as getting the child older, so everything is easier to do, particularly if you're going to do it with a device.
Now, you mentioned, I think, also a coronary artery fistula that you observed. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's a very rare type of finding in the sense where I think it's about 0.01, maybe 0.02%. You see a congenital. This is a congenital one. There are coronary fistulas that you may see in adults that are undergoing bypass surgery and other kind of things. But I'm talking about a congenital one. And basically, when the heart forms, basically it's a single tube actually when you first start, and it involutes on itself and so forth. So a lot of the structures are very close to each other. And sometimes, most commonly, the left anterior descending coronary artery may not actually totally close up from the pulmonary.
Thank you, Mike.
So you may have a connection there, and that's called a fistula. And the size of the fistula dictates what you do, meaning that if it's a small coronary fistula, less than like 1 centimeter or much less than the size of the coronary artery, I'll put it that way, then we just watch those. And most of those will even close up and go away on their own. Now, when you talk about larger ones, moderate to large, those are a little different. Those many times will need to be taken care of. But typically you'll see signs and symptoms with that. So it's not just looking and saying, oh, this is a small one. You're looking at other things as well. If it's a significant shunt, which means it's a big one, okay, into the point then the left heart's going to be dilated. There's going to be increased flow to the lungs. The child's going to be short of breath. He's not going to eat well. He's not going to gain weight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so forth. And obviously, though, and of course, one of the risks with it, if it's a large one, is that once they get up and start playing sports and so forth, that they could have an issue with ischemia or lack of oxygen to the heart. So you will repair those. Small ones, you watch. Sometimes they don't go away. So typically when they're 10, 11, 12 years of age, when they reach that age where they're going to be affected by peer pressure or parental pressure to continue to compete. Whereas when they're little, they get tired, they stop. When they get a little older, they try to run that extra lap or whatever. That's when you can get in trouble if you have an issue. So we'll exercise them and make sure everything is okay, depending upon the size of it. But I've had kids with small coronary fistulas that play competitive athletics, high school, college, and so forth.
What
Never
about
have an issue.
What about
His was tiny.
Tiny?
Tiny. Yeah.
Would either, now you.
You almost don't even want to mention it, but it's there, so you have to. Does that make sense?
We called you in here just to cover all bases.
Okay. All right.
That's why you're here. Were either of these findings that you've described of any serious concern to you?
No.
Can you say this as a pediatric cardiologist with 30-some years experience?
That's correct. I've only had one coronary fistula that we've ever had to repair, and that was back in the 90s. The rest of them.
Only one that you've ever had to repair? Okay.
And the patient did well.
And how many kids have you seen with
It's not very common. I don't know, 20, maybe 15 over the years. I don't, keep that number because most of the time it's almost an incidental finding, if you will, because they're so small that you don't want to make a major issue out of it because then it may interfere with the child's normal activities and so forth because everybody's going to be worried that something may happen.
How many times did Quentin come to see you?
Just one time.
What was the plan going forward?
He was supposed to come back in 6 months. And so I saw him on February 28th, 2022, if my memory is correct. And so he was supposed to come back in August. And he didn't show. And then and I don't know the details of the dates right in there, but somehow we were trying to track him or get him. It came to light that he had died.
I don't know that I did this earlier, Your Honor, but I would offer Dr. Burch as an expert in pediatric cardiology. No objections.
Okay, thank you.
In your opinion, is there any reasonable medical possibility? Well, let me ask you this. Were either of these conditions life-threatening in your view?
No.
Even remotely so?
No, sir.
Is there any reasonable medical possibility that they just caused his sudden death one night?
I guess anything is possible in the world. However, I would say this: I've never seen an issue with these defects this small ever creating an issue. I mean, any symptoms or whatever, much less death. You know.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Dr. Burch, these are rare conditions, correct?
No, pain finger valley is very common. The coronary fistula is a rare condition.
And it's not often I get to talk to a cardiologist, so I'm going to ask some questions. I know it's probably for you, stuff you're used to dealing with, but just out of curiosity, you said the PFO. How common is that in children?
Well, actually, it's a normal structure that all babies have. It's the ones that don't close after them. Like if you were to go into the nursery, hypothetically, and do an echocardiogram on every baby that was born in the first 24 hours, they probably 95 to 98% of them will still have a patent foraminal valley.
Okay. And let's talk about the fistula. How common is that?
That's not common. It's like less than 1%.
Okay. And since one is fairly common and one is not very common, the combination of the two, how common is that?
I have no idea. I mean,
have you ever seen it before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I assume what you were talking about with Mr. Dean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, about 15 or 20 times, I guess you would say. Since one is
some of that effect. I mean, you know, like I said, I could go back and probably look it all up for you, but it's not very common.
This is not a very common thing. Okay.
Although I will say this is becoming more common because our technology is a lot better. When we look with the echocardiograms and the color flow, then you're seeing more things now that you didn't see previously. Does that make sense? And so, you know, so you're seeing them, but still, it's not necessarily, you know, anything that you would certainly do anything about unless it's, you know, moderate to large in size.
Well, let's talk about that. So technologies, you've been a pediatrician now, I believe, since the 80s, so probably 40 years now, right?
82.
Okay. So, and I assume technology advancing does help in the diagnosis and treatment of a lot of these disorders, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, you know, 40 years ago, these things wouldn't have been diagnosed or as common as they are now, correct?
In the moderate to large, you would probably hear them, okay, because it'd be more of a continuous murmur. And if you got one large enough, then you'll hear.
Have a great night, Virginia. Thank you for joining us, brother. Too much work, no play, bro. You're a hard worker out there. I get it. You come home from work, you jump in here and hang with us. Time to go to bed, brother. I understand completely. Thank you again for joining us. Have a great day, sir. Hope to see you again soon.
Hear it. Now, I have a patient that has one that you can definitely hear, but hemodynamically it's not significant enough that, I mean, I referred her to be considered for having it closed, and they did the catheterization, looked at it, came back and said that it wasn't large enough to warrant intervention at this time.
Okay.
So.
Well, and let's talk about, what was it, the fistula that you said that could become an issue later on if it didn't close or do what it's supposed to do?
No, I didn't.
Or was it a PFO?
No, not PFO.
Okay. As you can tell, I don't know much about this.
No, it's okay. That's okay. The PFO typically will either close up and go away or stay the same size. They don't typically get bigger. Okay. The coronary fistula, the real small ones, like Quentin had, typically close up and go away or mainly stay the same size. Okay. The moderate to large ones, they can increase in size over time. So that's why you would address those sooner. Now, someone like Quentin with a very small one, you would watch him just to make sure that it doesn't progress, and look at the size of his coronary arteries and make sure there's no dilatation and so forth and so on, just to make sure that you're not going to have or try to prevent any issues. I'll put it that way. But unless you're seeing some significant shunning and so forth, these are typically patients are typically asymptomatic.
And let's talk about the opposite of that. I mean, most of them are asymptomatic, but if something was going wrong or there was shunning, and what would be the signs and symptoms? How would you know?
As I mentioned,
Look at her trying to act like she's interested in anything he's saying. That's so pathetic. It really is sad. You have no care in the world, LEILANI. Don't act like you do.
She irks me.
I know. Everything she does, I have to make a comment on. If you haven't noticed, I can't stand looking at her. I wish they didn't show her as often as they did, truly, because I wouldn't say as much as I do.
Earlier, particularly in the small child like Quentin, he would actually be in what's called congestive heart failure. Okay, and that's a bit of a misnomer when you talk about congestive heart failure, like someone like me, because the heart is still functioning fine. The problem with it is a lot of the blood is, when it goes in the coronary artery, it goes out the fistula to the artery to the lungs, and then it comes back to the left side of the heart. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, and so the left side of the heart will begin to dilate. And but also you have what's called pulmonary overcirculation, and that's where the symptoms come from. And you can get edema, so they're short of breath, they're easy fatigability. In youngsters that are nursing or bottle feeding or whatever, they're usually tachypnic or breathing fast, and so their major activity obviously is eating. You know, they don't get them run around. So what happens to them is they can't coordinate sucking, swallowing, and breathing. Okay, so they tire, they don't finish the bottle or whatever, and they don't gain weight. So that's one of the parameters you always look at in a situation where if there's a question in your mind, is this child doing fine or not? Because I think the heart was a little big or whatever. You look at their weight and so forth, and if they're above the 50th percentile or so, and like Quentin was above the 75th percentile, so he wasn't having any issues eating or any of those types of things. So,
Doctor, thank you so much. You've been very informative.
Well, thank you very much.
Just a moment, Mr. Dean.
That would be great.
Thank you. Doctor, thank you. You're excused. Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Paul Simon.
All right, if you smoke them, got them, y'all. If you need a cigarette, get it. Moonshine, whatever your poison is, because
Yeah, this is LEILANI's brother. I heard this one's interesting, so be prepared, folks.
I'm going to grab a cup of coffee because I already feel my chest tightening up.
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall hear in the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing pretty well. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Paul Simon.
And you are the defendant's brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you mind if I call you Paul?
No, sir. Go ahead.
If you prefer, Mr. Simon, let me know.
No,
how
call
to
it Paul.
Okay. How old are you, Paul?
23.
And what is your city and state of residence? Where do you live now?
I live in Eden, Georgia.
Do you work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I do construction, and I'm a manager at AutoZone.
Did you grow up in the area?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
New Hampstead.
I want to draw your attention to fall of 2022.
Mm.
Do you remember the general time period I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you living in the fall of 2022?
535 Buckholder Road.
And whose house is that?
My mother's.
Okay. And where were you staying in that house during that time period?
Upstairs and towards the back side of the house.
When had you started living there?
3 to 4 months prior.
Prior to what?
Prior to the incident.
Okay. Now, where had you lived before that?
With my aunt.
Okay. What's her name?
Jackie.
Okay. So you lived with your Aunt Jackie and then you moved back in with Mom at some point?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in that time period?
Yes, sir. I was working at a warehouse. I can't remember the name. It was Eclipse, I believe.
Okay. Was it the same place that your sister and Danny worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about a normal day there. What did you do?
We loaded packages up onto trailers and moved them around the warehouse into different trailers all day. Just stacking them and wrapping them and sending them off.
Now, when you moved When you moved into your mom's house a couple months before what you described as the incident, were your sister and Danny and the 3 kids already living there?
Yes, sir.
Had Sky already been born at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was it like living there with everybody in the house?
Well, pretty much every day, from what I heard and saw, it was just arguing every day. I mean, not between the kids or nothing like that, but it was between LEILANI and Danny.
Okay. What about your mom?
Whenever my mom was there, they did argue quite a good bit.
And who's that?
LEILANI and my mom.
Okay. Let's go to the morning of. Well, let me ask you this. Tell me about the kids.
Thank you, Zelda.
Zane, Quentin, and Sky.
Zane, hyper, want to be in everybody's business. But I mean, that's average for his age, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then Quentin, he was an angel. Like, you could change his diaper. He'd lift his butt right up for you. No problem at all with it. You put the diaper, you tell him to lower his butt. He'd lower it, let you clean them all up. No problem at all. Zane, that boy had crap all up his head one time, and he made me clean it in the back of the car. Man, that was a whole. I don't know how I managed that one.
Can I ask you this? Did you participate in the child care at all during your time living in the house?
Kinda. It was on and off. It was whenever they needed me.
Yeah. Tell us about your interactions with kids.
So a few times I had to take them to doctor's appointments, which wasn't a problem because people was at work, and I happened to have a day off or whatever, So I take them to the doctor's appointment because I didn't have to be at work till 2, and then I drop them off at the babysitter, and then whenever the line would need me.
Who are you talking about, Alicia? Don't you have his email? Oh, yeah, I do. Brian's, I do. That's a good point, Alicia. I probably should just email him. Thank you, hon, very much. Once again, Alicia to the rescue.
Did he give you his address?
It's in the email, I believe. Yes.
If he doesn't reply, text it to me and I will
Yeah. No
knock
problem.
on his door.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I worry about him a lot because of his medical issues and stuff. So, yeah.
I do too. And this is like 4 days. So
100%. So, yeah, I'm going to be sending him an email real quick and we'll see what happens. But thank you for reminding me of that, Alicia. Great point. This is why I have you guys. You guys do so much for me. I appreciate that very much. And thank you, Miss Zelda, for that as well.
Me to watch them. I'd watch them upstairs. I'd bring some toys upstairs in my room and let them play with it. Tell them, hey, that's your area. Don't mess with none of my stuff.
Tell me about watching them upstairs in your room.
They just sit there, play with the toys, want a whole lot of snacks. And of course, I wouldn't give them snacks right away. You ain't about to be all hyped up on me.
Does this include Sky, or are you talking mainly about Zane and Quentin?
Zane and Quentin, I didn't actually watch Sky. She was still, relatively young, like 3 or 4 months old, somewhere around there. So I didn't actually watch Sky, but I watched Zane and Quentin quite a bit whenever they needed me to.
Did you ever help them, and maybe not because of the shift you work, but did you ever help them getting them dressed in the morning, getting them fed, getting them bathed and put down at night or anything like that?
I bathed them once or twice when I was there. And as far as feeding, I would help with that, but it was more so when I was there, because I was working from 2 to 10. So they usually eat between 6 and 9 at night, give or take those time periods.
And you started saying some nice things about Quentin earlier, and I did not follow up, and I guess I'll do that now. What was your relationship like with Quentin?
Well, he loved me. I mean, he'd come up to me, he'd put his arms over my knees, and I'd just sit there and bounce him for a good hour or 2 till my legs got tired. He weighed a good 20, 30 pounds. But, I mean, I loved him. I mean, I tell him to shut up. But, I mean, that was about as mean as it got towards him with me, you know what I mean? Kids don't want to stop talking.
What did your, during the time period that you're working at Eclipse and working the 2 p.m. shift that you've mentioned, what did a normal day look like for you? Not talking about any particular day, but just kind of give us an example.
I get up in the morning between 9, 10 o'clock-ish, usually, and then watch some TV, get up, take my dog out, let him use the bathroom, bring him back in the room, continue watching some TV, and then get ready and go to work. I mean, it was just, out of the TV, we're playing a video game.
What about after work? After
work, I'd get off. Just like I said at the police station, I'd get off, roll me a blunt, and go on about my day.
Tell me about the blunt rolling and going on about your day.
I'd sit there in the parking lot because I wasn't going to try to drive and roll at the same time, you know what I mean? So I'd sit there in the parking lot, roll. Then as I was driving down the road, I would light it up and smoke on the way home because my mom had a strict rule of no smoking in the car. So you'd have to roll down the windows to be able to smoke in the car.
What car were you driving around the time of the incident?
The 2012 Silverado,
Okay. What color is it?
white.
Okay. And is that the truck that was parked next to the Dodge Journey when the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what you would do when you get home.
I get home, I go upstairs, let the dog out, then probably smoke again, and then go to bed. Watch a little bit of TV if I had enough time, and then go to bed.
Tell us about the dog. When did you get the dog?
I got the dog when I was still working at FedEx in 2019. He passed away January 1st this year from a advanced heartworm disease.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You know, and but he was my pride and joy. Love that little fool.
What? You said what now?
He was a little fool. He was a little retard. That's what he was.
Pardon me. What was the dog's name?
Rimshot.
Rimshot?
Mm.
Are you a drummer?
I'm not, but you know that's a name from
Yeah, I sent Brian an email, guys. We'll see if he responds, just to let him know that everybody was asking about him. We're kind of worried for him, so hopefully he'll respond. And if not, then we'll go from there.
Ernest. Have you ever seen any of the Ernest movies?
Like Ernest Saves Christmas?
Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Goes to Jail. Ernest Saves Halloween.
And there's a character named Rimshot in this movie?
It's his dog.
And that's okay. So that's your dog's namesake. Okay. I know you had told me before the dog was named Rimshot, but I don't know why. Okay. Where did the dog stay when you were at work?
He would stay. LEILANI would watch him whenever she was home, or he would go outside and stay on lead.
Okay. On the lead, can you tell me what you're talking about?
Long 25, 30 foot leash.
And what was that attached to?
A ground hook.
Okay. And where would he stay when you were home?
He would stay upstairs with me.
Is that where he slept?
Mm.
Okay. Let's talk about so we've talked about kind of your general typical day, right?
Mm.
Let's talk about the day before the police came to your house, okay? We'll talk about that day, October 4th, 20.
Did you sign it else for a line? Did you respond with
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The court reporter is trying to take it all down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right. The day before the police came to your house, did you work that day?
I did.
As far as you remember it, was it pretty much a normal day for you?
Yes, sir.
And is it not until the next morning that it became abnormal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about going to work. What time were you scheduled to work that day?
I was scheduled to go in at 2 p.m. I had went in early that day. I don't remember exactly what time I went in.
And do you remember why it was that you went in early?
Because LEILANI wasn't able to go in that day. And so Danny had texted her and asked if I could come in early, is what I believe was what happened.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 88. Can you take a look at this? Just read it carefully, take a look at the phone numbers, and I want to ask you about it, okay?
That's my old number, and that was Danny's number.
The document that I just handed you, is that the text message exchange between Danny Youngkin and you
Yes, sir.
from October 4th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the text messages that you exchanged?
Mhm.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 88. No objection, Judge. Now, the first message on there is from who to whom?
The first message is from Danny to me.
And what was the time of that message?
10 in the morning, 10:15.
And what did Danny say to you?
He said, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at the dentist with LEILANI. She just got her tooth pulled.
Young Dave wanted to know if you would go in at 12.
Mhm.
Is that Dave Mullins?
Yes, sir. It was the GM that was running Eclipse.
Okay. Was he your boss or at least one of your bosses?
He was one of them. He was the morning shift boss.
Okay. And did you respond to that message from Danny?
Yes, sir. I said I'd be in.
And what time did you send that message?
20 minutes after I received it.
So from there, did you go into work?
Yes, sir. I got there probably about 11:30.
And was it a normal day at work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell us about finishing up work and getting ready to come home.
So I got out of work. I went and sat in the car, and that night I had got stopped by a train. So I ended up getting home at 10:50 instead of my normal time, which was 10:30.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And that night before I had left work, LEILANI had texted me and asked me if I had any relos, which was blunt wraps. And I had responded to her and said, yes, I'd be home in about an hour. And when I had got home at 10:50, I went in there to give her a pack of relos, and she wasn't there.
Okay, so you said that she texted you before you,
It was either a text or a phone call.
okay, and asked you if you,
Would bring her a pack of relos, which was blunt wraps.
what is that word you're saying? I'm sorry.
Relos.
Relos?
Cigarillos.
Oh, okay, cigarillos.
Yeah.
Is that what gar means? Okay, cigar.
Yeah, cigar. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked in State's Exhibit 89.
Good night, Zelda. Thank you so much, hon.
Can you take a look at this document and let me know when you're ready to talk about it? Take a careful look at the numbers and the messages and so forth.
Once we get through Paul, I think I'm gonna be done for the night too. But have a great night tonight, or get a good night's sleep tonight, Zelda, and have a good day tomorrow at work. We appreciate you very much.
Yes, sir.
Flip to the second page here, if you would.
My bad.
All right, do you recognize those messages?
Yes, sir.
Are those messages between you and your sister on the night of October 4th?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the messages that you exchanged with each other?
Yes, sir. And around the same time, because at that time it took me about 30 minutes to roll, so I was sitting there in the parking lot for 30 minutes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 89.
No objection, Judge.
I don't know. I know you talked about your general practice of rolling a blunt in the parking lot after work. Would you smoke it there as well?
I would be driving on my way home smoking. Like I
Okay.
said, that night I got stopped by the train, so it took me an extra 20 minutes to get home.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you see this message here, this 9:46 p.m. message? All right. And that is that one from your sister?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say to you?
Can you grab me a gar on your way home, please?
All right. So are you still at work at that point?
I was.
Okay. Had you clocked out yet?
No. I had my phone on me, but I wasn't supposed to, so.
Oh, okay. I see. The next message is from who to whom?
From LEILANI to me. She was sending a question mark afterwards because she always forgets to send her question marks.
Okay, so we got, can you grab me a gar on your way home, please? At 9:46 with no question mark, and then she adds the question mark a few minutes later?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then I saw it right as I was clocking out.
All right, and you responded to that at what time?
Right before 10 o'clock.
Okay, and what did you say?
I got some minis in the car.
I
got minis, but.
All right, so we'll read the message just as it appears on the page, and then I'm going to ask you what you mean.
I got minis. I got some minis.
I got some minis. And what does that refer to?
Mini cigarillos.
Okay. And where were you at the time you sent that message? You said you just clocked out?
Just walking out the building.
Okay. And what's the next message?
She said, okay, you on the way? And I said, in a minute.
And what time did you say in a minute?
At 10:03.
All right. And would you have been in the parking lot at that point, I guess?
Getting in the car.
Okay. And then what was the last message?
Okay.
And that was from her to you?
Yes, sir.
At 10:03 p.m. All right. So no more text messages between the two of you that night?
No, sir. My bad.
So that brings us to your getting home and her not being there, you said, right? Tell us about your arrival at the house.
So I got home and I noticed that the Dodge Journey wasn't there.
Okay.
And so I had went inside, I had the minis in my hand, and I had asked Danny, I said, where's LEILANI at?
Where was it that you encountered Danny?
He was sitting on the bed right in front of the door going into the bedroom.
Okay. He's on the bed in his bedroom, his and your sister's bedroom?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And you've got the minis in your hand?
Yes, sir.
And because you're coming to bring them to your sister? And she is not there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you see the children at this point?
I did. I don't remember exactly what they were doing, but I know that Quentin was awake. He was in his playpen, and Zane was laid down on his race car bed.
Did you have any air? How do you know Quentin was awake? Tell me what you saw.
He was saying Danny. He was laying there, but he was saying Danny, just like that.
Is that something that he would do?
Yes.
Can you describe, like, was it just like normal kind of babbling from a child? Or?
He would say Danny's name repeatedly. I don't know if it was because it was easy for him to say, because it's only 2 syllables, Danny, you know what I mean? But that was one of the key words he said 95% of the time.
From your perspective, did Quentin seem to like Danny?
Oh, there you go, right there. That tells you that Quentin was very fond of Danny, probably. Danny was probably a caretaker, too, if he said his name that often. So that does put the other part of that to rest, that Danny wasn't the one that took care of the kids on a regular basis, in my opinion. Just saying. Finally, thank God. Elijah Vu's incubator and her piece of shit boyfriend have finally been charged with murder. Amen, and thank God. It's about time. Good to hear. Good to hear. I know that's off subject, but that's important for me to be able to verbalize. I've been waiting for that for a long time, too. Yeah, he liked, it seems to me that he liked Danny. Danny was a caretaker. Danny took care of him. And obviously, he stated that earlier. There's proof. So good to hear that.
Did they have a good relationship?
Exactly, Barbara. Same here, Stormy.
They had a decent one. I mean, Danny would get fed up with taking care of the kids all the time, but you signed up for it, brother. I mean, there's nothing else I can say to you. I can't sit here and say, don't be upset. You signed up for it.
So anyway, Quentin's you said he's laying down in his bag of play?
He was laying down kind of more or less. He was still getting so he does a lot of talking before he would go to sleep. So he'd just sit there and say Danny or throw a little tantrum and then pass out, or it was one of the two. He didn't like being in a dark room.
Did anything seem to be out of the ordinary in that room at that time?
Not that I saw. I walked in there, told Quentin to shut up and go to bed, and went upstairs.
And did Danny seem to be acting abnormally?
He seemed a little agitated that he was having to watch the kids again.
Okay. Anything beyond that?
I mean, no more than his normal whining about having to do something he didn't want to do.
Now, how long did y'all interact with each other?
About 10 minutes in the bedroom before LEILANI got home.
What was the nature of that?
Just talking. He was complaining about LEILANI, which I was already used to, and kind of getting a little bit annoyed of him whining. You don't like it, leave. I mean, it's not that hard.
Now, did you have anything to eat when you got home that night?
No, I didn't.
Don't remember getting anything to eat?
I don't remember it.
Would it refresh your memory to look at some text messages between Danny and LEILANI about that, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, do you have Stacy's at 86 somewhere? Can you take a look at that second message from the top? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But does that refresh your memory as to whether you had anything to eat or drink that night?
I probably grabbed some Hawaiian punch.
Okay.
LEILANI was a little stingy about the kids' drinks and food now.
Now, after you probably or possibly had some Hawaiian punch, what did you do?
Went upstairs. I watched that episode of One Piece.
What is that?
One Piece is an anime.
Okay, it's an anime show.
Mm-hmm. It was 23 minutes and 42 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Went to bed.
Did you come downstairs anymore that night?
No, sir.
Did you have to let the dog out or anything at any point?
No, sir. Not till he woke me up in the morning, needed to use the bathroom, which was about 8:30ish. I got up at 9 and took him out.
Okay. What do you remember about that morning?
Just hearing yelling, and I thought it was the normal yelling. Then I come downstairs, and next thing I know, the house is surrounded by police.
Was that before or after you took the dog out?
After.
Okay.
But it was kind of like during, in the motion of me taking the dog out, all the police was pulling up.
All right. What do you remember hearing?
Just a whole lot of yelling. I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I was still half asleep. And I just kind of laid there until I heard it kind of die down or move away from where I could hear it. And then I got up and took the dog out.
Did you have any interaction with your sister that morning?
Not before she told me that Quentin was missing.
And where were you when she told you that, as far as you
Downstairs in the parking area.
out in the driveway?
Yeah, next to the drive, next to the garage.
Okay. And what you look like at that point?
Complete mess, complete wreck. Trying to figure out where her baby was.
And what happened from there?
She had called the babysitter over to see if she saw anything, if she knew anything. And then the police was showing up at the same time as the babysitter had just showed up. And then the next thing I know, Danny's showing up.
Hey, did you help look for Quentin?
Didn't get a chance to.
What do you mean?
By the time that everything was going on, we all got told we had to go down to police annex, and we was interrogated for over 17 hours by the FBI.
Did you, 17 hours?
Yes, I kept track of it because they were supposed to give me pizza. I'm still mad about my pizza 2 years later.
I think we saw you on some video bringing your sister some food at some point.
Yeah, then they bought the pizza afterward.
Okay. So you got some food that day in any case?
Yeah, because I bought it.
Okay. Because you bought it?
Yeah.
Did you?
I DoorDashed it.
You're saying you DoorDashed it?
Yes. After 12 hours of sitting there being interrogated, people get hungry.
Okay. So, regardless of whether you had a good time there that day, did you cooperate with the police questioning?
Yes,
the
sir.
FBI questioning?
Anything they asked me, I told them whatever I knew.
Okay. And did that continue to be the case over the coming days and weeks?
Yes, sir. Even while they hooked me up to the lie detector test and everything.
One moment, please, John.
No, this might be a good time for a short break.
May I just finish up a couple of things, John?
Yes.
Do you look? I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90.
I'm sorry, I'm not answering yes
I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 90. Okay.
And let me just say, just so that everything can be on the record. So Mr. Simon just apologized for not responding yes or no, and that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these messages starting from the back, actually, and tell me if you recognize them?
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with that, Stormy. A lot of people are like that.
Okay, so
Good
these
to
are
see you
not
tonight,
text messages
Siggy.
between me and Leilani. These are text messages between me and a coworker, and about a girl that thought that I was making a rumor about her, and I wasn't, and she threatened to hit us with her car. So we all kind of dipped out of there really fast.
Is this something that happened at work on the 4th?
Yes, this was nothing related to Leilani or Danny or anything like that.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to introduce this as State's Exhibit 90.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. Exhibit 90 submitted.
Let me just ask you this. On the last page here, do you see this message where this person asks you at 11:40 p.m. what time you're going in tomorrow?
I said 12 because I was already planning on going in early regardless because I needed the extra money.
And that response from you was at 11:40 p.m.
That's why I was already getting up. But then when they asked me to come in, it made it even easier to come in without asking for permission from the boss.
Okay. And this was on the night of October 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you already up in your room at this point?
Yes, sir. He had texted me after I had laid down to go to bed.
Okay. And was this your last phone activity that night?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, if I had not already formally offered 88, I would do so at this time. Those were the Paul Simon, Dago Youngkin text messages.
I believe it may already be in. Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And is that the case for 88, 89, and 90?
Not 90.
90 is just admitted.
90 is just admitted. Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, John.
Okay. All right, so there's mention of a break. I think this is a good time for a break. The time is 3:13. Let's come back at 3:30.
Jury's exiting.
When we have them. Jurors, please. Thank you, Solomon.
Room open or closed. Can you hear that from upstairs? Room open or closed. Can you hear that?
Inside of the driveway.
Thank you. Welcome back after that short break. Did anyone have any discussions about the case? Did anyone do any research? Okay. And with that, we will proceed. Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Simon, my name is Martin Hilliard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm pretty good. No complaints. I've got some questions for you, and I'm probably going to start on October 5th and work back a little bit. You were already at home on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you said you woke up, you went outside, took your dog outside.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to kind of approach the witness and show him State's Exhibit real quick. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. If you would, the upstairs bedroom that you stay in, which bedroom is that? Does it overlook the pool? Does it overlook the front yard, the side yard?
It overlooked the pool and the driveway.
Okay.
Because the way the bathroom was faced was towards the outside driveway.
Okay.
Then the room I was in faced towards the inside of the driveway.
All right. So based upon what you're looking at right there, would it be above the dining room or the living room or somewhere in that area?
Above the living room.
By the living room?
Right above it.
Okay. And so you could look out over the pool and the patio and the parking area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this other bedroom right here.
Look towards the front.
Towards the front.
Yes, sir.
Just trying to get an orientation. All right. So you were at home that night around the night of October 4th, around 11:40. Was a text message between you and your coworkers that Mr. Dean was just talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember sending that?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake?
I was trying to go to sleep, so I was kind of trying to end the conversation pretty fast.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I was already laid down at 11 to go to sleep, and so when a text message came through, it kind of woke me up a little bit.
Okay.
And so I was just trying to get it done and over with. But yeah, I was a little bit awake.
All right. Well, let's just talk about that. So you were a little bit awake. Did you hear any doors opening or closing, or a ruckus, or anything going on at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. And I don't know because I don't know anything about the house, but if the door for the living room or the dining room open or closed, can you hear that from upstairs or no?
You can hear a car door shut, but you can't really hear the door shut unless it's slammed.
Okay. So if the dining room door, the living room door shut, you wouldn't necessarily hear it.
No, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if there's a car door outside slammed, you would definitely hear it.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you hear that at any point in time that evening?
Around about 11:20, I heard a car door shut, and it was LEILANI coming back in from getting cigarillos. And I just kind of laid there and ignored it because I just finished my episode and I was heading to bed.
Okay. So about 11:20, you heard the car door shut. Now, in the morning times, do you hear when anybody leaves for work?
No, sir. Okay. Being passed out, I don't. After working, I don't really hear a whole lot.
Understandable. So you slept through the morning of October 5th till about 9:30, correct?
I woke up about 8:30, but I laid there until 9.
Okay. And you, at that point in time, had you heard anything?
I heard a little bit of yelling, but like I said, that was an everyday thing, so I just didn't pay no attention to it and laid there until I heard it move away where I couldn't hear it. Then I got up and let the dog out. And that was about 9 o'clock was when I got up.
And you said you heard some yelling. What yelling did you hear?
I just heard LEILANI screaming, but I didn't know what she was screaming about or nothing like that. I just heard screaming.
And you were taking the dog out when that happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said the police showed up and Daniel showed up, correct? And you said that you heard the yelling and police showed up, and you said that LEILANI was a complete mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
How about Daniel?
He wasn't really phased. He didn't look phased. He left work in a hurry, but other than that, the whole time he was more worried about what was going to happen to him throughout the whole thing, from what I saw.
Okay.
I mean, 3 days after it happened, he's up in North Carolina, just that quick, boom, gone. I mean, that just strikes me as not good, not right behavior when you're supposed to be.
When they make an objection, it's
Yeah.
Just a moment, I'm sorry. Was there an objection?
there was an objection, Judge. So
Mr. Dean?
Non-responsive.
Suspend.
Mr. Simon,
Just a moment.
you have to let me ask the questions
Oh,
and
my
you have
bad,
to
I'm
answer them,
sorry.
okay? So you were there that day and you were there all day, correct? On October 5th.
Yes, sir. Until the police took us.
Right. So you said when Danny got there, he seemed unfazed.
Mhm.
Okay. You said LEILANI was a mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you answer all the questions that were put to you that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm curious, at this point in time, how long had you known Daniel Youngkin?
About 4 months. All I really knew about him before that was that he was one of LEILANI's baby daddies. That's all I knew about him before that.
All right. So, and when did you move into the house on Buckalter Road?
In about April, right after my birthday.
So, April of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was in October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and I guess when you moved in, Danny and LEILANI and the kids were already there.
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. Now, did you ever notice Danny and LEILANI either using drugs or drinking?
Danny drunk every day.
Right.
He'd be riding down the road drinking a Fireball, little shot, consistently every day.
All right. And not being judgmental, and LEILANI smoked.
Yep, smoked weed.
And you did too.
Mhm.
Did you ever see him do anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. And if anything else was done,
I would have told my mom.
okay. So that was not something you knew about.
No, sir.
All right.
And I believe that LEILANI knew that, and that's why she constantly tried to hide it from me. That she was doing something that she didn't want me to know of.
Okay. And same thing for Danny, correct?
Thank you for that, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So was it uncommon for the back door? I mean, and again, if you don't know, that's fine. But how did you normally come in and out of the house when you?
Through the back door.
Okay. And was that pretty much how everyone entered the house?
Yes, sir.
And was it uncommon that those doors would be unlocked?
Normally, since I was the one that got off work, the last one to be home, they would be locked whenever my stepdad would be home. But if it was everybody else, I would be the one that locked the door before I went up to bed.
So, and that's kind of what I was getting to. Normally, you were the one who locked the door when you came in tonight,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And do you have any recollection doing so this particular night, the
Yes,
night
sir.
of October 4th?
I locked it when I came in, and I had went in and talked to Danny, and then went to bed.
And again, not being judgmental, but you smoke blunts. Do you smoke cigarettes, Paul?
I used to.
Okay. When did you quit?
About 3 years ago when I started vaping.
So you gave up cigarettes and started vaping.
Yes, sir.
How about LEILANI? She smoked cigarettes?
Yes, sir.
And how about Danny?
Yep.
Okay. And whenever they were smoking at the house, where would they normally go to smoke?
Either the front or the back.
Were there ashtrays out there?
There was ashtrays in the back on the back porch, and there should have been one on the front porch. But Lonnie started smoking after a few months of them moving down in that room.
Now, you said you came in the night of October 4th and you saw Quentin, Zane, and Sky.
Sky was in the little swing thing where that's where she kind of just slept in that.
Mhm.
Zane was in his race car bed in the corner of the wall, and Quentin was right at the foot of the bed in the playpen.
And they were all good at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever seen, you said Danny seemed agitated when you got home. Anything abnormal, or was it just his normal?
It was just his normal whining and complaining, but he just, like I said, he just seemed a little bit more agitated. But I was like, don't worry, man. She's going to be back in a while.
Right.
She just rode up the road.
Did you ever see LEILANI that evening?
I did not. I had already went to bed before I had saw her.
All right. And did you ever hear them two arguing or bickering at any point in time that evening?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please. No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Simon?
Not on behalf of Ms. Simon.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, you are excused, sir. This state may call its next witness.
Melanie Bowling, Your Honor.
Okay.
I just want to rip her lips off. How dare her say she loves anybody?
I agree.
Face the pledge and raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This way, ma'am.
Have a good night, Stormy. Let's see how long this takes, and then let me see here. Yeah, so it looks like after this one, this is it. So I'm just gonna run through her, and we'll be done for tonight. Everybody, thank you for hanging on. All right, Running Bear. Have a good night, guys that are taking off. Thank you so much for hanging with us. We appreciate you, Stormy, and everybody else. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Melanie Bowling. I am 28 years old, and I'm a mama.
What is your city and state of residence? What town do you live in?
Glenville, Georgia.
And how long have you lived in Glenville?
Going on 8, almost 9 years now.
Okay. Are you a little nervous this afternoon?
I am, I'm sorry.
I'm always a little nervous in court too. It's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
How do you know her?
She used to live in the same neighborhood as me.
In Glenville, I presume?
Yes.
When you met her, how many children, if any, did she have at that point?
When I first met her, she had no kids.
Okay. And how did you meet her?
I met her through her ex-boyfriend, Cody Warden, which is her first child's father. I met him first because he lived out there and they started dating, and that's how I met her. And I looked at her and him as like little siblings that I wanted to help guide in the right direction. But that's how I met her.
And did you all live near one another for a period of time?
We did. We were right next door for a period of time, and then there was a period of time where she lived like walking distance from where I lived.
Okay. And then at some point, did she move away from Glenville?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that she moved away, did she have any children?
Yes, she had Zane.
So the time that she moved in near you would have been sometime shortly before Zane's birth?
Yes, it was about maybe 6 months or so before she got pregnant with him.
Before she got pregnant?
Yes.
And then was she living next to you, or next door to you during her pregnancy?
Yes.
And did she continue to live next door to you during the time that she actually had Zane?
Well, down a little bit, down the dirt road a little bit, but yes, it was still in the same neighborhood.
Okay, so you're saying by the time she had Zane, she moved walking distance away?
Yes.
Was no longer right next door?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's kind of take chunks of time. Tell me about the nature of your relationship with her before she ever had Zane.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, Cody, I met him first and he was going through a hard time. So like my husband and I took them in as, took him in as like a little brother to help guide in the right direction. She started dating him and, I got good vibes from her at first. I never suspected anything bad. And I kind of try to guide her in the right direction too. She ended up falling pregnant. And when she did, she was young, and I can relate to that because I was a teen mom myself. So I wanted to help her in any way possible to, with her child and be that support.
Were you friends with her during her pregnancy with Zane?
I was.
And did you remain friends with her after she gave birth to Zane and had him as a newborn?
I did, yes.
And did you all spend time together during both of those time periods?
Yes.
Did you spend time with her around both her and Zane?
Yes.
Were you all still living in the same town at the time she gave birth to Quentin?
No. Well, I was, but she wasn't.
Okay. Can you tell me where she was and when she had left in relation to when she had Quentin?
So I know her and Cody moved to Alabama. That happened. And then I guess they broke up. She came back to Georgia to, I think, Waycross or somewhere, wherever Bubba Moss is from.
Waynesboro, sound right?
Waynesboro, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I get those mixed up. And she came back and she was staying with him in a camper, and she fell pregnant. They split up and she went back to Alabama, and Cody helped her.
And during you've talked about your contact with her during the time she lived near you.
Yes.
Right? In the same town.
Yes.
Did you all have daily or near daily contact at that point?
When she was pregnant with Quentin, we had it was about almost every other day, if not weekly.
Well, I want to ask specifically about when she lived in the same town as you.
Yes, every day.
Okay,
Yes,
every
sir.
day in that one.
Yes.
And then after she moved, and I understand it sounds like she bounced around a little bit.
She did.
What
And
was the nature of your contact with her after she moved away from Glen?
text message and phone call, FaceTime.
And how frequently did you say that you would have contact with her?
So when she got with Bubba, it kind of drifted off a little bit. And that's, I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but we drifted off a little bit. And then she would, we contact out the blue. She'd call me, I text her, I call her, she texts me, vice versa, just to see how we are doing, I always checked in on her to see if she was doing okay, if the kids were okay, how they're doing, how big they're getting, stuff like that.
Did you talk to her on the phone regularly during her pregnancy with Quentin?
Yes.
About how?
She updated me with every appointment that she had.
Did she talk to you during those phone calls about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And tell me again how you viewed the nature of your relationship with her.
I viewed her, like I said, as a little sister that I wanted to help guide in the right direction.
So you're close.
Yes.
During her pregnancy with Quentin, well, you're having this regular telephone contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Did it include calls?
Yes.
Did it include text messages?
Yes.
Did it include FaceTime?
Yes, a couple times so I could see Zane.
Did you ever catch up over fairly long phone calls, or are we talking about 1 or 2 minutes?
No, these were hour-plus long phone calls.
And that's during her pregnancy with Quentin?
Yes.
During that type of contact that you described, did she talk to you about the state of her relationship with Quentin's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It was rocky. They were fighting a lot. A lot. And was a time where they did break up, and she was depressed. She made some comments to me that were concerning, but they fought a lot.
Like what kind of comments?
The comments which I, at the time, wanted to think maybe she was depressed and going through something. That was my thought process, but thinking of it now, I don't know. But she would say how she wished maybe if I didn't have Quentin, if I would have had the abortion like Bubba wanted me to, he would still be here.
Now, is that something she said to you after Quentin had been born?
She has mentioned it after and while she was pregnant, yes.
Really now? That's interesting. Again, it's already known she doesn't like Quentin. Is she still blaming the fact that her and Bubba broke up on Quentin? Does that go back that far, maybe? Jesus, guys.
I would say so.
Wow. What a piece of work.
Well, this isn't the first time we've heard that she didn't love Quentin, that she didn't want Quentin.
No, but to hear that comment alone, wow.
And I'm not hating on Bubba, but I don't have a very high opinion of him either.
That's probably why she liked him so much then. That makes plenty of sense. That's pretty sad. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Okay. And how did you react to those kind of comments?
It shocked me. I mean, I was what? Coming with, I have 3 kids myself. I'm not the one to judge, someone on abortions and stuff, but she didn't want to have one, and that's on her, okay? But I did not. It was really shocking. I didn't agree with it, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
I want to ask you a couple more questions about those kind of remarks?
Yes.
You said that she made those remarks both before Quentin was born and after Quentin had been born.
Yes.
Roughly how many times would you say you remember?
Thank you, Mikey.
Off the top of my head, but while she was pregnant with him and right after he was born, I'd say about 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And you said that the nature of the comment was maybe if I had had the abortion, Bubba would still be with me. And that was a remark she made both before Quentin was born and after he was born.
Yes.
Can I conclude from that then that Bubba had already left her before Quentin was born?
Yes.
And there's at least, sounds like 1 or 2 times where she said this, like, while Quentin was a newborn.
Yes, a newborn and while he was older too.
Now, I want to kind of move forward in time. Did you remain in contact with her to one degree or another over the phone throughout Quentin's short life?
Yes.
Okay. And let's say from
You're okay, Matahari. Everybody's expected to act a certain type of way with this case. I'm even doing it, so don't worry about it.
Between Quentin's birth to October of 2022, how often would you say you were in contact with her during that time frame? And I understand it's like a year and a half.
Yes. So, trying to think. So she came to my son's party in 2019 with Danny. I asked her to bring the boys, and she said that her mom had them. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to remember.
No, it's fine.
What was the question again, sir?
Okay. About how often were you? Let's just talk about, I don't know, the year leading up to October of 2022.
Okay.
When Quentin is no longer a newborn. Okay.
Yes.
How often would you be in contact with her at that point?
At that point,
Hey,
so
Callie.
it could be weekly
Good to see
sometimes,
you
and
tonight.
then it would jump from weekly to monthly, and then I would have to be in contact with her. I would sometimes not get any contacts back for a few months. Then it come out the blue, she'll contact me, and we can go from talking to each other for like 2 weeks straight, and then there'd be gaps again.
But in any case, it sounds like you never cut off contact completely.
No.
And would you, during this time frame, would you still sometimes have these long, extended phone conversations with her?
We did.
And would she talk to you about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And could you hear the children in the background at times?
Always.
Was there ever a time on any of these calls that you heard anything concerning directed towards Quentin?
I mean, besides, may I repeat what was said? It's cursing. Or should I word it?
Your responses, you may give it.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted your permission.
So the rules here are, if you're, quoting.
Okay, is it me or is this woman stranger than hell?
She's just a good Southern girl.
Okay.
You,
She's a
you
bit
haven't
weird.
seen this, have you?
Nope.
I'm not going to ruin it for you.
Okay, here we go.
We would ask that you not just insert your own.
No, I just want to hit what
But
she exactly
if
said.
you're quoting somebody, yeah, tell us what you heard.
Okay. There's been times when she has been getting on to Quentin, saying, "Will you get the fuck down, you stupid little shit?" She will call them assholes, you little assholes. I told you to go do this. Now go do what the fuck I said before I beat your ass. Called him a bastard child out of anger. I guess he was doing something like climbing on the table, and she told him to get down several times. And she's like, this is why I wish I never had you, wish I would have aborted you, and stuff like that.
And I just want to make it clear the circumstances in which you're hearing this. Are you physically present with her when you're hearing these things?
No, sir.
You're on the phone with her?
Yes.
And you hear her saying these things over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's kind of break these things down. You said something about her calling him a bastard child and saying
Yes.
something about his dad.
Yes.
Tell us what you remember about that.
I know when she would get really frustrated with him that she can be unpredictable and say things very harshly that a normal mother would not say. And about, I wish I never had you.
He'll be back. It's 11:22, y'all. And he's back. I don't play the lottery and use 1122. You're muted.
What'd you say?
I said I ought to go play the lottery and use 1122.
Yep. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, am I getting irritated right now. I don't know why this is shocking to me, but it is. Wow.
Some people shouldn't breed. Leilani's one of them.
Who talks to their kids that way?
Beats the hell out of me. I never talk to my kids like that. Never, ever, ever would talk to my kids like that.
This is a rotten, spoiled from the inside out meat sack is all that this is. A waste of human life. God damn.
Not with your dad, so I would have never had you. Stuff like that.
And are you sure she was referring to Quentin?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because she would yell, Quentin, what the fuck did I just tell you? And then go on with what I just said.
I think you also mentioned asshole or something.
Yes, asshole. For him acting like a 15-year-old acting, or a 15-month-old acting like an asshole.
Could you tell over the phone what he was doing, or if anything, or what was going on that caused her to have these outbursts?
I could hear the kids playing, screaming, running around, like what kids do. I have 3 kids myself, 2 boys and a daughter. So boys being boys, they get rough with each other.
So hearing her say that on the phone, why did you not ever fucking report her to Children's Services? Friend or no friend, you know it's wrong. You're a mother. Wait, hey, good to see you, Metamom.
And this is why we preach. If you see something, say something.
Wow. What a piece of shit.
And, that happens, okay? But instead of hey, you guys can keep your hands to yourself, time out, and do the separate them or whatever, she would start cussing and snapping and yelling and calling names. Now,
how would you react?
Well, let's not forget how she was probably raised. We've watched Billy Joe in action. Okay. So then again, and I'm not sticking up for this trash heap by any means, but that's probably what she knew how to do based on what Billy Joe taught her. She looks like she's disappointed that her friend is telling on her now. How about that?
Oh, yeah, she's pissed. Like, if you watch her face, like when they scan over to her, like she's furious. She's almost got that look on like, you're lying. I never did that.
Oh, bullshit. Anyway, I believe that wholeheartedly. But again, envision Billy Joe saying that to her when she was little. I can do it. I can see it now. So, and again, it doesn't make it right. You have the choice to take whatever path you're going to take. Okay. You don't have to be the same way. You don't have to treat your children the same way you were treated per se. Typically, we don't like to do that as parents if it was a bad situation, but that's what she knows. She's never taught any better. So once again, I have to tell you that I'm going back to Billy Joe again as having some responsibility within this whole entire situation. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
If at all. I don't know whether you...
I was speechless, sir. I mean, I would try to be like, hey, calm down. You're just mad. You don't need to be saying those kinds of things. You don't mean it, thinking, she didn't mean it. That was my assumptions. Okay. But I would try to calm her down and be like, hey, chill out. Like, take a breather. They're just kids. They're little kids. Like, this is going to happen.
Did you ever hear anything that sounded, you've talked about what you've talked about to this point. Would you characterize it as verbal abuse?
Yes, and I've heard her whip them, but I can't, like I said, it's whoopings, so I don't know if she's using her hand on their butt. I don't know what she's using. It's on the phone call.
Okay, so for that, you're saying you can't say whether it was or was not reasonable parental discipline?
Exactly.
But you've heard stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. Was, did, overall, based on all your interactions with her and all your observations, did you develop the impression that she felt differently about Quentin than she did about Zane?
Yes, because every time I would speak to her, she would always speak highly about Zane and her youngest one after she was born, but never about Quentin, even though he was the sweetest little thing ever.
What kind of things would she say about Zane?
Talking about how well he is, how smart he is, how he knows his ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, so on and so forth. The potty training, stuff about Cody and her, just talking highly about him and how good he's doing from when I last seen him as a little baby.
And do you remember hearing anything like that about Quentin?
No.
Just to be clear, did you ever yourself physically meet Quentin?
I have never physically met Quentin, no.
And is that because you all didn't, you all had already, she had moved away
right
at the time before she had?
But yes, but I have FaceTimed him after he was born and seen him, I FaceTimed him and Zane and Sky when she was a little baby too.
One moment, please.
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Bowling, you said that you met Miss Simon in 2019 with Danny?
No, I met her in 2017, 2018 when she was dating Cody.
All right, maybe I misheard. You said you met her in 2019 at a birthday party with Danny.
She brought Danny to my son's birthday party that I invited her and her children to come to in 2019.
Okay, so you're saying that Danny Youngkin attended a birthday party with you in 2019 with Miss Simon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the hill you're going to die on.
I believe that was Danny, yeah. That's who it looked like.
All right. Are you aware that she didn't meet Mr. Youngkin until 2020?
So that's not what I'm not aware of. I say because she brought that man to my birthday party.
Well, you just sat here under oath and said it was Danny Youngkin.
That's what she just told me that was his name, Danny, that she was bringing through messages on Facebook Messenger, sir.
Ms. Bowling, when was the last time you actually physically, let me ask you this. When did you ever physically meet Quentin Simon?
I never physically met him.
Okay. So in 20 months of his life, you never once saw him in person, correct?
Correct.
Right. And when was the last time prior to that you had met and hung out with Miss Simon?
Prior to his birth.
His birth.
Okay. Prior to his birth was the birthday party, 2019.
Okay. So at least 2.5 years prior, well, maybe a year and a half prior to his birth then?
Well, actually, that was, yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay. So at that point in time, had Zane been born?
Yes.
Okay. So now you said that originally y'all would talk every day.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was weekly. Then it was every other week. Then it was monthly. Then it was every few months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not really a strong friendship there, is it?
Well, sir, we did have a very strong friendship, but again, like I've said before, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And the path she was going down was a path that I clearly could not help her out.
Miss Bowling, you and Miss Simon started smoking weed together in 2017. So let's not pretend this is some sort of Sunday school
You're
thing.
right, sir. Okay. But the thing is, I never done cocaine. I never did ecstasy, nor pills.
Okay.
That was in 2017, sir.
That was
a long time ago. And I don't anymore.
Okay. Well, congratulations to you. And that being said, was that the reason y'all hung out, was to smoke weed together?
No. The reason well, maybe for her, because she likes to use people. But to me, it was, hanging out with Cody, helping him get back on his feet because of what he had to endure and go through at that time, which is a different matter from this court.
You have some rather unique beliefs, don't you, Miss Bowling?
Beliefs.
Yes,
Can you define that, please, or elaborate it for me, please?
I can. Do you remember meeting with Mr. Dean on August 13th of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about some experiences you had on August 13th and conveying those to him?
Yep.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not tell him that you had communed with Quentin Simon's ghost?
Yes. And if you would like, I can actually do it here and show you guys.
Oh, please, by all means. I would love to see this.
Give me a Holy Bible and a candle. Yes, sir.
So, that being said,
What?
He pisses me off.
Why would you? Why? What? Oh,
Because
my
he's
God.
trying to discredit the witness.
I know this. You know this. We all know this. Regardless of what her beliefs are, regardless of what she says or does in that sense, what the actual hell does it have to do with the point that LEILANI Simon killed this child? Nothing.
He's a horse's ass.
Oh, no, he's more than that. He's a complete idiot. Okay, but... Oh, my God. I really don't believe this. And she played... Why did she just play into it? Good God. Okay, on we go.
You told Mr. Dean this, correct?
I sure did.
And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, your husband videotaped the seance, correct?
He did.
And anytime I'm making a misstatement as to what you said that Quentin Simon spoke to you through a candle.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just in case, folks. I don't know where the hell this is going.
He spoke to me through images.
Okay.
Okay, when I was in my trance, I couldn't see anything except for what he was showing me and what he was telling me as a 15-month-old could do.
Okay. And so he was a 15-month-old ghost speaking to you. Please tell me about this. I would love to hear it.
Okay, so this is what I did, and I lit my candle, had my Bible out, and I prayed. I asked if I could reach out to Quentin Simon. And here he comes. Behold. Do I see him physically? No. But here he is, and he is Mama Mel. That's what I was always called by them. Mama Mel, help me. I said, with what? I said, help me help you. What happened? He said, Mommy hurt me. I asked him, how did he hurt you? Or how did she hurt you? Sorry. And he told me, she hit me in the head really hard. I said, okay. I was like, what else? And I said, did you, get any candy thinking maybe he got into drugs or something? And he said, no. I said, okay, where are you? And he threw me the star of the church that's next to the landfill on that dirt road right there next to Little Neck Road on the dump. He showed me exactly where he was in that pile with his arm hanging out, lifeless, gray. and there's blood in a bag that looked like it used to be like a bluish purple color. And he's throwing up blood. After I closed out the seance, I prayed and I said, I wish you peace and to pass on peacefully. We'll get the justice you need. Okay. I prayed, closed it out. That was that. Blew out the candle, turned on the lights, and my hoverboard that both my son had, that was completely destroyed because he took it through a mud puddle. When you take a hoverboard, electric hoverboard through a mud puddle, it's done. It started turning on and off by itself and moving, even though it's completely done for, and I've tried charging it and nothing.
And what date was this?
What day was that? That was, to be honest with you, is sometime in November of 2022. I don't know the exact date. I do not.
So this was after they announced they found remains in the landfill.
No, this is actually before the indictment report came out. I had the dream, which I told them already, but yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So it was in November, correct?
Roughly, maybe the end of October. It's in that time area. I also had a major craniotomy that year, so my memory's a little.
What's a craniotomy?
Where you have to have a major brain surgery. They take your skull off, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So you had a craniotomy,
I did.
and you told all this to Mr. Dean.
To Mr. Yes.
Mr. Dean. That's all the questions I have.
Melanie, is it fair to say that I brought you into my office to talk about concrete things that you heard the defendant say over the years about Quentin?
Yes.
Okay. And that you volunteered the information about the seance, right?
I did. Because I don't know if you guys recognize that kind of stuff or not.
And do you remember me telling you, well, I have to tell the defense about this because it's a thing you've said as a witness, but that it's seance information is not admissible in court?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And do you remember acknowledging pretty even-handedly that you understand that not everybody believes in these things?
I do. And that's why I didn't want to speak upon it like that. Yes, sir.
Now, you've said that you had a Bible with you while you were doing this.
Yes.
And it was a Christian Bible.
Yes, sir. I was baptized and raised as a Christian.
Do you remain a practicing Christian?
I sure do, sir.
Do you consider this some sort of a prayer practice, what you're describing?
Yes, sir. I mean, in a way.
Do you consider it a private matter?
A private matter? Yes.
How does it feel to come into court and essentially get made fun of for it?
You know, to be honest with you, it's kind of embarrassing because, like you said, not everybody believes in this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I was born with a gift that I call a curse.
Now, does any of this have anything to do with the things that you heard her say about her son, both before and after his birth?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bowling, you're willing to hold yourself up to ridicule to get justice for Quentin, aren't you?
Excuse me?
Said you're willing to hold yourself up to public ridicule to get justice for Quentin, aren't you?
I guess so. I'm here to get justice for him, so.
What aren't you willing to do for Quentin's justice?
Well, I've done everything I can possibly for his justice.
Thank you so much.
That last statement was a dig at her, if you guys didn't catch that. Where he said, what aren't you willing to do? Basically stating she'll do anything to put this out there to try to get justice for him. So that defense attorney is going to rot in hell after this case, as far as I can tell. I'm telling you right now, he is a piece of shit.
He has a piece of brimstone with a placard on it waiting for him.
I'm just waiting to see how long it's going to take for the little horns that sprout out of his forehead. I haven't seen him yet, but maybe it's because of lighting. I don't know. Wow, that was dark. I've never seen that happen in a hearing before, a trial before. That's wild. And look at her sitting all smug the way she is. That's one witness, sweetheart. I promise you, it's not going to make no difference. The whole world still believes that you did what you did. So, wow.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Dean. Has it been about an hour? Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm getting a motion for getting a sign for timeout, and I was thinking we've been going at it for a while now. You probably due for a break. Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, I was just going to let the court know that our next witness may be lengthy. She's here, we can call her, but I wanted the court to be aware that it may require us to go after 5 o'clock. So just letting the court know to decide timing.
All right. I'm inclined to hear this witness today, but let's take a break. It's 4:16. Let's break until 4:30.
What witness is this next one?
I don't know, because this is where I jumped in. I was watching on 1.5, and as soon as she got done testifying, I looked at the old man and I said, "Oh my God, I bet Dago's live. I gotta go see if he's live, because I gotta be there for this if he's not this far yet."
Okay.
So we had a medium, well, whatever y'all want to call her, and a polygraph brought up in court.
Two things that never happen. So, let me see here.
I agree, Callie. The judge probably needs a Rillo at this point.
Yeah, I don't think they brought this witness in because I skipped ahead and I don't see anybody else.
I don't know. I said this is where I literally like snatched my headphones out and ran to my laptop to see if you were live.
Let me see something here. You can't see her? Oh, okay. How long is the testimony from? Oh, it's the daughter of the babysitter.
It can't be that long because they only went till 5, I reckon. I don't know. I get off at 4:30.
From here, it's only.
It should say on your time bar down there. I can't see it because I don't have it.
8 more. Okay, we'll see what happens here. We can do it. Okay, hold on.
Oh, freaking, there it goes. So 30 minutes.
I don't think it's even that long.
Roughly.
Okay, might as well get it in tonight while we can.
Lemons. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The state may call its next witness. Please bring in the jurors. I hear you. Wow, it really is warm.
How many times have they forgot the jury on this? This happened more than once, hasn't it?
3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I was gonna say she keeps forgetting to bring the damn jury in.
Well, I mean, she probably doesn't want the jury subjected to this fucketry.
I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Every time I look at her, I feel violent. Truly, Mom, I said this the other night. In 50 years, I'm about to be 50. I've never wanted to hit a woman so bad in my life. Ever. It's not a good feeling. I'll tell you that much. It's something I'm highly, it's something I'm highly against. But damn.
She just makes you hope that she gets the broomstick treatment.
Oh.
When she gets the big girl jail.
All right.
It's sad to say it, but it's one of them things where you would almost want to pay money to watch somebody beat the living hell out of her. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
100%, Matahari. I'm gonna have to talk to my therapist about this shit. No lie. Little Smokies wrapped in bacon. How the hell are you guys going to food? Like, you guys are nuts. Okay.
I didn't stress. I ate a whole damn brand new thing of Chips Ahoy cookies, for goodness
You
sake.
see me smoking a cigarette over here with the camera on? I don't ever do that. So, yeah.
Got like 4 left, so I feel you. And I had a pack when I started watching this.
Yeah, so did I. Anyway. All right, let's do it and do it quick and be done with this for the day. Good God almighty. Yeah, 100%, Matahari. 100%. I'm seriously, like, I've envisioned, like, just slapping the shit out of this one. Good God. Go get her, Molly. Go get her, please.
All right. Thank you, Birch. Everyone, please have a seat. And welcome back after your break. Did you have any discussions with anyone about the case? Did anyone do any research? Okay. All right. So let's begin. The state may call its next witness.
Zia Mccarta.
Went home. She said, yes, I don't care.
And about having to do something.
You're muted.
Absolutely, Siggy. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to. I keep bumping this thing over here. I'm so flipped out, pissed off right now. Just a minute here. Sorry.
Started pointing.
Yes, sir. Pointing directions to my mom's house. Went home. She said, yes, I don't care.
Quentin and
Everyone, please have a seat. And welcome back after your break.
Yes, guys. Thank you all so much for supporting the channel, myself, and the rest of this community. Thank you for being part of this community. We absolutely appreciate every one of you so very much.
Do you have any discussions with anyone about the case? Did anyone do any research? Okay. All right. So let's begin. The state may call its next witness.
Zia Mccarta.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
And as we begin, this is the point at which we want the cameras diverted from from the witness's face, from Ms. Mccarta's face.
The evidence you take of the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
Good afternoon. And before we begin, are we good on camera, Engel?
Yes, but we got her when she was being sworn in because we didn't know that that was the witness that was sensitive, so we'll have to tell everybody not to use that footage.
All right. Thank you, Grace. All right. All right, Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury here?
Hi, I'm Zia Mccarta.
And how do you spell your first name?
Talea
And your last name?
Mccarta,
Where do you live? What city and state? Not the address.
Savannah, Georgia.
Do you live on Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
And did your family used to provide babysitting services for the defendant's 3 children?
Yes, sir.
Have I asked you how old you are yet? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
No, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you in school?
Yes, sir.
Where are you in school?
Homeschool.
Okay. And what grade are you in?
I'm 10. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay. That's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know. Okay.
Sir.
I understand you're starting a new job tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to be working?
At Larry's Giant Subs.
Is that your first big girl job, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you know Quentin Son?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know him?
Through my mom and them and Miss Sandra.
And tell us about, well, who's Miss Sandra, first of all?
Miss Sandra is Tommy, Billy Joe's husband's sister.
Okay. And how do you, when you say you know him through Miss Sandra, what do you mean by that?
Miss Sandra went to church with us, and she just came up to my mom and sister and asked if my sister could babysit them.
Okay. And is that how the babysitting stuff started?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the beginning of that. How did it play out?
Miss Sandra had came and knocked on the door and asked if my mom could babysit some kids. And my mom said, well, I'll be working, but I can ask my daughter. And my sister said yes.
And what's your sister's name?
Maritza Mccarta.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's older than me.
How old is she now?
19 years old.
Okay. So going forward from that, did you all start babysitting the kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And between the two of you, you and your other sister, did one or the other have responsibility for one or the other kids? It's kind of a confusing question. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir. My sister really had most of the responsibility, but I would be there to play with Quentin stuff and Zane.
Were you and your sister, were you or her closer to Quentin than the other?
It was both of us. Yes, sir. He really loved both of us.
Tell us about spending time with Quentin. Where would you spend time with him?
Throughout the whole house, Quentin, he would open the door, like when it was cracked, he would push it open with his hand. He'll come in there and he'll love on you.
What door are we talking about here?
The bedroom door.
In your house?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by he'd come in and love on you?
Like, he'll run to you, open his arms, and just throw himself on you and give you a kiss on the cheek.
Did you like spending time with Quentin?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there ever a time where you spent time around Quentin and LEILANI together?
Yes, sir.
And during those times, did you ever see her treat him in a way that upset you?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about any of those times?
With the console, like the PlayStation remote control, when she said that Quentin had got a hold of it,
and it was the night before, and I guess she still got mad talking about it, so she pushed him down.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit. Where were you when this push happened?
She was by the tiki bar, and I was by closer towards the pool where the little step is.
Okay, so whose house were you at?
Billy Joe's.
Okay. You're out back between the tiki bar area and the pool.
Yes, sir.
And what was it that caused Leilani to push Quentin?
She got mad because he had supposedly broken the controller to her PS4.
Okay. And how did this come up?
When I walked up, I asked her if I could get Quentin, and she said, yes, please take him. And then she just led off the conversation because he got a hold. I'm pretty sure she said it was her brother's controller, and he was going to be mad at her.
And what time of day was this?
I'm going to say around 2.
In the afternoon, I presume?
Yes, sir.
You said you came up. Where were you coming from?
I was coming from my mom's house.
And where was Leilani?
Leilani was outside.
Okay. In the back there?
Yes, sir.
And where was Quentin?
Quentin was inside.
Okay. And you said you were coming over to see if you could get Quentin.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I know the night before her and Danny was arguing or something, and she had called my phone to see if I could come get him, and it was like around 4 a.m, and I told her I wasn't allowed at the house that late, and I didn't want to wake my mom up. She had work the next morning, but I would be over there the next day to grab him for my sister.
Did you say she called you or she texted you? I didn't catch that.
She called me.
Okay. She called you at like 4 a.m. and asked you to come take Quentin?
Yes, sir.
And why did she want you to do that?
She was getting aggravated with him.
Okay. So it's the next day that you went over to get him?
Yes, sir.
And what were you going to do with him?
I was going to grab him and take him over to our house.
All right. And is that something that you would do from time to time? Come and get him and just take him?
Every day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Sir?
Was he like your buddy?
Yes, sir.
So you come up, you said Quentin's inside and Leilani is out back by the pool, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were there to get Quentin.
Yes, sir.
And at some point she pushed him.
Yes, sir.
At what point did he go from being inside to outside?
He had walked up because the door, you could see through it. So he had walked up and put his hands and his mouth against the door, and he was happy. And she opened the door. She put the door handle and she pushed it open, and she was continuing telling me the story. And Quentin started saying bubbles. He wanted bubbles. And she pushed him, took her hand and pushed the middle of his chest and pushed him.
And what was the bubbles thing about? You said he wanted bubbles?
He loved bubbles.
Okay. Are you talking about like soap bubbles that you blow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When she pushed him, what did she use to push him with first?
Her hand.
And where did she put her hand on his body?
Right here, in the middle.
And at that point, her hand's on his chest, and what does she do?
She pushes him.
And what happened to him when she pushed him?
He falls on his butt.
And what did he do?
He looked at me and held his arms out and started crying. And I told Leilani that upsetted me.
And what did you do it? You okay?
I'm good. I'm sorry.
When he fell, what part of his body hit? Did he fall on the ground, I guess?
Yes, sir. His tush hit the floor.
Okay. And you said he started crying and reached out his arms to you.
Yes, sir.
Did you pick him up?
Yes, sir.
And did you say anything to Leilani?
I told her that wasn't necessary because it happened last night, but she should have talked to him first.
And what happened from there?
I took him. I walked him home with me. I don't know what she did after.
So you talked about that one push. Was there anything else that you remember that was like that?
The pool incident.
What's the pool incident?
It was me and my sister, and I believe 2 of my nephews with me over at her pool swimming. And Zane had got in the pool, and Quentin wanted in there. And I was fixing to go grab Quentin to put him in there, but instead of her listening to me tell her, "Hold on, let me get his floaty on," she just full on pushed him in the pool.
Push him with what?
Her hand,
And where on his body did she make contact with him?
the back,
Like middle of the back, upper back, lower back?
the middle. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And she just pushed him into the pool?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't have any floaties on, it sounds like?
No, sir.
Okay. Was he able to swim at this point?
No, sir.
What happened once he was pushed into the pool?
He went underwater, and when he came back out, he caught his breath, trying to catch his breath, and then he started crying.
Was he coughing or anything?
Yes, sir.
And how did LEILANI react to that?
She said she really didn't care because if Zane could learn how to swim, then Quentin needed to be as smart as Zane.
Now, what did you do when Quentin came up and was coughing and crying?
I looked at my sister and I told her I'm going home. And then that's when I asked LEILANI, I said, "Can I take Quentin home?" She said, "Yes, I don't care."
And how were you feeling at that point?
I was mad because wondering in my head how she could push him in the pool knowing without any floaties and knowing he can't swim at all.
How was Quentin as you were walking home with him? Did you dry him off or anything first? Or?
I did dry him off. I wrapped him in a towel and he laid his head on my shoulder.
And what happened when you got home?
When I got home, I had put a pull-up on him and he went and laid on the couch with his teddy bear.
And did you lay on the couch with him, or did you just leave him alone, or what?
I went to go fix him some juice and then I laid on the couch with him.
How long did y'all lay there?
About 2 hours because he had fell asleep. Yes, sir.
Did you take a nap there with him?
No, sir, because I was afraid I was going to squish him if I fell asleep with him.
Anything else you remember that was like those two things?
Other than her getting mad at him with the stairs and stuff.
Tell me about that.
It was one night when I went over there and she was smoking. She had went upstairs and she was talking to me about Quentin's father. And she said she don't know how Quentin could look so much like his dad when she's the one that gave birth to him. And I said, well, I don't know, because I didn't want to really get into that kind of stuff. It wasn't my problem. And she just kept going on about it. And Quentin was down the stairs. And I said, LEILANI, he needs help down the stairs because I had Sky in my hands. And she said, he's a big boy, he can do it. I said, no, he can't, because her stairs in Billy Joe's house was kind of weird. And I said, he needs help. She said, no, he doesn't. And Quentin just continues to roll.
Are you talking about the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
You said Quentin continues to roll. What do you mean?
When he tripped on the first one and he starts rolling down. And I hand her Sky and I grab Quentin.
How was Quentin when you picked him up?
He was fine. He really didn't cry.
Okay. Anything else you remember that was like that?
No, sir.
You mentioned that incident started with her asking or wondering how he could look so much like his father. What was her tone of voice like when she was saying that? I mean, she sounded happy, angry, sad?
She sounded angry.
Do you remember if you seem like a pretty mild-mannered person?
Yes, sir.
But if I asked you to tell me what it sounded like when she said it, would you be able to do that or not?
Yes, sir. You want the whole, just how she said it?
Yeah.
When I walked in, she was like, hey, I got a question. I said, yes. And she said, how the F could Quentin look just like his daddy? I'm the one that gave birth to him. And I said, I don't know, LEILANI. I really don't know. She said, Zane's been my number one since he was born, and Quentin's just sitting there and useless.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling us last week about an incident where Leilani hit Quentin in the face, I think backhanded was the word you used.
Yes, sir.
You remember telling us about that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that now?
From the beginning, correct?
Yeah.
Zane and Quentin was out in the street. I was walking to the shed because that's where our laundry room that is.
Were you at your house at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a laundry room in the shed.
Yes, sir.
So what were you walking out to the shed to do?
Do my chore, which was transfer the clothes from the washer into the dryer.
And at what point did you see Zane and Quentin?
When I was going towards the shed.
And what were they doing?
They were by the mailboxes on the other side of the road, going inside the ditch.
Okay. Were they in the road or next to the road or what?
They were in the road.
Okay. And were there any adults with them?
No, sir.
What time of day was this?
It was a little bit in the morning. I'm gonna say around 11 or 12.
Okay. And when you saw them out there, what did you do?
I ran
Ran where?
to get Quentin and Zane.
And what happened next?
As I was going to get them, there was a white car passing with a lady inside of it.
I'm sorry to stop you. I don't mean to interrupt you because you asked from the beginning and I did say yes, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't want you to tell us anything about what anybody said to you other than things that the defendant said to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's skip the white car part, all right? So after the white car drove by, what happened next?
I took the kids back to my mom's house. My mom told me to take them to LEILANI's. So,
Don't testify about anything anybody else said.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, so you went back to your house and you said at some point, did you take them back to Leilani's house?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
My mom told me to.
Okay. And where did you take them when you took them back?
I took them when I entered. It was behind where the pool part is, the
Okay.
back.
So you walked around the back
Yes, sir.
and you had both of the kids with you at this point?
Yes, sir.
What happened from there?
I kept knocking on the door. Leilani would not answer. And I kept banging and banging. I just continued to bang until she answered. She came outside. And I said, Leilani, Quentin and them was on the road. And she was asleep. And instead of her taking knowledge of what she had done and wasn't awake with them, she just backhanded Quentin in the face.
Can you describe that in a little more detail? What did it look like?
She raised her hand all the way back. And she just backhanded him. When she did, his head hit the concrete.
Where on his face did her hand hit him?
Right here.
And you're gesturing, I gotta say this for the court reporter and transcript and all that, you're gesturing towards like your cheekbone.
Yes, sir.
And you said that this knocked him down.
Yes, sir.
Did she hit him hard?
Yes, sir.
And when he fell down, what happened?
I looked at her and then he started crying. He got up when I lifted him up. He got up and he ran to me and he started pointing to my mom's house.
Did you say that his head hit the concrete out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he ran to you and you said he started pointing?
Yes, sir. Pointing directions to my mom's house.
Were you holding him at that point or was he still on the ground or what?
I think it was after a minute I did pick him up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And his pointing towards your house, what did you take that to mean?
I knew he wanted to go with me, but Leilani wanted them to stay.
Okay. Did you take him home?
I believe I took Quentin home because she didn't want me taking Zane home.
Were there any other incidents you remember that involved the defendant, Leilani, pushing him, hitting him, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you heard, other than what you've already mentioned, and you've talked about some of this stuff, was there anything that you ever heard her say that caused you to believe that she didn't like Quentin or didn't feel the same way about him as she felt about Zane?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about those things, that if the ones that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yes, sir. She would call me over there and ask if she could talk to me. And I would go over there and she would just complain about Quentin, how Quentin wasn't like Zane. He wasn't smart like Zane. And that the only reason that she loves Zane and she didn't love Quentin is because Zane's been through everything with her and Quentin hasn't been through nothing.
Did she ever point blank tell you anything about whether she had any feelings of love or affection towards Quentin at all?
Yes, sir. She told me she did not love him at all.
She said that to you.
Yes, sir.
Where was that when she said that?
We was on the back porch. He was in on the back porch. There's like a play area with a gate.
Is that with the brown couch in it and the slide and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was, you were out there, and was Quentin out there?
I was in the play thing with Quentin and she was by the tiki bar.
Okay. How did that come up, that she's saying that about Quentin at that time?
She was mad at Danny.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did it get on to Quentin and saying that about Quentin?
Because Quentin was making noises with his mouth and saying he was calling out for Danny. He kept saying, Danny, Danny. And she kept getting mad about that.
She was mad at Danny at the time?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And Quentin was calling out for Danny?
Yes, sir.
And that's what led up to her saying that thing about Quentin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Quentin ever stay the night at your house?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. We would have Quentin for weeks at a time at our house. She never called to check on Quentin. But we never complained about it because we really enjoyed Quentin being at our house, being able to love on him. And I'm sorry.
You miss him?
Yes, sir.
Think you're ready to be done with this now?
It doesn't matter. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Were there times where Quentin would sleep over at your house, but the other kids would?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about? How did that happen?
When LEILANI would say she's coming to pick up the kids, she would be like, oh, I'm coming, or Danny's coming to pick up the kids. Quentin would never want to go when it was her. So he could just stay here. It's fine.
How was Danny with Quentin and the kids?
Danny loved the kids a lot. He was good with them. He treated them how they were supposed to be treated.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Em, the last time you were asked to talk about these incidents with us, you noted that these incidents happened in May, June, and July of 2000.
It's interesting that they didn't send the other piece of shit up there to speak to her.
Oh, because they probably knew that fucker would have been kicked out of the courtroom if he'd got up there and acted like a damn fool with this child.
Exactly. This is so heartbreaking. Like I'm physically sick to my stomach at this point. Wow. That little girl is that, you guys know that little girl's damaged.
Yeah.
Completely damaged.
And you got to think that she not only watched all this happen with that baby and loved that baby and was there for him and wanted him around, but she watched all the freaking idiots standing in front of her house and screaming at her mother and acting a fucking fool. And,
yeah,
you know,
like I said, she's damaged, Mom. That little girl, this little girl is damaged for the rest of her life. This little girl, it probably almost feels like she lost her own child or a sibling when Quentin died, because that's how close they were to him, as compared to his own incubator that didn't give two fucks about him. Oh God, I'm so sick to my stomach right now. You have no idea. And she just sits here like it's nothing. nothing. And I could read her lips. She called that girl a effing liar.
Yeah.
And I believe
I'm
the little
actually
girl.
surprised the judge hasn't called her out for her little mouthing because I think the first time she's done it.
I know.
And scouring at people, you stupid bitch, you have no right. They should have put her in one of those masks like they did,
Yeah.
what the hell's her name? Shabusiness.
Yep. I remember. Wow, this is harder than I thought it was going to be. Okay, sorry guys.
2022. Is that correct?
I didn't say, I said I didn't know the exact months.
Okay, well, the different incidents we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
All the incidents that you named, can you tell me when they happened?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay. And when you saw them happen, the things that you've described here in court, did you call anybody like the police?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you call anybody like DFAX to report LEILANI?
No, sir, I did not.
The PlayStation controller push you described, he fell back on his bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any kind of a bruise or a mark or a cut or anything on Quentin as a result of the push you say you saw?
Not at the time, no, sir.
And the pool incident, obviously that was in the warmer months, but you can't say when that happened either, can you?
I know it was in summer sometime, but I don't know the exact month.
Okay. And in Savannah, summer can be a pretty long time.
Yes, sir.
Same question as before. Did you call the police about it or DFAX or any authority to report LEILANI Simon?
No, sir, I did not.
She was a child, you fucking idiot. What?
If memory serves me correctly, her mom did report LEILANI.
Oh, more than once from my understanding, yes. This is a little girl at this point in time, was probably 15, 14?
14, 15 years old. Yeah, she was a
Right?
kid.
What's she gonna
what
do?
kid calls fucking DCF because your neighbor's a fucking dirtbag? Her mom had handled it.
And she was probably traumatized enough as it was to be just, oh my God, what an idiot.
Yeah, because you have to look at the history of DCF too. So in a child's mind, what's going to come to mind? Oh my, if we report it, then they're going to come and get him, and then we're not going to get to see him anymore. When they've bonded with this child, where LEILANI didn't.
I wish that Michelle would have offered to take him and keep him, and she'd have just signed him over to her. Billy Joe probably prevented that from happening. Otherwise, LEILANI probably would have done it. And he'd still be with us today, I think. I know that that's not the legal route, folks, but it could have been done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he basically lived with them anyway. Like I said to you guys earlier, that's the only place I think this child ever got any true love and affection. It brought tears to my eyes to hear when she pushed him down and he put his hands up crying. And this piece of garbage had no emotion from this. This is one of the most. She's given Letitia a run for her money, in my opinion. I know that's hard to say. But are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You were skipping around, but yeah, I can hear you.
It's probably my freaking signal. No, I totally get it. And it's just like the old man just walked by and looked at my computer and he said, that's the case that you were into so much, right? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, it's like the monster down here, right? And I said, yep, pretty fucking much. But I don't think this one's going to walk free.
No. Somebody said it earlier. I said, if they let her walk free, I'm quitting YouTube. There's no two ways about that.
Oh, I've done already threw a fucking fit on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a whole ass fit. I had big YouTubers that I never even talked to commenting on my Twitter post because I done had a whole fucking come apart on Twitter over it. The first day the trial started, I was hot hands, thumbs going 90 miles an hour because I don't go live during the week because I'm not in the right state of mind. I end up losing all my damn subs.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a disgusting, sick human being.
That's not even that's being nice, Mom. You're even being too nice.
I'm
What's
really
that?
trying really hard. I am. You know, I try to be respectful over here, and I know I've come
I'm
out of
not.
character a little bit this
I'm
week,
not
but
even. I'm not being respectful over here. I can't help myself. I have been the biggest. Oh my God, I can't with her. Anyway,
like I tried to tell the new folks, you know, I'm usually very soft spoken and sweet and lovable and all that stuff, but
this is hard.
LEILANI brings the other side out of me, and I can't help it. This is something that I was very involved with, like from the inside out.
Mhm. So were we.
And
We were too.
you know, like the
It's
people that I
very.
were working with was working very, very close with people involved in the case. And like
Mhm.
I knew some things, but I didn't know a lot of this, but I did know some things that were going to come out that weren't
I knew some other stuff
particularly
too.
public, you know.
Right. Yeah, I knew some other stuff too. Some of this stuff, I didn't know this. This is new to me. And it's just like being hit in the head with a baseball bat. I mean, I should have assumed it based on what we know, but okay, I'm gonna go.
The stairs incident, I think he went down the stairs and you got to him, but he didn't cry, did he?
Not for long. He didn't really let out a long one.
And you didn't see any marks or injuries or bruises.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, what kind?
It was a bruise on right here by his head.
Okay. Now the roadway incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I understand it, you were at your house and you saw the boys out there near the road.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you went there. Actually, you ran to them, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Because you recognized kids in a roadway with cars going by can be a very dangerous situation, can't it?
Yes, sir.
And it can be very upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And you knocked on the door, but couldn't get an answer, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how Zane and Quentin then got out of the house on their own?
Zane knew how to open doors.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And right now, in recounting these different incidents, you can't give an exact date about when they happened, can you?
No, sir, I cannot.
And we've already established you didn't call the police about it, call any authority or any defects to report what happened.
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
She's an underage child, you fuck nugget.
When these things would happen, was there anybody you tell?
I would tell my mom.
No further questions.
Ms. Mccarta, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness. Is this the witness that's expected to take some time?
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought, maybe we'll take a stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to excuse you for the evening. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:00 a.m. I think by now you know the routine. I will instruct you not to discuss the case, not to do any research, not to allow anyone to discuss the case around you. Please do not consume any media regarding this case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Juror deputy.
You're muted.
Thank you. All right, is there anything that everyone can have a seat? Is there anything that we need to take up before we stop for the evening? From the stage?
I don't think so, Your Honor. Nothing that comes to mind.
Mr. Hilliard?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay, we'll start up again in the morning at 9:00 a.m. At this time, we are in recess.
You got to wonder how this attorney feels every night when he leaves her and goes home.
I hope he feels like shit. I hope he has nightmares.
Agreed. All right, guys, that's going to do it. It's more than enough, I'll tell you that much. Wow. What a mess. I don't even have much to say at this point. I have to process all of this. Yeah, Pearl, I can agree with that one. The jury has probably been staring at her and having the fact that she's showing no remorse. She's muttering little swear words here and there.
Laughing,
You know what I mean?
joking.
Mm-hmm. They're watching everything she does, and I'm glad.
You know, as much as I can't stand fucking Sarah Boone, she didn't get snacks today, but this bitch is eating in court. Like,
I know.
Just, oh my God.
I know. That was a rough one, guys. So listen, the most important thing here with this stuff, guys, when you watch these trials, is your mental health. Okay, because this will weigh on people. I'm not kidding. You need to think of yourselves before anything else. And if you can't watch this, it's not a shameful thing. If you feel like you can't watch this anymore because it's hitting you too hard or it's making you feel some kind of way, there's no shame in that. Walk away from it, please. Even if you need to take a break for a day, you're not going to miss anything. You'll catch up with it the next day. But that is the most important thing, is to take care of you. Please and thank you. It hits us the same way. It hits me in a way that you just don't understand. But it definitely does. So, and I said that before, Karen, that's a good point. I said that to you guys before, that before we even got any of this information, that I gotta wonder if she disliked him so much because of how much he looked like his father. And here it came out tonight. So I get it, Barbara. I know. Absolutely. Dago, and like this blah blah is trying to put it, there is physical and emotional abuse since forever. Oh yeah. She never liked it. She never wanted him. We know that now. You know, we've known that, but we clearly know that. And it's very sad. Very, very sad. This poor baby was born into a world where he wasn't wanted, wasn't loved, and never had a chance. And to me, that's absolutely horrible. So I really appreciate you all coming in here, supporting the channel, supporting this trial to bring justice to this beautiful child. It means a lot. And I appreciate you guys doing it with us together like this. Me sitting up here by myself and watching this and then commentating on it, this is not going to happen. That's why Mom comes over here. I know that. That's why Mama Bear jumps up here with me, why Doodle does it, and vice versa, because these things are hard. Whether you know, we're not literally physically sitting here with somebody, but there's somebody else to sit here with you and talk about this, knowing that we're going through it together. Do you know what I mean? That's why we do this stuff with each other, because it's not easy.
No, I love you, brother. I don't want you to have to sit up here and do this yourself.
And I appreciate that, and vice versa. It's rough, guys. We do this on purpose. We choose to do what we do. But it's not just like a walk in the park hearing these things. You know what I mean? It's not. And watching these people that are just breathing the same oxygen we are, acting like
It
nothing
weighs
happened.
heavy on you. But when you do that, when you log on to YouTube and you make that choice to do what we do, there is an understanding in your mind and your heart that when you follow a case from the missing flyer to the sentencing, you see it through to the end. Like I told Matahari tonight when I first come in chat, she asked me how I was doing because she knows, like me and her, I've known her for a long time, and we were really, like when I say we were elbow deep, y'all, we were deep in this.
I get it.
And I have to see this to the end. I have to
why-
see it to the end. I have to. Like I will not be able to not see it to the end.
Right. I very well could. This was hard enough to cover when we covered it when it was active.
Yeah.
I didn't have to cover the trial, but I'm the same way. I want to see true and full justice given to this child. I want to see this creature completely punished for what she did until the end, and then I want to move forward. That's it. I want to know that it's over and move forward. That's closure for a lot of people with something like this. So that's why I'm the same way.
Exactly. That's a beautiful way to put it. It's closure. You know, I didn't know this baby. I wasn't a part of his physical life. If I had been, he'd be here with me.
And we didn't know him physically, but in a sense, because of the time that we've all spent on this and all these cases, Kylie Rodney, Quentin Simon, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, all of these cases, the time that we've spent on these cases, you get a feeling as if you are relations to these children or these people, even in the other cases. So it's hard to not follow through, like Mom said. It's part of it, and you have to have that.
Boys. So these boys' cases, they hit me deep. Like
If any of them, yeah,
they have
right.
a pit in my gut. Like I always tell the story. Michael Vaughn is the case that broke me from getting so close to these cases. I took a 3-month break, didn't touch my phone, didn't open my laptop. I mean, like it was in its bag zipped up and sometimes that's what it takes. Like I said, when you take on the responsibility to do what we do, you're going to have that one case that's going to break you. It's going to break you. You're going to learn the hard way that you can't. You can't let yourself get so deep that it affects your personal life and your relationship and your mental health.
Very true.
And mental health is so important. And a lot of us that are here in these communities on YouTube, there's a reason we come in here together. There's a reason we feel like family, because one time in your life, or maybe one time in your future, you're going to experience trauma. And you know that you have your safe place. You have your safe place that you can go to, and you know that you can come over here and Dago's going to welcome you with open arms, and the mods are going to welcome you, and the community is going to welcome you. And you just know you have a home. And a lot of people use this for therapy. I mean, like that sounds crazy, but to have that, like this is group therapy. If you look at it that way, we come
Absolutely.
into the chats, we know, just like Brian, MIA. So we're all worried about him. We want to know, are you okay? Hey, that's who you are when you become close to people. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys for supporting Dago and being here and being an awesome community and all the love and the support. And
Yes, thank you. Brian didn't respond to me yet. I did remember one thing though, real quick. Brian doesn't do kids cases. He doesn't handle them very well at all. So he may just be staying out here on purpose because of that. So I'll double check with it in the morning, but what Mom said's true. And thank you all for that. Like I said, I may be what you guys need to come in here to see for whatever reason to deal with things. But understand, you guys are what I need, if that makes any sense. If I don't, I've told you guys before, if I don't do this every single day, I have a bad day. If I don't come in here at least once a day, it's not a full day for me. It's that important to me. Okay. So, it's a real thing. And you can ask anybody that's a moderator for me that they know that if I haven't been in here at least once throughout the day, I'm not having a good day. I need this, you know? Now, granted, some of the stuff that we cover is like, it'll rip your heart out and leave it dangling. That's part of this. That's the sad part of being in true crime, because it's always so bad and dark and horrible and heartbreaking, which is why we do the other stuff from time to time to break it down. But still, we're all in here for a reason. We obviously want to see these things and to see it to the end, to where there is justice for what has happened. You know, nobody in this community is in here because we're sick people and enjoy watching this kind of stuff. That's not how this works. So, it's one of those things. And that's why this community being together the way it is so important to me. It's such a strong community. Even the new people that just pop in here, they fit in like a puzzle piece because of the way this community is. It's magnetizing. The people that are in here magnetize others to want to be in here, you know? And I appreciate you all for being the people you are. You help me get through this. Whether or not I'm helping you get through it, that can be what it is. You are helping me get through it. That's what's important too. So please understand that it's just, you guys are just as important, if not more important, being here than I am, in my opinion. So I appreciate you all very much for supporting the channel the way you do. Mom, again, you know I appreciate you, and it's always an honor to have you here with me, more than you know. And of course, the moderators, I couldn't do it without you guys. You're amazing. I appreciate you all very much. And I'm beyond grateful for this community. I really am. I still think that I have the best community in YouTube, period. But people argue. That's fine. You can argue all you want. You're not going to win me over. I know what I know. So, once again, thank you all very much. But I just want to make sure, sorry, the whole reason I started that conversation is I want to make sure that you all are taking care of yourselves. If you start to feel like this is too much for you, walk away. I ain't going to be mad. Just let me know you're okay. That's the only thing I ever worry about. Walk away. If it's a day, 2 days, if you have to walk away permanently, just do what you got to do. I know you'll be back. There's other cases you'll see, but if it bothers you that much, do what you have to do to take care of you, please. Just let us know you're okay. That's all I ask. It does happen, and it's okay to do that. It's not anything to be ashamed of, nor to feel bad for. Part of this. So I understand. And as does Mom with her channel and her stuff, and Arctic and his channel, and everybody, we all feel the same way, guys. So, again, Mom, thank you for joining me tonight. I appreciate you as always.
Well, thank you for having me up. Sorry I was late, but thank you so much for having me up. And if you need me, you know I'm here. I'm going to try to lay down. It's probably going to take me a little bit to actually sleep because my stomach is literally flipping and doing somersaults.
Yep.
And I love you guys all in chat, and thank you so much for being here. And I just have one request. Can we light this chat up with some blue hearts?
Yes, thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that being said, everybody in here, guys, I appreciate you, like I said, so very much. You guys mean the world to me. This whole community does. Have a great night, Mom. I love you. Like I said, take care of yourselves first and foremost. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And please don't anybody in here change anything about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. Much love to each and every one of you. God bless. Good night, and I will see you all. Don't forget the morning show, Meatballs in the Morning. I hope to see you all there. Have a great night, folks. Much love. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for our lives. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Dago's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the